County.
We're pissed off.
Thank you.
You may be, but you may be for the wrong reasons.
Sir?
I said, you may be, but you may be for the wrong reasons. We're trying to clear that up tonight.
Oh, it's called the Constitution.
Yeah. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right. Okay. So let me, my name is Tom Kay. I have to be the chairman of the planning commission on this side. We will go, starting from there, introduce ourselves and the districts that we're from. And we have some guidelines that we'd like to read regarding this. We're sorry we don't have any more chairs. We did the best we could. We got all the chairs we've got. We have a presentation from staff that's why we got you focused that way. I don't mean to be behind your backs, but this is the best we can do. So Steve, introduce yourself and start there.
Steve Shea, District 1, west of railroad tracks.
Kate Darlington, District 3, the North Fork.
Artie Hutto, District 2, Search Creek.
I'm Steve Schrock, District 1 Delta, Garnet Mesa.
Wayne Bronis, District 2, Cedar Ridge area.
Tate Lock, District 2, Cedar Ridge.
And again, Tom K, District 3, Hotchkiss area.
I'm Carl Holm. I'm the planning director for Delta County.
Kate Connolly, I'm one of the planners for Delta County. Kim Henderson, I'm the administrative assistant.
Lindsay Mitchell, I'm the public information officer.
And we have Robbie LaValle here who will be in at one point. She's the county administrator. So bear with me while I've been asked to read the following guidelines. This hearing will begin with a presentation from staff. That's what will be on the screen. Planning commissioners will be afforded the opportunity to ask questions of the staff, but we will not have the public ask questions. Once this is completed, I'll open the public hearing portion to afford an opportunity for those wanting to address the planning commission. There's a sign-up sheet. There it is. If you want to sign up, please sign your name to it, and we'll get those up here and call your name as long as we can read it and go through that. If you're on Zoom and you want to speak, we will call upon you at the end of the public presentation for the people who are here. If everybody shows up to the meeting, priority over the Zoom. We will ask you to raise your hand if you're on Zoom. When you're on Zoom, we'll unmute you and begin your speaking time. If there's a technical problem with the Zoom, we just live with it. We don't stop the show to be able to fix it. So speakers are expected to observe certain norms in their behavior, whether here in person or on Zoom. Everyone speaking must do so in a respectful and courteous manner. Comments are to be directed to the commissions regarding the land use code, not an individual or other topic. Mostly we'll be asking, we'll be asking if there are any responses to come from the staff. You're asked to refrain from clapping, demonstrating, arguing. This is not the purpose of this public meeting. If that is not followed, I, as the chairman, can end the public meeting. I hope I never have to do that. We as planning commission do want to hear from you. We want to make sure that you're here for the right thing, and we'll try to get that focus. Other than that, we want to start this meeting. And we're going to start with presentations from staff. I immediately want to say, or maybe maybe Carl's going to address. There is a thought in the community that this land use code puts in building codes. Building codes and land use codes are not the same.
That's not the thought.
Maybe for you, but maybe for everybody else.
I don't think
I don't
so.
think anybody has that thought.
Okay, there are no building codes being implemented or adopted in Delta County.
Yeah.
With that, we'll start the staff presentations. And when they're done, we'll get to the list and you can speak. No reason, oh, you're raising your hand or you're just saying hello. Okay, Carl.
Okay, maybe first, making sure that the sign up sheet, if there's anybody that hasn't signed up, if you need it, where it's at. There's one right here. I think there's two out there. Looks like one's over on the other side. So just keep passing that around and then we'll go through that once I get through my presentation. So, Kim, next slide.
I can't see the screen for admittance.
Oh,
Or Neil, if you can do one or the other. Thank you.
You're good.
okay. So overview of what I'm going to talk about tonight. We're actually in the kind of the end of the land use code process where there was a public hearing by the board. They referred one item back to the planning commission to consider, and that was lot size variance. However, in light of the comments that were at the Board of County Commissioners on January 3rd, we amended the agenda to be able to have comments relative to the entire land use code update. I say an update because there's an existing land use code that's in place. So I'll give a background of how we got to the land use code that's in place, the update, the specific topic relative to lot size variance. And then there were some other topics that were identified at the board meeting on January 3rd. I know there's others that have been submitted through comments, but there's a few that I'll run through as kind of some of the main comments that have come forward. Next slide. So just to give a bit of a background, there were regulations in place prior to the land use code. Land use regulations have been in place going all the way back to 1985 in different forms and measures. They were combined and incorporated into a land use code that was adopted in January 5th, 2021. Once that was adopted, there was a moratorium until April 1st as far as accepting applications and actually implementing the land use code. In July of 2021, we did receive a letter from local surveyors that had some questions and comments relative to the subdivision process terminology that was in the land use code. So that started kind of the process to where we are with the update, recognizing that there are some terminology differences. We had some meetings with the surveyors, and then in October of 2021, we actually started the process with work sessions with the Board of County Commissioners. So it's been a little over a year that we've been going through this process. And in September of 2022, we had a draft red line of the update for the land use code that we posted on our website. This was following many work sessions with the Planning Commission, the Board of County Commissioners, and the Board of Adjustments. The Planning Commission, per statute, certified a copy on November 16th. That's a clean copy. That's what would be put into place if the board were to adopt it. So it went to the board, and they had a public hearing on December 7th. They can make non-substantive changes and adopt it, but they had one substantive change relative to the variation of lot size, as I mentioned. And so that was referred back to the Planning Commission. And then we had work sessions both at the Planning Commission and the Board of Adjustments in December 14th and 15th. And then there was public comment at the board on January 3rd. Based on that comment, again, is why I've amended the agenda to open up the comment to the whole land use code. But that's also why I'm going through kind of the history, since there really weren't a lot of people involved through the process over the past year, based on the number at the work sessions and hearings. So that brings us to today. So prior to the land use code, like I mentioned, going back to 1985, our regulations relative to the access and utilities, mobile home parks, subdivisions, and in the subdivision regulations in 1998, that included setbacks from property lines. Then there were specific development regulations in 2001, and that required permits for commercial and industrial uses. That's where initially there were some regulations relative to cottage industry, home-based businesses. It set some standards for that, and then anything above that required a permit under the specific development regulations. The junk rubbish ordinance started in 2003. Address regulations, mobile homes. There actually are two districts in Delta County, the Highway 92 overlay and the Highway 50 overlay. So that's east of the city of Delta, south of the city of Delta, where it does require a building code to build. There's the Highway 133 corridor master plan out in the North Fork area. Development application ordinance was put in 2011, which required site plan review for all new residential and commercial development. Septic regulations, floodplain regulations, that's federal coming down to the county. And just on that note, so there's an understanding the county is an extension of the state. So there are some state regulations that we apply, and there are other state regulations that we defer to the state, as well as some federal regulations like telecommunications. So let's go back real quick a sec. So I have put red asterisk marks up there. Those are all the different land use regulations that had been in place prior to the land use code in 2021 that were either incorporated into the land use code or by reference stated in the land use code. So the land use code, land use specifically in Delta County really started with the master plan in 2018. That master plan was to actually establishing a groundwork for revising county regulations to establish the land use code effectively. Land use code then began work in 2019, 2020. And as I mentioned, in January 2021, the zoning code, the text, as well as zoning maps implementing zoning designations on all lands within the unincorporated area of Delta County was adopted by the board. And then we started the update, as I mentioned, through 2022, most of 2022, based on the surveys letter, as well as things that had come up as we started implementing the 2021 land use code. There were some things that, as people were coming in and asking questions, weren't really fitting in the land use code that we want to try to make sure is allowed under the land use code. The development application ordinance requiring site plan review for residential and commercial was still in effect. And there was some inconsistency relative to allowed permitted uses and what was stated in that development application ordinance. In addition, with the new land use code, the board put into place a code compliance officer position. And so through that, mostly through trying to do through education, information purposes, there were some things that we were seeing again that we needed to address in the land use code. So from a statute perspective, state statute does say that a zoning plan shall be put into place by the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. The process is for certification. The Planning Commission certifies the plan, refers it to the board holds a hearing, and they, again, as I mentioned, substantive changes have to come back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has 30 days to report back. That's effectively where we are in that process. Next slide. So again, as I mentioned, there's been a number of work sessions and public hearings over the past year plus. going back to October of 2021. This is a summary of all of those. We've had about 17 work sessions between the Board of County Commissioners, Planning Commission, Board of Adjustments. We've also had about 7 public hearings over the past year. As I mentioned, meetings with local surveyors. We did send the land use code out to all the municipalities. We've had conversations and meetings with them as well as all of the public comments that have come in. Next slide. Public notification. Starting in April of this year, there was a notice in the DCI, which is the requirement of a newspaper of general circulation. When we started the work sessions, specifically getting into what did we want to look at in the land use code, started back in April of 2022. We really started getting into the details. And then in September, we actually had a draft land use code that we had redlined, that we made public, put it on the county website. We did a press release about it. And so that was out there. Then we started the public hearings with the Planning Commission. We put additional notices in the DCI relative to when we were having those hearings, both of the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. As I mentioned, we have used our county website. There's the community development page has a specific link to the 2022 land use code update. We had all the hearing dates. It's been revised as we've gone along to remove the dates that are no longer applicable. We had the land use code up there. We had the 2021 land use code. So you could see what was adopted, as well as the red lines from September 21st through November 18th, when the Planning Commission certified the copy. And at that point, that clean copy, that certified copy was put onto the website. Since we no longer had the red line, we included a summary of the changes. So it outlined all of the changes that had been, and they're not in detail, but there was a list of the changes that had occurred in the land use code. In addition, as we were going through this notification, we worked with the public information officer to put notices out on the county Facebook page. Next slide. So again, the main thing that the board referred back to the Planning Commission is relative to lot size variances. This is the language that was in the 2021 adopted land use code. And this is what the Planning Commission had a work session on December 14th, Board of Adjustments on December 15th of how do we want to change this? How do we want to change this? And so next slide. The direction that we came out with was that there would be some changes, that variances would be in the 835 or 820 zone. There would not be lot size variances in A5, residential zones, commercial zone. There'd be the ability to have one lot variance to reduce the size. The other one would need to meet the minimum size. And the reason there was because we also have added two residential zoning designations for 1 acre and 2.5 acre that was not in the code. And so rather than doing a lot size variance, there's the option for looking at actually doing a change of the zoning of the property that would still allow subdivision to that level. There's discussion about minimizing disturbance to agricultural, irrigated agricultural lands and wildlife corridors. That hasn't changed. And then initially in the 2021 code, there was a criteria that there'd be no further subdivision if you got a variance. That was in perpetuity. This was another reason for the board wanting to make some changes to the land use code, was they did not want to have anything in perpetuity. So where we are is that for 10 years, unless the parcel is over 35 acres and would meet the state statute for that exemption. So for consideration of the board, of the Planning Commission's work session, we went back through and looked at the land use code. There's actually 2 areas that would be changed. One is in chapter 1 and deleting the language in red. It says, however, there should be no variance to lot size. Obviously, that would not be the case because we're including criteria for amending lot size. And then chapter 3, the language there, I'll come back to that because that's on a separate page because of the amount of, but it is in page 3 of your staff report if you want to look at that. Next slide. Temporary use of recreational vehicles in 2021 land use code. An RV could only be used for 90 days during construction unless it was connected to a permanent water, sewer, and electric. Then it became a residence. In the update, we changed that because we recognize construction takes longer than 90 days. Through that discussion, we landed on 12 months, as long as there's an active permit, an electrical plumbing permit. If the construction extends beyond 12 months, as long as there's an active electrical plumbing permit, that would be allowed. As I mentioned, if there's an RV and you want to use it as a residence, as long as there's a water connection, there's a septic for it to go into and electricity, there's no limit to the amount of time that an RV can be used as a residence. So one thing that I've put forward in the planning commission staff report is whether or not we want to amend the language that's in there as it's worded in the update. Said use shall be allowed for up to 12 months during construction with an active plumbing and electrical permit as applicable. If we need to change that, then that's one thing that the commission can consider tonight. Next slide. Home businesses. As I mentioned, 2001, there were specific development regulations that included criteria for an accessory business use of the home and cottage industry. In 2021, the land use code deleted cottage industry. It did include accessory business use of the home, and then it defines it as basically, very generally, does not materially change the character of the residential use of the neighborhood by excessive noise, odor, dust, lights, etc., disturbances. But the criteria does not materially change the character of the residential use. That's one specific criteria. So it leaves a lot to interpretation. So the idea of the update was to put criteria into the land use code that made it more clear of what is an accessory business use, which is different from a cottage industry. So an accessory business use being the use of the home as like an office or whatever, whatever you're doing inside the home. Cottage industry extends outside the home. You can have up to 5 employees, some outdoor or indoor storage related to that. The idea was to try to create that, well, it's the same threshold that was in 2001. Of course, there could be a conversation around whether or not that's the right threshold. The intent there is, when does it become a commercial use? Commercial use, again, it's not that it would not be allowed, it just goes to what would be considered a permitted use, which is subject to a site plan review. So rather than just being allowed by right, the accessory business use, cottage industry, both allowed by right. The criteria similar to what had been in place from 2001 to 2021 is in the update. If it does not fall into that, then it would be considered a rural industry, which would be a permitted use subject to site plan review. Next slide. Permitted use. So there's allowed uses, permitted uses. In the 2021 land use code, there really isn't a whole lot of difference. They both require a zoning permit. The difference is the zoning permit for a permitted use is subject to administrative review, meaning the director can approve it. A limited use is also subject to director review. The difference is limited use has a discretionary review, can be approved, conditionally approved, or denied. As a permitted use, it's considered ministerial, meaning you meet the criteria that's in the land use code and you get your approval and you're on your way. Again, with the development application ordinance, which was not in line with the way the land use code was written, the update tried to bring that in alignment. The ordinance is actually a higher level. It's a law versus the regulation that the land use code adopted by resolution was in place. So if there is a conflict, I have to refer to the ordinance over the land use code. So that's where in the land use code, we changed permitted use to the site plan review instead of a zoning permit to be consistent with the development application ordinance that's been in place since 2011. And then we went through the land use matrix, looking at what is a permitted use versus an allowed use. Again, going back to the development application ordinance, where it required a permit, a site plan review, not a permit, site plan review for new development of residential commercial use, went through the matrix, and anything that was related to that where it shifted into a commercial use or where we considered it is if there was water or wastewater. So if you needed to show that you had the proof of water, you have your septic, that was a permitted use versus anything that didn't, that was non-habitable structures like a barn or garage. Or if you had an existing house and you're just adding on to it, those are all allowed uses. So there's a number of sections where that would apply. And in the staff report, if permitted use is creating a miscontext of what that is, we can look at terming it a different way so that we understand it is site plan review, or it's an administrative review or plan review, something to that effect. Next slide. So building permits, as the chair mentioned, this is not a building code. So the difference is building code specifies how you build a structure. We do not have building codes adopted in Delta County. The zoning code is a direction of what type of development can occur where. So when zoning was put in place, based on the zoning designation, certain uses are allowed, certain uses are permitted, meaning site plan review, and there's different levels of review. If it's not listed, then it falls to myself as the director to make an interpretation. Does it fit somewhere else in the code? Is it similar to something else? Or is it just not allowed? If somebody does not like the interpretation I make, then there is the ability to appeal to the Board of Adjustment. So I am not the final say. The Board of Adjustment has the appeal authority of any determination or interpretation that I make. Any decision on any application that we take action on is appealable to the Board of Adjustments. And if you don't like the decision of the Board of Adjustments, it can ultimately be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. They are the ones making the policies, making the rules and regulations. So we are trying to implement the intent of the board. So that's why it appeals to them so they can make that decision. County versus state. There are a number of state regulations that come into play. So even though we have non-adopted building codes, other than the ordinances that I mentioned for the Highway 92, Highway 50 overlay, the state does require permits for electrical and plumbing. So when you're developing and you have electrical or plumbing activity, it does require a permit through the state, not through the county. Next slide. Renewable energy facility. This is something that was brought up by the Board of County Commissioners when they had their hearing on December 7th. It was a non-substantive issue, so it wasn't really specific in front of the Planning Commission. But in response to the board wanting to make sure that renewable energy facilities were recycling materials and trying to divert waste, so not just throwing it all in the landfill, we crafted some language for you to consider to add to the land use code. It says the waste management plan shall include plans for recycling materials and waste diversion, just so let's try to be clear on that, so there's no ambiguity. Next slide. So the next steps, Planning Commission is here tonight specifically to speak about the variation of lot size and report back to the Board of County Commissioners. We've opened it up to any other comments or things to be raised relative to the land use code update. The Planning Commission, you can take that into consideration. Again, the board gave the Planning Commission until February 7th to report back. So that's one thing. If there are other aspects that you think may need more time or more work, I could certainly report that back to the board, on February 7th as well. So, and when it gets to the board, they have a few options. They can adopt the certified copy as recommended by the Planning Commission. They can still make non-substantive changes at that point. They can refer again back to the Planning Commission again if there is something of a substantive change that wasn't addressed previously, or they could reject the 2022 update altogether. At that point, we revert back to the 2021 land use code as it is today. Well, Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Carl, anybody from the planning commission have any questions for Carl specifically? Okay, we'll move into the. I didn't see everybody say. We're gonna move into the public comment period. Obviously, we have a lot of people who want to speak. We have a list here. And I apologize, I got here early and some people came in early to be able to put their name on the list in anticipation of being able to speak. And I didn't get their name, so I don't really know the order of what you came. So I'm gonna start, gentlemen, sitting next to Ralph Clark. What's your name? You, yeah,
Debbie?
Yeah.
You got it right.
okay, Scott. Then I've got your, I have it here.
Would I be able to step out?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
really
yeah.
don't wanna talk
So
to
here's
you.
the rules.
Nice lady's
We
head.
have a lot of people who want to speak. I'm gonna ask, make sure if you've got a cell phone, we should have said this at the beginning, to turn it off. If you need to have conversations with your neighbor, take it outside, because it's not fair to the people who are speaking. We do have to limit these to 3 minutes. So address your comments in a 3-minute period, and we will ask you to yield the floor when the 3 minutes is up. I know that's unwieldy for some people, but in order for everybody to get heard, that's the only way we're gonna do it. Scott, we'll start with you.
Sir, I have a question, please, before we start. Did you say to turn our cell phones off?
I did.
So you telling me we can't record in here?
No, I'm recording.
I know you
It's
are.
just not gonna ring.
Ringer, just silent the ringer.
The phone,
I'm
your
just
phone,
want to be sure.
just your cell phone, portion off.
Sir, you don't have to
you wanna-
get upset. I'm
I'm
just
not,
asking.
I'm not
a question.
upset. I'm sorry. I'm trying to clarify it. If you want to record, if you want to take
Okay, that's
pictures.
I just heard you say turn cell phones off, so I wanted to make sure.
Okay.
That's all.
Any other confusion on that? Scott, floor is yours. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Maybe for a
Would
little
you,
bit of.
when you
levity to
speak,
start.
sorry, when you speak, would you just reintroduce yourself? I know you signed up, and tell us your address that you live on. It'll be on the record.
Gotcha. This is Scott Scheibel. I live on California Mesa. And what else did you want?
Your name, that's okay. Go ahead, Scott.
That's good. Levity for the undersheriff and the sheriff. I left my gun in the car, so we're good to go. Not gonna hurt anybody today. I've been into some meetings recently, commissioners meeting, there was a lot of name calling and that kind of thing. And I just wanted to let the committee know, I'm not here to call you a communist or Hitler or authoritarian or anything like that. I just want to bring my truth. And my truth is, we wanted to put up 3 RV covers on California Mesa. Our zone, and I believe Steve Shea is here, he knows our zone. It turned into be quite the nightmare because it appeared that it was being overreached as far as rules and regulations in a zone where we were allowed to do that, actually almost slam dunk. However, there were things needed in order to do that after we were informed that I can have pigs, but that was not the zone that we were in. There were simple units that housed RVs, 3 of them on my adjoining property. When we put in the permit, we did not know this. We were requested to pay money up front to get an evaluation, whether it's a go or possibly a no-go. I was a little set back by that, but as far as the project was concerned, that money could be consumed pretty quickly and no problem. Next thing we needed was an environmental study. That kind of put me up in a little bit, and then a survey. I'm adding up the numbers in my head. We're putting up 3 of these units. Now I'm getting into, I'm probably into about 100,000 maybe. I haven't done an environmental study so far in a long time, but they weren't cheap. Add in the survey guy. The
1 minute, Scott, go ahead.
grandfathered address. I was told that we didn't have an address at that property. I'm looking at the red placard with the address on it. I'm also thinking overreach. I also was told that my ingress egresses weren't legal. That was for my adjoining property of where I live. I don't know if anybody's here to say overreach or not. My guess would bet that a lot of people here are talking about overreach. Well, let's not start a fight over it.
Let's start a fight. It's our lives.
Yeah, I know that's why you're here. Thank you.
They made it easy for you.
Yeah, why not start a fight?
Thank you,
Takes
Scott.
adults to get things done, boys.
Good luck.
Darlene Green,
I'm right here.
go ahead, Darlene.
I'm gonna go up where he was.
Sure.
It is strange talking like that and stuff. Hello, everybody. My name is Darlene Green. I'm over in Hotchkiss and.
You speak up, I can barely hear you.
Pardon me?
Speak up, please. I
Okay,
can't hear you.
I'm from Hotchkiss. I'm getting up to speed here of what's going on with the master plan and the zoning and the building codes. And I think that everybody here is doing the same. I think that during the pandemic years, between 20 and 22, like all this stuff has been going on, but we've been in kind of a crisis. And so now we're coming out of the crisis and we discover that the county has implemented master plans and all kinds of things that directly affect our lives, correct? Yeah. So,
1984.
yeah, and it's kind of like, so we're all here today because we've all become aware that now this master plan that is high impact on everybody's lives is in the well stages of proceeding forward. So I prepared some notes. So Delta County is an American heritage small farming community based on freedom loving and self-responsibility. As many freedom-loving folks across the country can sometimes be a little slow in realizing freedoms may be at risk. And many in this country would be here, or many in this county would be here today had they known this current issue of the master development plan was happening. And if they also knew what a huge impact it would have on their freedoms. After a last minute review, it is apparent that the master plan lacks input from community at its deepest levels. And there is an absence of a coherent vision plan, which is an underlying framework for any master plan. So the lack of community input and even knowledge that this was going on, everybody who's lived here in Delta County were just like, well, this is how it is. And they didn't know that all of this stuff was going on. And I think that that's why everybody's here today, because now the word has spread. So it would be wise for this governing body right now to kind of cease and desist any further approval under these circumstances. And there is a positive precedent in other rural area counties across the country of establishing what's known as a community agency outside of the government fiscal responsibility of local residents, business owners, organizational representatives that serve as intermediaries between citizens and local government. These agencies have missions that include the development of a coherent vision plan that master plans use as a foundation. So that's kind of my proposal here today is I want everybody to think about, would you participate in a community agency that would help put together the vision plans that these master plans would be developed upon and be like intermediaries between the residents and the local government when it comes to developing these master plans.
Yes.
So
Yes.
and anybody who's interested in that, that's kind of coalitions that we need to build right now before any of this goes any further. And that's it, that there has been positive precedents of these types of community agencies getting developed that help to bridge the gap and address all the concerns and issues. Because nobody here wants to have the county, overrun with, trash or human foul or
Marlene?
anything like that.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Time is up. Okay, so that's my proposal is the establishment of community agencies.
Larry Jensen, please. Larry? If you feel comfortable standing in front, or you can stand where you are. Okay.
Get up there, My name is Larry Jensen. My wife Michelle and I own a cattle ranch in Crawford. My concern is sustainable agriculture. As most of you, a lot of you know, agriculture is a very difficult industry to make a living. And it's getting harder all the time. And my concern is the more we pile in regulation, zoning, planning, permitting, it's making it more and more difficult for people to be successful in sustained agriculture. And that's why we came here over 30 years ago. And I've watched the profitability of the industry decrease over time. And without agriculture in Delta County, I don't think we will, the quality of life that we've experienced over the long term here will be diminished to where it'll no longer be the place that we all wanted to come to. So my hope is that when zoning and when planning is done, that the commissioners consider that this is an agricultural area and should be maintained at that, for that purpose. And put that as a priority in their planning thoughts and development. Thank you.
Projector? Well, I can't see because we can't. I can't see.
Do you need to leave the projector
It
on?
has to be.
That's
there.
distracting.
Turn it off.
Just turn that off.
I don't. The Zoom.
So we have people on Zoom, which is why we have to keep the screen up.
Oh, okay.
They're entitled to participate, which is what they're doing.
Well, the next speaker should stand to the side so they're not.
Okay, that's good advice. Is it Jaco or Thompson? Jaco, I'm sorry. Mr. Thompson?
I pass.
Okay, you had a question mark. I just didn't want to skip over you. Barbara Hewlett?
This isn't a new thing. Like I told the commissioners last week on the 3rd, this has been going on a very long time. And I have been warning of this for 10 years to a crowd of 0. I was talking to my commissioners. They don't believe you when you talk to them without this crowd. In 2012, we had a sustainability conference, letting the people know what would be coming and what was coming, and now it's here. I bring history to this table. We stood with the hot settlers when this happened to the hot settlers, cost $1 million. They sued the county. It cost the county lots of money, so they took the master plan back to the table that was there that they're wanting to put back if it doesn't go through tonight, which only gives the RV people 3 months. We've been warning about this for 10 years. Barbara Hewlett, 2218 5900 Row.
Hewlett.
Huh.
Hotchkiss.
No, I'm in Olathe.
Olathe.
I am yards from the county line.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Barbara.
Pamela, is it Pamela Jackson?
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak.
Okay.
You
Eli,
want to hear me anyway.
Eli Walcott?
Come on, Pam.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. A lot of you guys know me. I've been in a lot of these meetings here for the last several years. I was on the planning commission for a couple of years. I stepped off about a year ago.
Name and address.
My name is Eli Walcott. I live outside of Paonia. I was lucky enough to be born and raised on a homestead ranch outside of Paonia, in a small homestead cabin built in 1908. When I was a kid, we didn't have indoor plumbing. Since then, I'm lucky enough that it's been built out into a large-scale ranch and a beautiful place to live. I participated in this process here for the last couple of years, and more recently, we've come a long way since last April when this process started, and started off on the foot of just a few revisions to clean up the code. I think it's kind of ballooned into a much larger revision of the code. I do thank the Planning Commission. I've obviously spent a lot of time here. I've been at some of these public meetings where I'm only one or two people at the meetings. And I appreciate your time, and I think that I've worked together with you guys to implement some good changes here and blunt some of the worst proposals. And I appreciate your time and all of that. You know, I think that Delta County is unique and really proud of our small family farms and property rights and freedoms that we have here. And I think that it's really important that we continue that forward and take our pride in that. I think most people who are here didn't move here or didn't stay here because they wanted to be a Vail or an Aspen or someplace else with a lot of codes and a lot of restrictions. Now, there are some areas in the code where staff and the planning commission have stepped up and improved some things, but I think there remains a lot of issues and concerns, and I think we're hearing a lot of that from folks in the county here. You know, there was some mention, I'll just get into a few of those and then kind of come back around. There was a mention of RVs. You know, I think the current RV situation is one thing, but RVs prior to 2021, it was pretty wide open. There wasn't actually regulation there. So I think it's a little bit of a misdirection to say we're actually opening things up better. You know, I think we're looking at some changes to the appeals that were mentioned. They were looking at reducing appeals from 30 days to 10 days. If I think that that's particularly concerning if on my property I have something that I feel like wasn't done right and it gets reduced from 30 days, I only have 10 days to write up an appeal and get the word out there. I think that's a problem. You know, I think that we've talked a little bit about home-based small businesses. I do appreciate Carl and some of the recommendations. I think that going to a list of restrictions that aren't necessarily based in specific goals or don't clearly define the problem that's being solved is one of the biggest issues. And I think that that's the question to keep in mind in writing any land use code across the board is what's the problem that we're solving before we put a rule into place?
Eli, time is up, please.
Okay.
Thank you. I have I'm sorry, is it CK Clark at 5604 2000 Road? Who lives at 54 or 5604 or something 2000 Road? It looks like a CK Clark. I didn't want to pass over. I can't read your writing. I'm sorry. It's nobody. I'm looking, Zachary Willis, you have a maybe.
All right, I'm speaking for Zachary. He offered me his place, Roberts. I live outside Paonia.
Can you give us your name and address, please?
Yeah, Roberts outside of Paonia. Roberts, ROBERTS, Paonia. Okay, so I'm here to speak towards a recall election for the county commissioners. Because there's a certain point where these people are tyrants. They don't care about what we come here and say. We can talk ourselves blue in the face and they're gonna do what they want. So if we pull our resources towards lawsuits like the Hostettlers and a recall election and kick these tyrants out, we might actually be able to do something about this. That's it.
All right.
Yeah. Lawrence Thompson.
I pass.
Can I have your time?
You bet. Yes.
No, we're not gonna lob on time. We're gonna, if you've got your name signed here, we're gonna give you 3 minutes. Nico Wolf.
Yeah, let him talk.
Should talk. Why can't I talk?
You gave him his time.
Well,
Yield your time.
because your name isn't on the list.
Yes, it is.
Well, then we'll get to my time.
I understand. The man yielded his time to me.
Nico Wolf.
Wait for him.
They've given him his time. Can we not?
Well, I'm just gonna go down the list.
Okay, so
He's got 3 minutes.
most of the folks here, as far as I understand, just found out about this, all right?
Yeah.
And we have, I'm sorry, Nico Wolf, I live outside Crawford.
Your name, where you're from?
Just said it.
We can't hear.
This is what they call public notice.
Yeah, right.
It's this tiny eye streaming print in the back of the newspaper. And I only know to look at this now, because I've been to some of these meetings, but it's really hard to find. And things that are important as this, they should have an advertisement, you know, something like this.
Yeah.
Quarter page, big page, but people need to know about it. And so people know about it now because people got angry and talked to each other. And we're here because we love freedom, right?
Yeah.
And so in the emergency brochure that was published by the county just this past week to say how everything's so good, it says in there that orderly development has been asked for by the majority of the citizens, right? And looking at the master zoning plan itself, it said a total of 1,892 people participated, which is 6.1% of 31,000 people. So how is that a majority? So I agree with what Darlene said. We need to make this a community effort. If we're gonna have a land use code, we need to be involved. We need to talk about it. And just, there's a lot of good things in here. We do need guidelines. Some things need regulation, but we don't need regulation on our private individual lives. When we're building our own homes, our own farms. Okay, that's why we're here, is because we don't want restrictions put on what we can do. We came here to do that. We came here to live free and live peacefully and be resilient people. So that's a big one. I want to say thank you to Mr. Holm for bringing things out of the darkness. This development application ordinance that you mentioned, the only place on your website that I found it is in the agenda you put together for tonight. I searched many different ways to try to find ordinance number 2011-01. The way I found it was I looked at the reception number, clerk reporter reception number on the agenda where this ordinance is listed. So I finally find it, clerk and reporter website, document center, search by reception number. I click on it, it sends me to a page. I'm thinking, I finally get to read it. No, image may be purchased online or in office. Images may be viewable after purchase. We pay for entertainment. We don't pay for ordinances that are supposed to apply to our lives.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you
know, so
very
if
much.
we can't see it, if we can't read it, how is it valid and how can it be enforceable?
Amen.
And further than that, I understand it was repealed with the adoption of the new code. And then also, okay, the permitted versus allowed. The master zoning plan says it's going to give us a broader range of private property rights that we're allowed as of right with no review. That's what it said. That's what it promised us. And now we had it in the first version, the 2021 code. It says allowed as of right, all down that list. And those have been changed to Ps. And if permitted means allowed, then why use a new word?
Thank you.
Thank you, Nico.
So what this thing is.
Here, here.
I live in Crawford, Evelina Baida. I just wanted to share some of personal experiences. There's a vision that this department has that is not shared in a transparent way with the county residents, with men and women in here and outside of here. And I just want to say that there's also things that are set to us personally when we apply for these permits or want to build something on our land that are not in the code actually. And that happened to me multiple times. I was told that there are restrictions that are actually not in the code. When I ask for a page number, I'm told that I'm going to get contacted by a lawyer, county lawyer. That never happens. It's the hunting season. You understand, I was told. Another thing that I wanted to say, I did get a letter from the code enforcer, Everett O'Neill, and I was told that I don't have access. I had an address plaque on the road, but I was told I don't have a proper access and a permit for it. So when we produced all the documentation, because the county couldn't find it, we had to produce it. We were sent this letter saying that the following is important information for you to know if the violations are verified. Notice of violation. Failure to correct and or discontinue the violation noted in the notice will result in the recording of a notice of violation on the property that could affect sale or refinance of the property until the violation is cleared. Civil enforcement. The property owner of record is responsible for all activities on the property. Any person, firm, corporation who creates or maintains a code violation shall be liable for the code of enforcement, which shall include but not be limited to the cost of investigation and inspection, costs to cure any violation or abate a nuisance, and cost of monitoring compliance. Criminal prosecution. Willful failure to take the necessary action to correct any violation of the county code can result in criminal prosecution against the property owner and or occupants. Thank you for working with me to help you accomplish the goals you have for the future of your property.
Thank you.
WD Telshow. WD Telshow.
Right here.
I'll tell so. 43, 36, 1900 road. Not gonna be real long. This lady right here made a very good point about what needs to be done. Yeah, needs to be a whole lot more input from the patriots of this county of Delta.
Right
County.
on.
Amen.
Thank you.
A lot more. A lot more. Decades, 3-4 decades have gone by. I've seen these county commissioners, the county planning. All of this has been done. Take care of what you've already got and supposed to be doing. There's places in Vietnam that wouldn't have allowed this to happen. Some of the
Absolutely.
stuff that's going on around here. All of this big talk about cleaning it up. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna do that. 25, 30 years ago, we heard all this stuff. Not one thing's been done. Old Big Mouth Ventrilo. He was a good one. Yeah. Nothing. Nothing happened. Not anything. And when a final thing is drawn up and people have had an input on it, the patriots, the people of the county of Delta County need to vote on it.
Yeah.
Vote passes. That's when it's good.
Hear that, you worthless tyrants?
That's when it's worth something.
Right on, bro.
Right there.
Brown shirt Nazis.
Not till then.
All right.
And nothing's been mentioned at all about any kind of what's the big deal? Where's the big bucks gonna come from for these permits? What's gonna be done? What's this gonna cost? Who's gonna cost it? That's what it's all about. I have a feeling. That's what it's all about.
You got
So
you
why
through
don't
Vietnam.
you just get it done right for the people? Or the people just say, we ain't gonna do it. Once you get it cleaned up, then we can do something. Do what you've already got on the books to do, because you aren't even handling that. And that goes for the county commissioners more than planning. Most definitely.
Where are they?
Watched it, seen it, done. And the people in here have too. I see people that have been in here 20, 30 years longer than I have. I can see their faces and they know what's going on.
We're the tip of the iceberg.
Don't put up with it, period.
David Justice.
I'm David Justice. I'm with the Lamborn Foundation on 15495 Black Ridge Road up in the North Fork Valley. I'm asking the Planning Commission to table this issue. Yeah, I appreciate the comment about COVID. You know, yeah, you got the law on your side. Yeah, you gave notice. Yeah, you can argue you got the law on your side. You just put this through because the law authorizes you to do that. And that's not an argument that we can defeat. But here's the argument that you can't defeat. No, governments derive their just power from the consent of the governed, and that's us. And I think we're sending a pretty loud message to you tonight that we're not good with this.
Do you get it?
Okay, hang on. So let's be mature about how we deal with this. We need a little breathing time to catch up with where you guys are. We're not there. So we feel at a real disadvantage because, yeah, we got lives out here, you know, and you guys are operating in a fiduciary capacity. We trusted you. We trusted you to look out after our best interests. And one of those best interests is property rights. Okay, federal constitution, state constitution specifically protects the use of our property, which is itself a right. Use of property is a right. What you guys want to do, please consider this. You want to take that away from us and give us a permitted activity in its place. So we're now, you have the right to control our use of our property. So there's a bait and switch going on here. And that's really what this thing's about, is a bait and switch. It's happened all over the country, happened in Monterey a couple of years ago. And now the guy that made it happen in Monterey is coming to Delta And rather than leaving it like he found it, he's gonna make it like the place he left.
Hanging.
So what I'm asking for is we need time
Wait a minute,
to
just a
cool
minute. That
down.
guy, Carl Holm, got here after.
Hey, it's my 3 minutes. With respect.
Reclaim your time. Reclaim your time. Reclaim your time and be interrupted.
Somebody want to loan me another 3 minutes? Somebody want to yield 3 minutes to me? Thank you. Okay, I got another 3 minutes. Add that to my 3 minutes. Okay.
That's six.
You have another minute, please.
You know what, property rights are inalienable.
Right. All right.
Unless we consent somehow, maybe by being tricked, maybe because while we were sleeping, you guys were working. And so that gives you a little advantage over us, but still there's a kind of a breach of trust going on in there. So what I'm asking for is recognize you guys are moving a little fast on this relative to what you can see. And we're just, somebody said tip of the iceberg. Delta's an island and it's already occupied by the people. And this LUR changes that occupation to the government. It's operating under the police power of the state. You know what the police power is? It's the right to exercise force for the public safety and welfare of the people. It sounds really good, except the people's rights have to always give way to the police power.
David,
And
time-
therein is,
David, time is up.
I have another 3 minutes. Somebody loan me their 3 minutes. Do I have 3 minutes?
We're not.
She
lobbing on.
yielded that to him. He does get it.
We'll go to the next
Somebody wanna
person.
loan me 3
We'll
more
go to the
minutes?
next person. We're not lobbing.
Can we
on.
take a vote on if he can stay up there?
No.
Order.
Go ahead, man. Screw them.
Are you telling me that somebody can't yield their 3 minutes to me?
Go for it.
No, listen, I want everybody able to speak.
Somebody
You guys,
else.
we got time.
We want to hear him.
We've got a lot of people that we want to hear from.
I understand. but
You've
when
been
someone-
overruled by this whole room. We choose to hear him some more. Sit down and be quiet. You're a public servant.
When somebody,
You listen to you.
Roberts,
You listen to you.
we have a parliamentarian present.
Listen, just.
You have a
Everybody listen to
wounded
everybody.
combat veteran here and I
No,
say,
wait,
speak.
listen. Point of order, point of order. If somebody yields their 3 minutes to me, they surrender it, they can't speak, they give it to me. So I get 3 more
We
minutes.
don't have those kind of rules here. This is a, we're
You
trying to
just
get.
change
get
the
rules.
rules.
We're trying to hear from everybody.
We just made our own parliament.
At the beginning, you make rules. Everybody
Order, come on, order.
David.
Do you
David,
operate
excuse me,
under
David,
Robert's
at
rules of
the
order
end,
or not?
When
Yeah.
everybody has spoken at the end, if somebody whose name has come up and if their comes up, want to yield to you. you can-
Tyrants and sovereign
Well, we don't
citizens.
know.
Okay,
We're not-
who's after,
we're
who's
not
after?
keep tracking
Who's
about
coming
it.
after, who's
We're gonna
after me?
move on to the next
Who's after
person.
me on the
You can
list?
speak at the
There's
end.
like 100 people.
Well,
here
just give me
tonight.
the next one on the list.
So it's
Got
three
time.
hundred.
Wasting time, let him finish.
Okay, all right.
Please wrap it up, sir.
All right.
Daniel, Three Ponies.
Right here.
Daniel,
Don't you
Daniel, Three Ponies here.
The Chinese Communist Party.
Daniel, Three Ponies here.
Daniel, 3 ponies.
Yes,
You're on.
that would be me.
Okay. Fine.
Okay, so my name is Daniel Three Ponies, and next to head is in my native tongue. I choose to say it in English to you, tyrant public servants. Is any of this board elected? No.
Volunteers, bud. We're volunteers. Right here. Volunteers. We don't get paid.
I'm
No,
elected.
thank you.
All right, well, thank you then.
No, thank you.
But Carl is a paid public servant, right? Are you?
I'm a paid employee.
You're a public servant. You're paid with tax dollars, our tax dollars.
That's right, fool.
I know there's some vets in here. I'm a 5-time wounded combat veteran and I possess the Navy Cross. And also I possess an eagle feather of the Blackfoot Nation. And it is your duty to shut your mouth and listen to the redress of your government. As it stands right now, I had to quit reading this thing. I have never heard such bureaucratic vomit in my life. You guys talk about the Constitution. Every one of you that is colluded in this, excuse me, is guilty of 241, 249, both felonies, both punishable by minimum 2 years prison, life in prison if you cause a death by your decisions. It opens you up to a 1983, which we can be joined to the hip with your retirement. You are so hypocritical because you say the Constitution you follow, you lie. Sir, you as the head knocker, what's the Third Amendment? You don't know it. I know. And that's the problem. All you public servants, especially our commissioners, I swear to protect the Constitution. Bullshit. You don't know the Constitution, so how can you protect it? I left my goddamn blood 10,000 miles away. Wounded 5 times protecting the Constitution and this flag and our way of life. You need to cease and desist, burn this garbage, because trust me, if you go on with this, I will bring charges of 241, 242 against you.
18 USC.
18, thank you very much. And 42 USC for 1983, excuse me. I'm pissed off. I'm new here. But I'm a free man. I'm a mixed native man. So if you think I ain't got a problem, all you Europeans stole us, our land. And there's not any native language that says own anything. The Creator gave us that. The Creator gave us inalienable rights. The Constitution doesn't give us rights. It gives us a tool to get tyrants like you people out. As it stands right now, this gentleman right here said it, tyrant. You folks, by the Declaration of Independence, we are required to remove you and replace you with a proper government.
Even if you're volunteering.
Thank you.
Even if you're volunteering.
Thank you, Daniel.
I'm not finished. Somebody gave me that time.
Jacob Dahlman is.
I don't really give a shit about your
Jacob
rules.
Dahlman, you're next.
Because you're a public servant. You work for me. That's what you people have forgotten. You work for the public.
That's right.
You don't tell us what to do. We tell you what to do.
This hearing, I'm going to ask for Jacob Dahlman to come and we're going to ask you to sit down and wait till the end. So
I don't give a shit when you want me to wait.
Okay, well,
You're a public servant. You work for us, all of us. These are our rights that you're stomping on. And we're here to tell you no.
we have everybody else who we want to hear from as well. Hey. We'd like.
I'm here too. I just want you to be proud of my country. You know how stupid that is.
Let's hear from Jacob.
So Jacob Dahlman, could you introduce yourself and tell us where you live?
Yeah, Jacob Dahlman. I live at 13 Black Rock Canyon. I just moved here a month and a half ago. Trying to flee from Westminster, if that makes any sense to anybody. The ordinances down there are absolutely ridiculous, and they actually increase homelessness at an alarming rate that nobody here could probably understand. There's tents all over every part of BLM in the city, and Denver pushed out all of those people into Westminster, and it's been really difficult. So removing myself from that situation was really important to me, and I moved up here so that I could take my, I was violating every city ordinance down there, by the way. I'm being honest about that. I wanted to grow chickens, I wanted to grow food, I wanted to enterprise, and I couldn't do it in Westminster, so I moved here to do it. My first week here, I go on Facebook, which seems to be one of the prominent places where you get information. The lady over there was not on that board, or was not posting on that board, so I'm kind of confused about communication. But I did get something from a community member, and it was alarming. It was telling me everything that I wanted to do, I had to get a permit for, and that is extremely scary to me because I moved my wife and 3 kids up here.
Permission from Big Brother.
To have freedom, exactly. And we love this community, love the area. John here, he moved here 2 years ago, and he's the proverbial canary that I followed up here. He's testing the grounds, but I want to know one thing, two things. One being, do you know where the initial land use code was actually created? Like, who published it?
Well, we had a presentation earlier about the timing of this.
Would you be surprised to know that it actually was outsourced from a company in Ohio?
Wow. Your time,
Did you know that?
and I don't want to engage you. I want to give you.
Okay, well, you know, if you're doing a paper for a test and you plagiarize something from a different place, you think that professor would accept that document or throw it away?
Throw it away.
Throw it away. How does somebody who doesn't live here write a document so extensive about this town and what you can and cannot do with it?
Wow.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Lightfoot.
Yeah. I'm Richard Lightfoot. I live at 19500 G Road. We live in the Star Nelson Airport. We bought it. Now, the planning commission okayed the solar project, and it's going to come right down through our property. And at the end of our runway, which it's been an airport in the 1930s here, and they're going to put up 150 up to 150-foot poles at the end of our runway.
Yeah.
They somehow think that's okay. They voted on it and they passed it. All the people sitting right here passed it. So to me, it doesn't make sense. The biggest thing I would like to say is we've been going to these meetings regularly for a couple of years now, and there are times where there's 2 or 3 people in the meeting. Well, if there'd have been this many people, a whole lot of this wouldn't be happening today. And all of you need to be more aware of these meetings and come to see what's happening to our city. We moved here about.
Find out when these meetings happen. I couldn't find.
Yeah,
out.
really?
Yeah, like an hour.
That's what I'm talking about, though. It matters.
Wait,
let him talk.
Well, that's enough. I'm through.
Don't tell me to put it out of
Chris Pullen. Chris. Great, thank you.
They can send you a notice on everything else. Taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. Somebody quit drinking instead of paying the light bill.
I'm Chris Pullen. I reside at 225 Highway 113 in Peonia. I too am recently new to this area. I'm from Fort Collins. I fled the fascism happening over there with big money coming in. Colorado State University, the city just unanimously approved a gain of function research study last month for bat coronavirus. You don't believe what is happening in our government right now. We have ultimately very low trust of our government officials right now. And I'm asking that this just be stopped and put the brakes on. There is so much that's been rammed down our throats. We've been lied to, we've been deceived. This area of the country, this valley is unique, not just to Colorado, it's unique to the United States of America. It's unique to this continent. This can't be replicated. I'm here for the agriculture and the soil that you all have created in this valley. And I say we do everything possible to protect this land.
Amen.
Right? And I ask that the government officials stand down right now and let us rebuild trust. I don't know how long that's going to take. This has never happened in my lifetime and any of yours. So let's catch our breaths, stand strong. And thank you, sir, for your commitment and your dedication to this country. Yes, 1.3 million Americans have died since protecting our constitutional rights, and a lot more allies. And there is one major big ass conflict coming. I can feel it. And the experts are talking about it. So let's stand strong, stand together and protect this land. Thank you.
Strauss.
Name's Robert Strauss, Crawford Road, Paonia. I'll keep this relatively short. I feel like what's needed to be said has been said, and I think it's important that it's reinstated. But none of us want this. None of us want, we all came to this area for a certain way of life. And you can't, permits are for things that are illegal to do otherwise, right? If I need a permit to do something, it means it's illegal for me to just do that something. I need permission to do it. For me to operate a business on my land, for me to engage in a pursuit of happiness, to take care of myself, my family, I guess I'm ultimately here to just let you know, put you on notice. I don't comply. You guys can pass this. I don't comply. Right? You guys know if you pass it, there's a mess coming. Let's avoid it. Let's pump the brakes. Let's open this up for more community discourse. Get more community feedback because we're passing legislation. that
Can we
affects-
pause for a minute? Hold on a second. Problems with.
I think it's over by
Pause the clock. Just pause for a minute.
Robbie, is it over in that corner?
There's.
Hold your thought, Robert.
By the door.
We'll start all over again here. There's a light switch in the corner. Can you turn it on? There you go.
Thank you.
And the Lord said, let there be light.
Okay, so Robert, we apologize.
Sorry.
Take another 2 minutes.
I don't need 2 minutes. That's again, I want to keep it brief, and it's very brief. I don't comply, and I think I speak for many of us when we say you can go ahead, but to what extent do you plan on enforcing this? How do you enforce this? When people say we're not going to comply, or overnight they fall out of compliance with projects, endeavors, money, resources already spent. How do you, it just sounds like you guys are creating a can of worms. You're not going to know what to do with. Let's pump the brakes. Let's get more community discourse. Let's understand exactly how we're affecting lives. Let's create this together, right?
We the people.
We the people. You guys serve us. Let's work together.
Thank you. Aaron Gerard. Aaron Jared? Yeah.
Over here.
Sure.
My name is Aaron Gerard. I live in Hotchkiss. I'm a Delta County native. And my family was instrumental in startup business here. And I can name multiple startup businesses that came out of houses, out of garages, and I'm going to be specific here. On a general sense, I agree with everything, but I'm just going to be specific because I know the commissioners requested some specific points. There's been a lot of general, so I'm going to go straight to it with the cottage industry section of this code. And this is page 42, F and G. In 2021, this section said, accessory business of the home is allowed as of right, period. That was it. Now section F has clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What size of space? You can't use a structure outside of your home for a business. You can't employ more than X number of people. So I'm going to fully object 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and maybe number 6, which was the pre-existing issue that incidental and secondary use of the dwelling must not interfere with the neighborhood in terms of noise, lights, traffic, or other disturbances. Really simple.
if I'm operating a business, I don't want to extend and mess up somebody else's livelihood or freedom to do what they're doing. That's the only bit of this that's actually relevant, and it was already there. It goes on to the cottage industry about how you could use your garage to start an industry or a business or try and take care of your family. G specifies how many square feet this can be. That your storage shed shall not exceed 6 feet in height, et cetera, et cetera. You'll be limited to no more than 5 employees. So no on 1, no on 2, maybe number 3, which is similar, which says don't interfere with anybody else's livelihood or the character of the neighborhood when you're operating a business, cottage business. This is not this is in your own home, in your own free space of your private property. So because this type of over-regulation to me sounds like it's coming from somewhere else. And that is what confuses me about this code and this particular process, including the surprise that now it's in the last minute. Like we told you whenever that this was happening, and only now people are showing up. This is Delta County. Things happen slow. Slow it down, table it, let people get involved.
They're hiding it so we don't know about it until tonight.
Noel, is it Wishman? Wickman? Thank you. State your name and address, maybe step to the side so people can see you. Thank you very much.
I'm Noel Wickman. I'm on Hanson Mesa there in Hotchkiss. And there's been a lot of great commentary tonight. I'm from Golden originally, then to Idaho Springs, and then to Buena Vista, and now here. And we're kind of running out of room. And it's the same thing. And I think the crux of it for me is section 13 of the new 22 revision, where basically if you don't comply or non-compliance, they can hound you to the end of the earth, essentially. What is it the other way around though? It states right in there, they're immune. Immune, not liable or removed. They're immune to this, according to the Colorado State Immunity Act. And that's kind of what it comes down to. That's what I've seen. In Golden, yeah, promises, and they break them. Idaho Springs, promises, and they break them. And I don't know how many old timers there are here. Those places are unrecognizable from what they were, and they were, and at least in my heart, very similar to here. You all know what you got to do. This is kind of a last stand, 11th hour. And if we're going to proceed, we have to do it in unison.
Yep.
Stand up and resist, say no.
Enough said.
Thank you.
Enough said. Roger Bentley.
Remember, ask.
Ask one.
Anyone here likes the ordinance?
Oh, that was a good question. Does anybody here, I'd like to see a raise of hands other than the planning commission.
Why not state your name and where you live?
Roger Bentley, 5602 Peach Valley Road, in Delta. Who's in favor of this new ordinance?
Wow.
They are. I have a question to the planning department and the planning commission. This thing started in 2018. I had one of the original prints. One of your planners, PC guys, is still on the board that was on there originally, maybe 2. And originally it was full of holes. And who is BPI Consultants and how much did Delta County taxes pay them to write this? Because I think there's been exposed that they're not a local company. Am I right, young man?
Yeah.
Maybe from where?
Ohio.
Ohio. So what did we as the people need to know what we spent on this document to start with? And as far as our code enforcement officer, on my little Peach Valley Road, which I was grateful when the previous road boss told me in person that they would never pave that road. I thanked him, and so far it is not paved because I have a rural lifestyle in mind that is not urban. Paved roads don't fit in the country. But I called the code enforcement agent or officer about 2 mobile homes that were moved into my neighborhood in the dark of night on a weekend, a Sunday, and asked them to check it out. My response from him was, well, we don't want to keep anybody from having a home, so we're going to let them do what they need to do.
You're right.
So I appreciate this young man doing a little more research, but in the code itself, it talks about who did it. And we'd like to know what we paid for it.
Yep.
And all the hands that did not raise are pretty much an indication that we're not in favor.
Thank you.
Very good.
Hey, Roger.
Steve Walcott. Steve Walcott, 38274 Stucker Mesa Road. I've been here 51 years. I've been farming here for 51 years. And you people on the planning commission have been led astray. You have a planner from Monterey, California. You have a chairperson who is in favor of regulating everything. And you have an enforcement officer who trespasses.
That's right. Fourth Amendment violation.
And makes up regulations. So you're getting ready to change 40 items from by right to permitted. That's no good. You shouldn't be doing that. That's not what Delta County is. That's not what Delta County wants to become. There's plenty of other things in this code that need to be changed or just gotten rid of. That's all I need to say.
Very good.
Richard Cunningham.
I'll make this quick. I live on Redwoods Mesa. I'm new here. I picked this community because it's the first place I found after searching for many years where a bunch of different people, hippies, ranchers, Trumpers, the whole thing live in a peaceful situation. Nobody gets along perfectly, but I've lived in the city and I've lived in rural areas most of the last 40 years. So I've seen this development happen. I realized these people put in a lot of work. This meeting never happens. I've been to many until it's just one signature away. So this is kind of considered like what things do we have to change to push this through? What minor things? But I was in Germany. This famous guy said that if you understand something, you can say it in a couple of sentences. But I didn't understand what America was until I was in Germany. He said, in Germany and most of Europe, now we're all democracies, everything is forbidden unless it's permitted. In the United States, everything is permitted unless it's forbidden. Now that is what we call freedom. And I had to hear it from somebody in a different country. So there's a lot to this. One thing we do in our family is you tell a story or you make a rule, we take it to the third paragraph. Everything is either or. If you don't like this, you'll do that. If we put all these things into place, this is the result. But the third paragraph, what happens in the future when we're dead and these decisions have happened? And the third paragraph for this is, if we allow smaller places, every single house is an acre-foot of water. So we divide it up into smaller spaces. It's still an acre-foot of water for the small spaces and the big spaces. And that consideration kills everybody in the long run. And the third one is, when you put yourself in a position where you regulate everything, you take away exactly what's standing here. I don't see any wealthy people here. I know there's some big ass landowners and stuff like that, but those people work. I see people that, when something goes wrong, because of the lax freedom we have of the deregulation that we came to this place for, we have to call our neighbor if there's a problem. If you put into place 1,000 steps of permits, you become our father and mother. And we just stop talking to our neighbors when there's a problem, and we call you. And when there's lawsuits, we sue you guys. And we have to pay for our own lawsuits because you don't get money from anywhere except from us. So I would say that this is a magical place. And the magic of this place is exactly what we're standing here doing. Give me a couple more seconds, I'm almost done. So I ask you to be our partner and take the regulations at arm's length. And when there's a problem, you come to us and say, instead of this woman right here, hey, you got a problem with your driveway, we're gonna sue your ass. She heard from a lawyer. She didn't hear from a man or a woman that walked up and said, you know, if you put your driveway like 10 feet to the right and went into your house on this floodplain, we're good. That sentence could have saved your lawyer fees, our taxes, and it would make this a community. So I am asking you to take smaller steps. Instead of 41 things that are permitted, take 5 at a time. Have one of these meetings and let's move forward, because I want to call my neighbor when there's a problem. If I have a business at home and my neighbor says, hey.
Richard, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly
I
that.
appreciate that. We've got people. Okay, so we're going to move to the Zoom because that's the list of people who asked to speak. We'll start with James McCann. Can you unmute yourself, or can somebody unmute him?
Yeah, I'm here.
Your face, James.
I'm sorry, with family, so I'm not gonna be able to show my face tonight. But I just want to read to
McCann,
you.
please, if you're there, if not, we're gonna move on to the next person.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to read Article 2, Section 2 of the Colorado State Constitution, which Delta County is beholden to. It states, the people may abolish or alter the form of government proviso, which is by agreement. The people of the state have the sole and exclusive right of governing themselves as a free and sovereign independent state, and to alter and abolish their constitution and form of government whenever they deem it necessary to their safety and happiness, provided such change is not repugnant to the Constitution of the United States.
Yes.
And I believe that what is happening here was a small request for update of the master plan, which most of us didn't agree with to begin with, was requested. And upon that request, 50 some pages were added to this document. And in that change, we have small code violations could be treated as criminal in their first version. In addition to that, these code violations, these fines could be administered in a lien on our property and forced us into foreclosure. So whoever wrote these codes has kind of showed their intention there and has completely violated public trust, which is, the term is malfeasance. So I move that this update is completely thrown out. And I honestly think that the master plan should be completely thrown out. And we should go back to dealing with each individual case as it was, in a case-by-case basis with the property owner and their neighbors in a special use permit, which was working fine for 100 years. That's all I have to say.
Nicole Carpenter, can you hear?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
I sent in my comments written. I emailed them to the Planning Commission. They said they received them, so I won't take up a bunch of everybody's time. But I did just want to say that my recommendation is to do what you were asked to do, which was to fix the problems that the master plan and initial land use codes we're having with subdivisions and leave it at that. Throw the rest of it out. And if we're having further issues with the land use plan, let's work together as a community and figure out what needs to be fixed. I asked it at the planning or the county commissioners meeting, what is wrong with the documents that we spent years developing and only approved just a little over a year ago? What is so drastically wrong that we need to completely revise them now? And I thank you for your time and all the work you've been doing to assist our community in avoiding neighbor conflicts. But I think we're going too far and making things too complicated. We're making government too big. This is little old Delta County, and we need to take things slow. Thank you for your time.
Joanne Kalanick.
Joanne Kalanick, 36435 Sunshine Mesa Road, Hotchkiss. I just wanted to thank Carl Holm for the tremendous work he's done. I think he is an asset to this community. And I just wanted that on the record.
You still have 2 minutes and 45 seconds, Joanne. Do you want anything else?
Thank you, Tom. I'm okay. I just wanted to make sure that I did say that about Carl and Kelly. The work they're doing is it's good work. It's necessary work, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Aaron Watson. Aaron Watson, you're next on the list. You're not in alphabetical order.
There's one.
Oh, nobody else got a hand up? Okay. Let me just, all the way to the bottom. Nobody else is online? I see, okay. So we've addressed all the people who have signed up, and we addressed all the people.
Excuse me.
It's not
Zoom.
possible, I signed
I
up.
passed earlier. I'd like to take that back.
All right, yeah.
Could you state your name again?
It's Jonko Thompson,
Okay.
and I can't really give you a good address because I was gonna buy a couple acres from this lady here. Who bought several acres a couple years ago. Since she bought that, she can't sell me a couple because it's not in the master plan. 2021, you can't sell anything less than 35 acres, so she's not allowed to sell me 2 acres if she wants to, and I can't buy it from her, even though I want to. So that kind of put an end to me being able to provide you an address. So I just say, you know, government has really gotten in our faces with our own lives. Let's take our power back. Let's don't come to meetings like this or just organized by government. Let's start having our personal meetings outside of this room and start coming up with ways where we can take our power back.
Sounds good.
The Constitution.
They seem to think we
I survived 4 years in fucking Vietnam. I don't need a bunch of jerkwad public servants telling me how to live.
Did you lose one of your lists? Because I signed up.
You know, I'm very sorry. I don't, we can have the list back, please.
I also signed up.
There was a second page. There were like
How
3
dare you
lists.
question
going on.
People out the door, there's people outside. They can't get in.
Okay, so I have another list here. Didn't talk about. Are you Lauren Yost? Are you Julie May? We'll maybe tell you who you are. I'll
I'm
see.
Jennifer Kraft.
Okay, so you're not on
Not
this
on that
list.
list.
You're not on the list. So is there another list out there that could have been turned in?
Somebody have a clip.
Okay. Go ahead, Jennifer. We're gonna give you 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
I don't really have much to add that people haven't already said, except my own experience.
Could you state where your name, where you live, please?
Jennifer Kraft, 16425 Rimrock Road. And from what I've heard, I'm lucky to have an address. It was very hard to get. And it had to do with your egress isn't correct. Take this culvert out. So I take the culvert out. Now the road's flooding, of course, because the culvert's been there longer than anybody's ever owned my land probably. So I took the culvert out, I put a new culvert in, they finally gave me an address. It took almost 2 years to get an address. So I wasn't able to start building till this spring. I've owned the property over 3 years, almost 4 years now. Finally got to start building this spring. Had other complications, but had I been able to get my address a year ago, I'd have a home. I don't have a home, still working on that. And now I find out that I also don't get to do what we were gonna do on our land. And that's upsetting because I wasn't even gonna mess up the land. I'm not taking any water. I'm gonna use what's there. I want a homestead. I moved from Fargo, North Dakota, which is supposed to be the most conservative state in the union. I lost my job in COVID from regulations. So I spent a lot of time on the internet and I found out what happened. The commissioners got all the power about 20 years ago in our city. Now we don't vote for a lot of the positions, they're appointed. And when you try to talk to these appointed people, they say, sorry, you should have come to the meeting. Well, it kind of looks like you guys have done the same thing during COVID. You have your Zoom meetings, you do your stuff, but nobody's actually able to be present because you guys kind of had to work that way. I get that, but this is wrong. We moved here because it was the most conservative county in all of Colorado because we were going to be able to have chickens. We were going to be able to have a garden. We were going to be able to build a big greenhouse if we wanted. No, I have a bunch of sagebrush. I think I might do something with the sagebrush. Now I find out I gotta have a permit to gather up the sagebrush on my property and sell it. Come on, I mean.
Power corruption.
So just so you know, we've invested our entire family's money in this. And now, yeah, I'm gonna have to go get a job in town when it just very frustrating. And I hope we can fix it. Thank you.
There's a reason they call it private property.
No, I'm on board with people leaving, and I want y'all to know one thing. Marbury versus Madison, 1806 states very plainly, anything perverting the Constitution, entity, government, ordinance, people is automatically null and void. That's the law. You people are all null and void because you're perverting the Constitution. And sir, when you say I cannot appeal your decision, I don't know who made you king, but you can kiss my hairless Native American ass.
Yeah.
Because the First Amendment says I can redress my government.
Karen Taylor, you're next.
Fuck y'all. God.
Is there a Karen Taylor? Okay, so Jennifer, I just want to say, we did find your list, but you hadn't checked that you wanted to speak, so I didn't call. And I apologize. So I'm going to go down the list to next Jennifer. Cody Proctor, did you want to speak? Oh, Karen Taylor? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see. You didn't want to, did you want to speak? Yes. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. You didn't check that you did.
Hey, someone's gonna speak for me.
And your name?
My name is Cody Proctor.
Okay,
Larry Proctor. I'm Larry Proctor.
Okay, we're gonna let Karen speak first.
Okay.
Go ahead, Karen.
Karen Taylor, 18902 Bar Acres Road here in Delta.
Thank you.
You guys need to put this on the back burner, and us people really need to get together. You guys should not be making these decisions, what we do on our private land. That's the reason we bought land. It's the reason I don't have a landlord. I own my land so I can do with it what I want. And you guys don't have that right to take that away from us. That's all I got.
Proctor, you're next, and you're gonna give it to your father.
Right, I'm Larry Proctor.
Okay, go ahead. So, Mr., could you state your name and address?
Larry Proctor, 2611 Colorado State Highway 348 Delta. And I've got a question for the group back there. Have you guys been working with Boulder County? The reason I asked that, in the last 3-4 years, in early spring, middle of the summer, and late in the fall, about 3 times a year, the last 3-4 years, Boulder County vehicles have been stopping up Church of the Firstborn on 348. And they come by my place
I observe them. I've never really figured out what was going on. And now I really wonder, because what you guys are doing is the same thing that Boulder County has taken over and run Boulder County.
Yep.
And those individuals would go over there at the church, several vehicles of them, chit chat, and then take off and go in different directions. I ask you, are you guys working with Boulder County?
They're violating the Constitution.
We're not.
Will you answer me that?
No, we're not. No.
Okay,
Says it all.
I hope not, but for the last 3 or 4 years,
No.
like clockwork, 3 times in the year, they show up.
How about the Chinese Communist Party? Are you working with them?
No.
Or Klaus Schwab's World Economic?
No, but they're
Forum?
emulating the
Excuse me,
brown
this is-
shirt
this
Nazi
is Mi-
thugs of
This
Hitler.
is Mr. Proctor's time. Did you need more time? You still have another minute.
Hey, the only thing I can say is, I own my own land out there, and I was born and raised in this area. And the people in this area right now cannot afford any more taxes or penalties or permits or anything else. Everybody in this valley is struggling now, thanks to the politicians that we got in Washington and the politicians that we have in Denver.
And
And
Delta County.
Denver has passed legislation that we have to follow all of California's rules and regulations.
What do you want? We got.
And that's what happened to the chickens. You call the chickens out in California.
And he's a Hershey
They
boy.
had to have the wings spread before you could have chickens. Colorado, as the first of the year, is the same thing.
There's a fact that there's the owners.
Hey.
So that's what we're looking at.
It's my First Amendment, right?
And you guys are taking this the wrong direction. My parents raised us here. I raised my family here. I voted for Mike Lane every time he ran for office because I felt like Mike Lane had always looked for agriculture. When Mike stood up and said no to the solar plants up here, everybody came down on him in the paper. And if you'll notice, the paper's got a slant to it.
Yep.
And the deal with them going ahead and big outside money came in. And now all of a sudden, we're gonna go ahead with that project. And they're gonna put sheep up there to graze the land. Well, for one thing, sheep do not belong down in the low country in the heat of the summer. Number two, sheep are going to climb all those solar panels. They have sheep in there more than one time.
So, Ms. Proctor, we're not here to discuss the solar project. You have anything? Your time is up. Thank you.
Right.
Mark-
Yes, servant, you
Mark-
just shut up due to thanks to the tyrants.
Mark
Yes.
Bloom? No. You said no, okay. There's a number of people on the list that didn't check, and I just want to make sure. Ralph Clark? Cameron Clark? Annan Balani? Mark Young? Chad Cranston? Georgia Cranston? Jerry Galendry, I'm sorry. Julie Mock? Michelle Jensen? Tommy Green? Justin Safran?
Is there anybody else that wants to speak? maybe?
Well,
Can I take one?
Here,
I'll take a stand.
These are people who signed up.
My name's Zachary. I own the butcher shop in Paonia, the old homestead building. I don't currently own any land that I live on. I live with a friend, farm on the land. I definitely support everything that I've been here tonight. I do not support this master plan, building codes, whatever is gonna happen. I think we should have the right to live on the land and do what we want. Question I have for all you guys back there is like, which one of you guys support all of these codes and who's paying you a bunch of money to sell out? Like,
Yeah, can we have six?
how many of you guys are reconsidering your position on this board right now? Because you guys obviously here, everybody's fucking upset with all of this shit going on.
How many of you guys, I want to hear from you. What do you guys think about this stuff? Why are you guys,
So we'll
why are you
address,
guys, why
we'll
are you
address,
guys trying to create these
we will
codes?
give the commission, we will give the planning commission the time to address comments at the end of everybody's public.
Yeah, I know you guys said you're volunteers and stuff, but there's gotta be some money going in there somewhere, because that's,
You don't volunteer.
that's
for
what you
nothing.
gotta do if you want to know if something's true or not, follow the money, you know?
Well, they're complacent, even though they're volunteers.
Okay, who else raised their hand? I'm sorry.
Are you done, Zach?
Yeah, I'm done.
Ma'am,
Still complacent.
could you please state your name and address, and please, we're gonna give her speech if you'd like to speak. If you'd like to speak, please respect someone else.
My name is Paige. I live at the Smiley Barn near Paonia. And we came here as a young family, transplants from Boulder. And our intention was not to bring Boulder here, but to adopt what Delta County has to offer for us because of the lack of all of the regulations. My partner is a natural builder. I'm an herbalist, and we are seeing how this is going to affect our ability to make money, his ability to take jobs, and how it will affect the next generation if we allow places like Boulder and Aspen to infiltrate what you guys have already created, all of the old timers who have held this land and held steady to their beliefs, to not let this come in. And I am here to support them and support the old ways and keep all of the regulations out of Delta.
You say your name and your address?
Yeah, my name's Greg Severson. I'm born and raised here. I tend to mind my own business anymore.
And you live?
Maybe Delta, Colorado, F Road.
Okay.
I don't believe anybody should be telling me what I can and can't do on my property. It'll never happen. I mean, I keep my mouth shut. I mind my own business until it's brought forth to my table. When it's brought forth to my table, I deal with it. I also take care of my neighbors. It'll always be that way. I'm not here to argue with nobody. I stand where I stand in my beliefs. Anybody's welcome to come find out.
Here, here.
That's all I got.
Your name and address where you live?
Pamela Jackson, I passed earlier. Jeannie sure how to do that. Because I've been so involved in everything that's going on in the
And you live
election.
where?
Pamela Jackson. I don't want to give everybody my exact address, but I live on Garvin Mesa. Unless you guys want to come to parties, we have parties. I've been so involved in the town of Paonia and everything that's going on with the elections. I'm so involved with everything that I knew nothing about this. My friend Evelina let me know about it. I didn't want to speak because I didn't want to make a fool of myself. I don't know enough. That's what's happening here. A lot of us don't know enough. But here's the thing. Throw that thing in the garbage and start from square one. Find out what Delta County people want for their code. That's all.
Okay, one more chance. Who else? Go ahead, sir.
Fred Ballard, 21772 E Road, Delta, Colorado. And my name is on some list somewhere, but I don't know where it got to. Anyway, I do land surveying, work in Montrose County primarily, but lived here in Delta. There's 4 generations of us, and basically I've just been going through the subdivision regulations with the county. And the problem I have, I guess, because of some of the regulations that was put in the last couple of years, and I know Carl's worked on getting some of those change on the subdivision regulation part. I don't know much about the rest of it, and I do appreciate that. But there's still some things in there, I believe, that may be even against the state statute with the 35-acre rule. You know, I have kids that are looking for a home now. We want to divide land off of our property to be able to convey to them. And we've been told that we're going to have to go through more regulations, have to go back through rezoning and stuff. Think zoning that was put into place without us knowing. I don't know how they could put zoning on our property. And again, and this is something I guess that I see because I'm in the planning commission meeting every month at Montrose County. And this is a very good turnout because Montrose County, just like some of these other guys said, we usually have 3 or 4 people turn up. But I guess my thought is how can they publicize where all the rest of us know where it's at. Cause I know
Yep.
they usually do it in the Delta County Independent. Nobody reads the Delta County Independent, so there, and that's what is required by state law, but there should be something else that everybody else, where we can be notified when things are coming up. Yeah, be transparent. I don't know how that is, but somehow it needs to be transparent.
Remember Marbury versus Madison, they're null and void and
Thank
so
you very
is
much.
this. Yeah.
So there's another list that I'm going to try to get to that maybe, and I'm just going to call your name. If you'd like to speak, certainly do it. Lauren Yost. Julie May.
Can I take Lauren's spot, please?
Lauren will give it to you.
Lauren, are you here? Yes, do it. I'm
Um,
busy. You can have it.
Like Pam said, I'm not.
Can you state your name and where you live?
My name is Laura Gordon. I live at 321 Niagara, Paonia. Under the Cottage Act, I've been able to make a living for myself and my family in a way that otherwise wouldn't be possible for me and my family. Sorry, talking in front of people is not my thing, but if this is the one chance that I have, I want to be sure to say it right now. I don't agree to changing any of the ordinances on the Cottage Act and keeping our rights.
Thank you very much. Rick Phillips. Dwayne Huff. Henry Huff.
That list that you're reading off of, that was just for the email list, that's not the speak.
Well, it says,
Set on the top.
yeah, it does say that, but I'm concerned that people didn't get the list that was for sign up, and people said they.
Yeah, I didn't get it. That's
Okay,
fine.
well,
Just
you know,
ask anybody
that's why-
that wants
Yeah,
to
is
talk.
anybody else?
Yeah.
There you go.
Parker, is it Lemire? Lamine, Victoria Turner, Beth Kennedy. Anybody else?
I would like to say something.
So let's make sure somebody else who has this, you have.
Yes,
Thank you.
Hugh Rose, 211 Box Elder Paonia.
One more time.
Hugh Rose. 211 Box Elder Paonia. I also fled Boulder because of the building codes and laws that were, being pushed on all the people there. I grew up in the mountains, kind of a rustic lifestyle. Before moving here, I lived in a cabin, off-grid, no electricity for 10 years. Used an outhouse. One thing that I'm not hearing is an environment of things from an environmental standpoint and also a financial standpoint, as much so as that a lot of this plan, the dollars will leave this county. Whereas if we work with the people here and adopt some alternative plan that works for everybody, the dollars can stay in the county. Also, as far as environmental standpoint, requiring septic systems, leach fields for every property, I don't think is appropriate. I think some properties, like homesteading properties, can get away with using outhouses, composting toilets, possibly some other alternative solutions that maybe other people can come up and help provide that to you guys so that we can start implementing things that are environmentally sound, i.e. not shitting in water, polluting your water, wasting your water. Here we are trying to pipe water so it's clean, so it's not salinated. But then we go contaminate our water right out of our house. It's always been our thing, going to the bathroom in an outhouse seems much more sanitary than pooping in your house sometimes. It doesn't stink. Okay, so as far as this theory that people are dumping raw sewage out on their property or on their neighbor's property, it's not happening. We need to allow people to be responsible, that we know we all are here for, to be responsible land owners. I don't own any property. That has been a goal of mine, but why I came here is because of the lax building codes and be able to build what I want, natural building materials. I don't want to see all these building codes requiring certain types of building that is like unnatural building materials, toxic building materials that affects all of our health. Living in those dwellings affects our health. Building with those materials affects our health. So if we can implement natural building materials, natural building methods, natural living and right livelihood methods that should be approved and encouraged to people rather than this other method is it encouraging our dollars to leave, our health to leave, and a whole host of other things that isn't healthy for our community.
Thank you, Hugh. Ma'am? Please, can we just keep those lights?
Actually,
1 second.
would
Thank you.
there be an objection with you guys if we sent around a piece of paper so that we can all sign our names and get together outside
You
of
can do that
this?
outside when people are leaving.
Oh, we can't do it in
We
this
don't need
building?
their permission, do what you want to do.
Well, anyway, like.
Is that what you're
but my-
holding, TK? You're actually
We
holding
gotta
an
have a
email
meeting
list, right?
2 days.
A what? A master list?
An email list?
Well, I was holding what people signed up.
Yeah.
Don't forget, they're our employees. They work for us.
So anyway.
So our email list that we got from tonight is a public record. So if you need it, we can provide it. We didn't all sign
I
it.
was just told that we needed everybody's, because I wanted that.
It is a public. Not everybody signed that.
Well, then you should go outside and meet with her and sign.
Why can't we do it in the room?
We're gonna continue this meeting when we're done with the public session, and that is your business to do outside.
Can we get that email?
And, but my other question is.
Use this one if you wanna get another one.
Give her list back,
That's not
TK.
your list.
Give her email list back.
But that's not your
We'll
list.
give you a,
It's not
where's
yours.
the, clipboard with the.
I don't know, I guess, and my question is, who benefits from this? Because I don't think I do.
Okay.
Apparently somebody does.
Somebody does, yeah. It's not, it's not the
We need an
people that
ability to
you're supposed to be representing. You're supposed to have our best interests in mind, I thought. Apparently not.
I saw it.
Order. We'll send them. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. I already got the list. So we'll look at it.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing a request for more. We're gonna end the public hearing session. And we're gonna allow the planning commission, if they so choose, to make comments to what they've heard tonight. We'll ask that you take your private conversations outside so that we can be respectful of that. And if you need to leave, we'll take 5
I
minutes.
have
let
a
people-
clipboard here, if anybody wants to sign it, and then we can all kind of, I'll organize and try to get a big list with Eli and Steve.
We're gonna take 5 minutes for everybody who wants to leave. Please take your conversation outside.
I'm sorry, sir, what did you say?
I said, if you want to sign up and you don't want, you can leave.
Thank you.
Just take a break for 5 minutes.
Hey, people, don't forget, our very first medicine, like, they take hold of it.
Congrats on your election, man.
So that was our take on 5 minutes. So this portion is going to be offered to the planning commission members to, if they want, if they so choose, to respond to either individual comments or general comments that they've heard. This is not a time for us to be yelling back at them or cheering him or deciding to do it. We're just going to let them speak. And then from there, we're going to move into our agenda items, which have to do with what Carl talked about, land use codes, et cetera. And we'll start with Steve Shea. If he has any questions he'd like or comments he'd like to make, please start. And you can say no, he doesn't have to.
Thank you all for coming. It's good to see this big a crowd for, it's pretty important that we know what you're thinking.
Thank you.
Other than that, I don't have much more to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey.
Yeah, I have a few things. One is thank you for coming. This is the kind of public engagement that is what you guys are all talking about. And it is unfortunate that most of you feel caught off guard by it today or within the last couple of weeks. And I think there's some really good feedback for us all to listen to. It's staff and county staff in terms of how we reach the public in a day and age where most people don't read the Delta County Independent.
Thank you.
However, we have been meeting about this land use code for years now. And so to say that it's been done behind everyone's backs is misleading. And it is not our fault that you have not been at previous meetings. I'm not saying that it's anyone's fault. It is just what it is. And I do think there are some misconceptions that could be cleared up pretty quickly. One big thing I heard about was people's desire to participate in agricultural pursuits on their land. And it's my understanding, and Carl, please correct me if I'm wrong, that all agricultural pursuits, all agricultural businesses, and all buildings that are not for human habitation, I mean, not plumbed, barns, sheds, fences, people have talked about, those are all allowed by right under this code. So none of that is being threatened by any of the changes. The other thing I heard about was some people mentioning the businesses they own in certain municipalities. And I just also wanted to clear up, correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, that if you live in the town limits of any town in Delta County, this code does not apply to you. You are underneath the codes of whatever town you live in. So we also can't regulate those codes. And then as far as the water and septic requirements, we kind of have our hands tied by state regulation on that. This isn't new regulation that we're putting in place. And I think some people had some comments that I think are valid for us to look into in the future and maybe involve, and please the public involve the state on a larger scale. What should be allowed in terms of human waste disposal? Should we look into more environmentally friendly things that could be in the future permitted, certified, accepted as a valid way to deal with that component of your living situation? And then the final thing I just wanted to address is the issue of being grandfathered in or legally non-conforming. And I think there's a lot of fear around, and I would have a lot of the same fears that someone's gonna knock on my door and tell me what I'm already doing, I'm not allowed to do anymore. And the fact is that if you are doing the same thing you started, if it was legal when you started it, no one's coming to change that. This is talking about new development. If you're trying to build something new or increase the scope or size of what you're doing, this is where these land use codes come into effect. You are beholden to the laws that were in place when you engaged the action that you did. So I just want to make sure that everyone knows that. No one's coming around door by door to say that the thing that you did 5 years ago is now illegal and we're going to prosecute that. So these codes are big and confusing. It takes a while to get through them. And so thank you for the people that have taken the time to read and to find the things that you don't agree with. And I do hope we can kind of take some of the feedback that we've gotten tonight, but I also want to kind of just dampen some of the fears that I think are being caused by misinformation or misunderstanding about what this code actually does. And I also wanted to say the staff is awesome and they will answer those questions. I've talked to some people that are trying to build on their land, and the reports that I've gotten have been very positive. If you call, any of them will talk through what you're thinking and make suggestions about how you could do it to conform with the code, how you could do it better, how you could avoid some of the larger permit fees, how you can avoid a public hearing if you go this way or that way. And so I think that the escalation to, I'm not allowed to do anything without government giving me permission is kind of a misnomer. And that being said, I do think we can take in, I would be open to taking into consideration just kind of like the language issue with what we're calling permitted, because I think that word is confusing to people. And so if there's things that we changed from allowed by right to permitted, because that brings us in line with the county's laws, maybe we take the language out of that county law too and say something like a site review is required. Just in terms of the way people read this document.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but it's law.
Language, you're just playing language to confuse people even more.
Excuse me, we're gonna let her finish.
And I think,
We let you guys speak. We're gonna let her finish.
and I'll say in the last year that we've been doing this thing, we have been trying very hard to make these updates more user friendly. There are some things that we have to follow because they're law, and that's something the public can participate in changing in the future. If you want ordinance to be changed, that's not our purview. That's something that we have to follow. So I guess those are all my comments.
Okay. Hardy.
Nice job, Kate. My name is Hardy Hutto. I'm a 7th generation in Delta County. So when you guys come in here, start throwing around that, rude comments to everybody on the staff. Most of these people are volunteers and some work a job that's probably not paid enough. We've been working on this for a year, trying to take everybody's comments and everybody's opinions into take. And like we say, in most of these meetings, we have 1 and 2 people come in here. So we really need to work on the getting it out there. The Facebook thing obviously took off real good, so we'll have that on the top of the list. So everybody likes Facebook. As far as what's going on here, I think most of what you guys are talking about is to do with the land code. I don't think it's what we're dealing with right here. So that was like 2 years ago. But I don't know. We'll definitely look into it. As far as this wasn't a unanimous vote for this to go through, and we're just recommending what we think, and we're always taking on anything. Now we have a lot to think about, and we will take it into consideration. I will, at least. It's hard to get a diverse people, like everybody here is different ages, they do different stuff. It's not like we're all aligned up here just looking to do one motive. I mean, we're all different, and we sit up here and battle stuff out on all these meetings on why and which way to go, and we don't always line up. So all we're trying to do is, if you guys came tonight, we've got more impact tonight. I could have did without the insults. I mean, that's kind of childish. Nothing gets done when you're calling people names, because it just, pisses us off too, especially me. I can speak for myself. If you have anything to say to me, say it right to my face. I'll deal with it right. I'll tell you to the truth what I have to say, and I'll do what I'll take into consideration anything that people want. So that's pretty much what I have to say.
The first person I'd like to respond to, and I'm not picking on you, I just want to reflect on what you had to say, was Larry Jensen from Crawford. Is he still here?
No, his wife is.
He brought up the issue of agriculture ranches and a sentiment that somehow the land use code was a threat to agriculture and ranch. And I want to assure you that when we started the master plan process 6 years ago, and had the master plan passed in 2018, then the land use code, that agricultural preservation, as expressed by the citizens of this county, was the #1 priority of the land use code. And it remains so today. We had ranchers and farmers coming and telling us they wanted zoning to protect them and protect their land rights. So to hear some of you come tonight and talk about how this is taking personal property rights away, I wish some of them would be in the room to be able to talk to you about their views that we heard. And we heard a lot of them over the years. There's people here tonight. I recognize them out there that were part of the process in the master plan and the land use code. They heard those same comments. How agriculture was important, how we needed to have land use codes that protected agriculture and the agriculture way of life. And that's what this code is about, basically. That's, as I said, #1 priority. So I want you to walk away, hopefully understanding that some of what you believe or what you have heard is not necessarily accurate. Now, whether you believe me or not, I can't force you to believe me, but I think my colleagues would agree with that. We've all been part of that process and heard that, as some of you as well have heard. So water rights related to agricultural rights is something that we're very interested in protecting. Managing water when it comes to land use decisions like subdivisions is something we take very seriously because there are threats to water. Some of you have heard about that perhaps, and that's something we think about a lot. And this land use code tries its best to address some of those issues to protect the interests of water right holders. So there's so many things that I can't go into them all about what we have discussed over the years, what the priorities have been over the years. Land right protections, private property right protections has been a centerpiece of that. And I've got to tell you that, I don't know what, there's 100 people here tonight maybe, but there's 31,900 people that aren't here tonight in Delta County. And some of those don't agree with you, as you might imagine.
Where are they?
They're not here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, here.
Let him
seriously,
finish.
it's like,
Let him finish, please.
But they have views as well. Many of those people we have heard over the years. Many of those people are long time residents of Delta County with great investments in agriculture and other businesses. So we have to take everybody's viewpoint into consideration and make an ultimate decision about what's best for Delta County. And that's what I think we have done in this land use code. I just want to address some of the comments that were made about Monterey connections. I guess they were directed at Mr. Holm. I would tell you again, and I shouted it out when it was said, that Mr. Holm came to Delta County, was employed by Delta County after the land use code was adopted in January of 2021. He had nothing to do with the adoption of the land use code. Now, it has something to do with what's going on here in the revisions, but he didn't have anything to do with the adoption of the land use code.
But maybe in hiring him.
We have an issue since 2021, this new revision.
I'm trying to give you a background here, that there is a history of how this was developed. And again, whether you want to believe it or not, I can't change that. Yeah, okay. I think that's all I got, other than the welcome. This is democracy in action. It is. I support that. You may not get what you want to get from us, but we're listening to you, taking notes, talking with you. You're going to be able to talk to the county commissioners after you've talked to us tonight. And we'll see where it goes from there. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Will we get an email or some kind of notice when the meeting's gonna take place?
The next county commissioner meeting?
Yeah, it'll be on the websites. And if you said there's something, a way to sign up for county notifications of meetings. I can't tell you how that is, but you can get those notifications.
You have a bigger place to hold it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I'm afraid you'll have a whole lot more people showing up.
I think that's why you don't have the people here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason why people were misinformed and underinformed, and why there's not as many people as here as there could be, and why we aren't like fully informed as to what's going on here and maybe have some misconceptions is because there wasn't enough input given to the community by yourselves.
Oh, listen, there was outreach in every town. There were outreach meetings with groups about the land use code and the master plan. We did our level best to get out information, and we had hundreds of people show up at meetings, literally over the course of several years, both in the master plan and land use code. Now, you guys may not have been there, but there were people there.
Revision. This revision period has been much shorter and hasn't allowed all the people and input to come out.
We'll come back to that. All right, can we, Lane?
Lane Bross, I represent District 2 Cedar Ridge area. A lot of my colleagues have expressed basically the same thing I would say. We welcome input from the community. And during the creation of the master plan, it was well advertised. And I understand we don't have much of a high quality newspaper here, but if you want to stay informed, you have to buy the dumb thing. Either that or get online and trying to track us that way. Because I attended a lot of those meetings throughout the county and they were very well attended. And we advertise all the time that we're more than happy to have public come in. Each and every one of us here is a homeowner in Delta County. We try to represent and do the best for the citizens, total citizens of Delta County. And like I said, we enjoy having you people here. We encourage you. We don't need the rudeness in the name call. But if you got something positive to say or negative to say, we're willing to hear it. Just show up, treat everybody with respect, like we try to treat everybody else. We're willing to listen to you, but come prepared and we vote for what we consider to be the best interest of all the citizens of Delta County. And for the individual that insinuated that we might be on the take and he said, follow the money, I'll guarantee you, I don't take any man's money. Anything other than I've worked for. So I just want to put that to rest right here and now.
I'll pick up on Taylock, District 2. I'll pick up on that. Maybe sometime last year, we started getting a check for $50 a meeting to reimburse our time and expenses. If any one of you want to volunteer for my paycheck, go ahead, because we are one of the community agencies here that is bringing this about. We are citizens, we're not government, we're volunteers. You sir, you're back there calling us tyrants. We were called Nazis earlier. I'm actually a father who's not picking up my kid at 8 o'clock right now from that. I would like to. This is an important service we try to do for the county.
Controlling our lives.
I'm not gonna get in the argument. I have 2 daughters that I raise, and I'd much rather spend the time here, there with them than creating something to control somebody's else's life. That's not what our goal is. And you can have your opinion and it's valued. But what I am is honest, and I'm not here to control anybody's life. What we're here to do is try to decide the difference between Mr. Bentley. I think you're back there somewhere. You had noted, or I think you insinuated that there was a couple mobile homes that were being moved in and you were unsure, maybe you didn't like that, right? But there's a landowner there that does want to use that land and feels they have a property right, and they may, to put mobile homes there. So our job is to try to find the balance between what you conceive as your property right of that person not having mobile homes on their land and what their property right is to put mobile homes on their land. These are tricky questions that we deal with in every meeting. And these meetings are the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of every month, okay? That's the notice.
At 5 o'clock?
5:30. Okay, my mistake. Wednesday. I have a different meeting on Tuesdays. So the 2nd and 4th Wednesday of every month. And it is open to the public, and we get public in here and they give us valued feedback. And that's the feedback, some of the feedback that we listen to in crafting these ideas. It's not our goal to craft a land use plan. It is the county's goal to continue the land use plan. Before this plan was in existence, if you wanted to do something in this county and you were looking to invest in land here, and if it wasn't agricultural, you may not have been allowed to do it, right? You had to buy the land, you had to plan the project, and then you had to ask the planning commission for permission to do it, and then the county commissioners, and we recommended them. And there was no predictability. So that was one of the main reasons to encourage growth in the county. Some people don't want growth, that's great. But to encourage growth in the county, we developed a master plan, and that's not the only reason. The other reason was to protect ag, of course. We developed this master plan through meetings. I went to multiple meetings, the North Fork, down here in Delta, and the Surface Creek Valley. And many people, I'd say hundreds of people, showed up to most of those meetings, and they put sticky notes all over these ideas that they liked or didn't like. And it was a very democratic process, and it was well advertised because there was hundreds of people there. And a lot of you guys are new here, so you didn't take part of that process, but it was there. The master plan was developed because we took those responses from that voting straw poll, if you will, about people want and what they don't. And we put that into words and paragraphs. And we weren't experts. So the county hired an outside firm from wherever it was, Ohio. Actually, they're in Denver, but maybe they have some master organization.
Yeah, that's a real bad choice.
Well, that wasn't our choice, and we're not.
Rango.
What you said we were, but what we're doing, that wasn't our choice. But what we're doing now, and what you guys don't like, is now the citizens in this community, those of us that live here, and you guys are recrafting that plan, because we didn't like a lot of those things that consulting firm, put forth, and we knew when we passed it originally, we would have to revise it, and this is that revision process. We take the community input. So if you didn't like the consulting firm and you don't like us, then I don't know what we're gonna do. We are writing, I'm sorry, I'm raising my voice.
And you amended it, you made iterations of that
And we're
document based off of a system that exists somewhere else.
Well, this is the system that we have now, and we're amending it with community input. And I know you just moved here too, so I'm sorry you didn't have a chance to take place in this process. A lot of us have been here a long time. A lot of these folks have been here a long time, and we listened to all these folks, and we listened to the people that were new. And so we take all of the input, and we all know, right? It's all gonna be 50-50. Not everybody's gonna agree. Everybody in this room tends to agree on one thing, but there's a lot of people that don't. And I know you Walcott boys were always there. I haven't seen you in years, Steve. Eli, your input has been continued and appreciated, and you were part of that master plan process. And you saw, you were integrated in it, and it was community developed, right?
Master plan did not include permitting everything.
Yes.
I understand, and those are some of the
Promised at time-
concerns.
It was promised at the time during that master plan process that whole list would be by right.
I think that's part of your problem, is that was the sales pitch to the residents at the time.
Right.
With the
Right.
master plan process, and it's in the FAQs on the website still, and it's in the fancy brochure from the master plan. The county wants to protect private property rights, and it'll actually expand private property rights by allowing this list of stuff by right.
Right.
And I think it's real tough to give people and take back, and I think that's part of the challenge. And I think there's a few other things like that where it's just, and I've worked with you guys, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I do appreciate you, I spent years down here on the commission for a while, trying to work on this stuff and doing my best. And I appreciate all the time that you guys have taken in that and tried to fix some of these things. And, I think a little bit of this is a runaway train of, what's the problem we're really trying to solve, instead of cobbling on stuff from other places.
Right, well, the problem started with, we got feedback from the surveyors. They didn't like how that consulting firm crafted some of those sections. So
But
we
they're
started.
oil and
talking
gas
about-
still. They're
Eli,
pissed at you guys.
We started, I'm going on too long, so I'll wrap it up. We started.
He called me out personally, so.
I did, and I, as a thank you for engaging, and as a testament to the process that.
And I just want to say, I really appreciate you, and I know all of you guys up there have spent a lot of time and long nights, because I've been there doing it sometimes real late, and so I don't want to discount that. I want to express my appreciation back to you.
Is that gonna be considered?
I don't know. I'm going to wrap it up with a few more specifics. Again, we're trying to find the balance between what you view as your neighbor doing on his land, and it might not be something you like doing, and what you want to do on your land. We're trying to find that balance and put a structure to it. So there is predictability. So when people come here and they're moving here, they know when they buy the land, I know that I'm allowed to use this land for agriculture, and no one can tell me I can't spray whatever spray I want to spray, whether it's blowing down the valley to my neighbor's property, right? There's agricultural rights. So we try to find that balance. So a couple other specific things that I wanted to mention, You know, someone mentioned a culvert, the driveway, it took years. We don't do that. That's Road and Bridge Department, right? I don't know if your culvert was too small. Road and Bridge has always been, for 20 years that I've been here, there and here, they say, no, your culvert's too small, you have to fix it, or this is the size of culvert. I don't.
They made me take out a culvert.
Sure, but if that culvert floods, takes out the road, and then all taxpayers have to pay to repair it,
Well,
right,
now
they're
it's
trying to
taking out
prevent
the road
this.
because they told me to take it out.
Okay, and there, in any case, it's nothing that we control, and I'm just trying to answer a specific question. There is an appeal process. Someone mentioned that Carl is the end all be all. He clearly mentioned in the beginning of this deal that there's multiple appeal processes. If the planning commission makes a decision you don't like, or the planning staff makes a decision you don't like, then you appeal to the Board of Adjustments. So it's really clear. You go to the Board of Adjustments, and it's nice that there's a tight timeline, because otherwise the county can't drag out that appeal process. If you get, I've worked in jurisdictions where they drag it out forever and it costs a ton of money. You're carrying the interest on that project, you're carrying all this. So it's good that there's a tight timeline in my perspective. Someone mentioned we should take out bigger ads. I don't disagree, as long as all taxpayers don't think we're spending too much on ads. Cottage industry, we're trying to, somewhere there's a difference between a home business that has 5 employees and one that has 75 employees, right? Where's the line? Is it 5, 10, 3? That's the feedback that we've looked and we've deliberated on. And so there is a line somewhere, and there's a lot of industrial uses that go from cottage, that could go from cottage use or cottage home business to some sort of industrial use. And the neighbor that bought the land across from you might want to know that there can't be some activity that goes in across the street. So that's goes back to the predictability. And, you know, I've said a lot. The biggest thing I appreciate is everybody coming here to give their input. The name calling is just unwarranted. Yes, sir.
Can I say one thing, and it's to everybody in this room? Okay. These are our neighbors as well. You guys are my neighbors. I respect every man and every person in this room until you disrespect me personally. Okay? We've got to have respect for each other, including them. I know nothing about what's going on. That's why I'm here. I'm gonna be to some of these other meetings because I need to know. But we have respect for each other. Like I said earlier, when I feel threatened, somebody shows up on the property and I got a problem with it, we'll handle it. Talking crap is nothing but postponing an ass whipping or starting one. I don't do it. Okay? And I don't want it done to me, and it shouldn't be done to anybody else. So be straight up, but be respectful about it. The arguing, there's no point in arguing. What happens is gonna happen, and we'll deal with it as we go.
And I appreciate your comments, not compliment. I'm not looking for any compliments or expecting it. But that's the gist of my perspective of what we're doing up here. Like I said, I'm someone lives here, I got kids, go to school here. I don't care what you do on your land, but somebody else, you know, that lives across from you or whatever, might care at some point. And a lot of people, we're just trying to find the balance. So that's all I got. I don't pass it on to you. And I want to say one more thing. I apologize. I've worked for work, I volunteered here for multiple planners now. We had Kelly, we had Elise, we had Carl. All of them have great attributes. Carl is an incredible expert in his field. You guys, this is very, technical thing. It's very complicated. I work in a professional business, and I appreciate Carl and the staff that you put together, and Robbie. The work that Carl's done it's very difficult, and he's a deep expertise in his field. He's not proposing any of this, right? They throw it all out there and we deliberate on how it gets done. These aren't his proposals. They're points of discussion, and we try to swim through it. So this is not Carl's agenda. I don't care where he came from or what, but he's a man of incredible expertise, and I really appreciate the work you do. And one more thing, TK, good job running this meeting. This is not, if anyone, you tried to run a meeting like this is not an easy meeting to run with people that are, here, ready to go at it. So I appreciate the meeting. That's all I've said. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I say something? Sure. I think what all you guys should just remember is that these people are passionate about their rights. And what they see is you guys have a master plan that's trying to encroach on rights. And you need to take that and really discuss, are we overstepping our bounds? And the people that get upset, I mean, yeah, you hear Hitler, you hear all this stuff. Well, that should shut off you guys like water, because people are passionate about their property. And just remember, we have rights. And that should be the first thing you think about at every meeting is, are we encroaching on the Delta County residents' rights?
Which we do. And that's honestly, that's the top part of all of our discussions.
Well, I should hope so.
It is, and I,
God
please come
bless
to
you
the
for
meetings
doing it.
and continue giving input. It's a public forum. All of our meetings are open to the public. Please continue to come.
At what point do you stop your process when you realize that you're not getting the public engagement though? You need to actually put a lot more effort into getting the public engagement, especially if you're trying to find this balance and you're running into a lot of confusion for yourselves. You need to really take a lot more effort and go out there door to door and start talking to people and asking people, take polls,
And
that kind
I've
of stuff.
spent time.
You're confused about stuff.
We're not
Well,
confused.
ask us.
I've spent a lot
You're
of
not
time
showing up
talking
to
to people.
talk
I
to
have a
them because you don't
business to
know that you
run.
guys are doing this
I have a
shit.
business to run. I feed about 16, 17 families in this county.
Yeah,
My
so when do
business.
you reconsider your position and what you're doing?
Right now, man, I wish I was picking up my girl from basketball.
Me
Okay.
too. I wish you were
But-
doing that too.
Thank you. But I am here to serve my community because it's something I volunteered to do.
Thank
You know, and I'm not looking for congratulations on that, but
Nobody
there
wants your
are
job.
positions open, okay? There's positions open. You guys can write a letter. I know that there's a Delta County or Delta's District 1 position, right? Steve, aren't you retiring?
Yes, I am.
So there's a position. So you're welcome, write if you want to get involved, get involved. There's a $50 paycheck waiting for you twice a month.
There were a couple of examples tonight of overreach, and I really hope that you guys consider. This lady right here, she read a letter to us. That is overreach. There's a gentleman, I don't know where he went. He went through and extended the rules that extended. That is overreach. I hope that you consider what he had to say. So there have been examples given tonight of overreach that needs to be taken away.
My question was about the announcement. Well, the lack of announcement through Facebook for the last this last section of meetings. Whereas I was aware that there was a Facebook notification for previous meetings or previously, but not for this one. I know Nick Harper commented on that too. Also, just sitting on issues like putting something on review, like say the gray water issue has been put on review so that nobody acts on it. It's not something that you guys will go forward with, even though it's allowed at the state level, because it's just in review in the county. So then nothing happens here in the county. So that needs to change. Sitting on things like issues that could help people and move forward that aren't being addressed. And then also something that may be a little off the point, but something that I think is relatable is the $6 million in COVID relief money that was given to the county. That was $3 million was given to the police force. Where is the rest of the money gone
That's
to?
outside of our purview.
I
We gotta
know,
get to this. I
but
appreciate your
It's about sustainability and the county's ability to be sustainable.
Okay, thanks you. Ma'am?
I just wanted to say that I think you have to be sensitive to the feeling out in the public that in this atmosphere in the country, that there is a definite problem with the government having too much power over us. And I think the feeling is there that locally is the only place we can have a big effect. And so you have to be sensitive that these issues, because you're local, we're strongly, almost militant, because that's the only place we can't have too much of an effect on the greater on how strong, how powerful the government is, except locally. That's where we do have power. So you have to be sensitive to that sentiment.
Thank you very much.
Don't take our
Go ahead.
passion
Go ahead.
as an insult.
Just be brief, because we want to get through this.
So just about the grandfather clause, I just want to have a question. So if I, for example, want to put a kennel on my land, but I'm holding water, for example, is that going to be reversed because I'm intensifying my use or changing the use of my land?
You want to address kennels or?
Just in general, or
kennel
having a
is-
cottage industry,
Well,
or,
kennel is not a cottage industry.
no,
I mean,
but those are the
if you wanna put a
permitted
kennel on your
uses now
place-
that you have. I'm just giving you some
So let me just
examples.
ask you a question, and
Sure.
we'll take it as a hypothetical.
Yeah.
You want to put 50 dogs on your place? Do they have a
Two
place to go in
dogs
at
with a
night?
kennel.
Do they
That's
have,
not a
oh, you're talking
kennel.
about personal kennel?
Yeah, nobody cares. I mean, I think she's just asking about intensification.
We don't regulate your personal kennel.
Oh, I didn't see the difference between a personal and industrial kennels.
Well, commercial kennel is different than your personal.
Is there?
If you're
that's a
renting out,
definition you're
if
saying?
you're renting out kennel space, you're a commercial business. You're not a private business anymore.
And that's defined in your code?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. And if I want to put a cottage industry on my land, is that?
We don't stop.
We don't-
There's nothing in the
But if I
code that'll
haul
stop you.
water, is that gonna like?
Water is regulated, go ahead.
Water, if you haul water for your dogs, we don't care. If you're hauling water
For cottage industry.
for your home, and you always have been, then we don't care. If you want to build a new home and you want to haul water as a resource, somebody else cares, it's not us.
Right.
But there's a regulation against hauling water.
Why would you want to haul water? Do you not have access
Well,
to?
let's say I don't. I mean, I'm speaking hypothetically. I hear a lot of concern about the grandfather clauses.
The problem with speaking hypothetically is that the answers have been specific. And so you put people in a dilemma with hypothetical questions, and they're trying to deal really with you on real things. So that's, I think you gotta go talk to the staff
So the question is.
about your
and again,
hypothetical question.
I'm gonna get a timer. What's your cottage industry?
Does that matter?
Yeah, I mean, you want to run a whorehouse? That's good, that could be. a
Hey,
cottage industry.
hey, that's out of line.
Come
on.
Is that considered a cottage?
I want to sell some canned goods.
There's nothing in the code to stop you from doing it.
No, I know that. No. Well, actually, you're permitting it now.
No, the cottage industry is allowed by right as
That's
long
not
as
what it says on your table,
So
though.
basically, when it went from permitted to allowed by right, that's what
The other way
got
around.
everybody.
It went the other way around.
Let me
Can we
back.
just clarify, because
And I think
I heard a lot of comments about the cottage industry.
No,
Order.
I went through the regulation today because I heard we got a lot of written comment about small business and cottage industry. Home business and cottage industry are allowed by right, provided that you meet a list of qualifications. There are some qualifications based on how many other people are working on your land or in your business, how much space is taken up by that industry in your home. It has to be an accessory use. It can't be the primary use of that property. Things like that. They're clearly laid out. There's about 5 bullet points in the code that say, if you meet these qualifications, you have the use by right, allowed by right, use of that cottage industry. If your cottage industry either exists already and you want to escalate it, or you want to start at a point that moves beyond those qualifications, the regulation does not say you cannot do that. It says you need to call the planning department and tell them your plans, and they will place you in an appropriate category. Most of them are a public hearing so that your neighbors have a chance to come in and say, whoa, 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 this is gonna substantially change the nature of the neighborhood. I'm worried about X, Y, and Z. And for people who haven't been to these public meetings, a lot of the times neighbors come and say that, and we're able to work out a compromise that works for everyone, and you get the go ahead. It's not just the planning department saying, nope, you are not allowed to do this, or you have to pay thousands of dollars to do this. A lot of the time, it's the chance for your neighbors who also have personal property rights to have a say in what's going on in their neighborhoods.
And maybe that's a road that and the neighbors don't want a bunch of new traffic coming down the road, or who's gonna pay for that road if it's a private road?
Totally, and I think that's addressed by,
We try to work all that
the
out.
common sense stuff, yes. But I just wanted to say, instead of hiring a code enforcer, maybe you could hire a meeting facilitator and an independent meeting facilitator that could help these conversations between neighbors. But my question specifically was, if I haul water and want to start a cottage business or want to change the use of the property, is my hauling water gonna be revoked by your standards?
So what you're talking about is the non-conforming. So under the 2021 land use code, hauled water is prohibited. So what we've tried to do with this update is recognize that there are existing conditions where there is hauled water. That is not affected. Even if you want to add another unit, what you have existing is not affected. What's affected is the new development. So that new unit would not be able to continue to have the hauled water. You'd have to have some other water source. It would not affect the existing house with that water. Does that?
Sure, but a change of that household that is using hauled water, is that gonna affect the whole hauling of the water?
It depends on, again, if it's an allowed intensification of use, a cottage industry or a home business, no.
If it's allowed.
If it's allowed, if it gets to a level that it's a more intensity type use, which is why the permitted versus the allowed.
The 40 changes from allowed to permitted, is that what you're saying?
Well, that would be potentially one case to look at it to see, is it going to intensify the water use? If you're expanding it, it's not, it doesn't have anything to do with water use, not an issue.
Can we have that in writing? Because I don't think that's clear in the code.
Okay, well, that's the kind of feedback that is very helpful. If it's not clear in the code, that we can make those type of clarifications.
And one more thing, sorry, TJ. The county is the resource, right? Before this land use code, before building projects, I go in the county, before any of these people working there. I say, I need to do this, how do I do it? They just guide you through the process. They're not there to stop you. This county, especially compared to some of the municipalities around in Ray County, Montrose, these guys their goal is to get the project to recommend to approval for us.
I
So
just find it hard to believe when I have an ex-cop coming down my driveway.
I don't know your specific situation, but I'm just telling you, my experience over 20 years has been, they want to help you, guide you through the process, get you into a yes.
So
I have a question for Carl. There's so many people up where I live that haul water. So this is new? Now, when you go to build, if you're not gonna put in a well, or if you don't have water, you're not gonna be able to haul it?
It's not new, it's in the 2021 land use code.
2021, okay, so a year ago.
Right, but
So that's
these
pretty new.
updates are trying to address that and rectify that.
Okay, good.
No, the other way though. Rectify to enforce it, is that right?
Well,
Can we have
no.
someone clarify?
Excuse me, we're gonna go to somewhere.
Just because you don't
Okay,
have access.
You have, no, unquestionably, some good questions about the land use code. You should sit down with Carl, one-on-one. This is not gonna resolve tonight. And get answers to your question. There are a lot of people who didn't show up tonight that wrote their questions regarding the land use code. Can I do this? Can I do that? If I have this, can I do that? And Carl answers them, every one of them. You know,
I know, but I
and I
think
think it's a
that's the
very
problem.
productive way. Evelina, I think we're done. I want to ask
So
this
can
lady.
you answer that clearly? So if someone goes to build now in 2023 and they're intending on hauling water, they cannot do it?
Well, again, that's what we've clarified in this land use code update,
is if there's no other alternative, then we can look at hauled water. But if there is a potential to use a water tap or a well or whatever, that's where we want to go first, because that's more sustainable than hauled water. If there's a drought and the water purveyor says, we're cutting off all the hauled water and you have a house, then you don't have any water to your house. We're trying to prevent that type of situation in the future, not retroactive.
Is rainwater harvesting allowed?
Man, excuse me, we're gonna ask this.
I have a quick question. I think it's something you guys handle. You do planning and zoning, correct? When we moved up here, when we bought our land, it was agriculture. As soon as we got our address this year, they switched it to recreational.
Tell us, you got your what?
Our land was agricultural when we bought it.
It's still agriculture.
No, we got a letter this year and we now have to pay taxes for recreational.
You want to go red?
So who do I need to speak to?
So we haven't, we're not, zoning came as a result of the state code that required zoning. So we have to implement a zoning code, a zoning map. That's not what the assessor, that you have an issue with the assessor.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. That's why I'm asking who would I.
That's not us.
So can we clarify that? Your zoning district that you live in has nothing to do with your taxation, nothing to do with how the county assesses your land. The county comes and assesses your taxation based on the current use of your land. So this code does not impact property taxes. The use of your land in reality affects the taxes you pay on it.
So I just need to update the county. What I'm doing.
Okay, so ma'am, I want to wrap it up, but I'm go ahead.
Just the same question, if rainwater, we can use rainwater, own rainwater?
We don't have, do we have restrictions on rainwater?
That's environmental.
Yeah. So that's the health department.
Well, they did approve that in Colorado.
Yes. And
Same with rainwater.
It's state law. We don't supersede state law. So I'm gonna just, you not enough time. So here's what I've learned. We have a problem with the word permit. If Delta County citizens, this group, here's the word permit, they think we're regulating you. Like some people have accused me of ready to overregulate everything. I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's fair. We need to change some of that, and I think Kate's pointed that out. We look at that. But that's not the same as a plan review. That's not a permit. So that this gentleman who left wants to do on his land. We want you to be able to do what you want on your land. What we don't want you to do, 1 second, sir. Can I finish? We've been here for 2.5 hours for you.
Please.
What we don't want you to do is if something on your property that affects your neighbor's property. And your neighbor has a right to say that. So your property rights stop at your property line. And they don't extend to your neighbors. So that if you build a house and put a septic system in and it flows onto your neighbor, there needs to be some way to say you can't do that. And the only way to do that is upfront with a review so that we say, this is the wrong place. We think you're not, set it back further. Same way you wanna build a barn. And I don't want you building the barn on my property if I'm next to you. I want you to build it on yours. So you need to know where your property line is. That probably needs you to have a survey. So if you have a survey or you know where your property line is, you show a plan, said here's the survey and here's the building. Well, we don't want you to put it 1 foot because there may be utility easements, there may be irrigation lines in there. So what used to be 25 feet, we've reduced down to 15 feet. If it's a non-habitable building by humans, it's down to 5 feet, am I right? So it's. With the update. With the update. That's what we're making rules. We're not making rules. We're trying to implement conditions so that everybody can live by. It's not just you, but you and your neighbors. And the problem is we do have people who put in septic systems that are flowing onto their neighbors because they never bothered to ask. We do have people who have put buildings on someone else's property and they never asked. And is that fair to them if you think it's impacting your property rights? Your property rights stop at your property line. The only way that can be managed is with a process to review what you want to do, not permit you. We're not telling you you can't do it. I have not heard one thing tonight, although Evelina says she hasn't, where somebody says, I want to do this and I can't do it. I just haven't heard it. And we have been doing this for years, and I don't remember a time.
Buy the 2 acres of herb, I can't do it.
Well, you know, that's not true, because there is no rule that says you can't buy 2 acres if she subdivides it. We don't, our code doesn't say that. So,
Well, wait, but if he's in A35 and there's no variances, then that's true.
there is, as long as they're left in a 35-acre piece.
Which it wouldn't make it a 35 acre.
Well, then they have to go through a subdivision.
Well, there you go.
Or a rezone. Or a rezone, or a rezone. So there is a cause. They're not saying you can't do it. There isn't saying you can't do it. There's just another process that you go
You can't
through.
do a spot rezone.
I also
Well, yes,
want
we
to
can
remind
do a spot
everyone,
rezone. We can do a spot rezone. That's what you're coming to the planning
Right.
commission and the board of adjustments for. Like,
That's
hey, I
different.
have to do a spot rezone. Can we do this? And that's just different than saying you can't do it. I've been doing this for 3 years here, and I don't remember a time when somebody's come to the planning commission and said you can't do it. We have found a way for everybody to do it because we honestly believe your property rights are as important, because I own property and want my property rights to it, but I don't want my neighbor to build their home right on my property, which was, someone was trying to do.
Because some of the neighbors, they're not here protecting their property. They might live in Washington and they don't come here to their 40 acres and they come back and there's a house.
You may
And they
be
have
the
property
most,
rights.
you may be the most responsible people in Delta County, but there are some who don't ask and they don't care. And what protects your property right when they do something that you don't like? They turn their, I'm gonna run concerts. I wanna have concerts next door. I'm changing my use. Is that fair to you? I wanna have music that goes till midnight. Is that fair to do it? We don't think so. We think it needs to be reviewed. Maybe just notify the neighbors and we have a meeting about that. So I know there's a big complaint that it was a Ohio group. The group was based out of Durango. I don't know what the Ohio thing, RPI was out of Durango. Durango, so I don't know. But we did get a land use code, in my opinion, that wasn't drafted by somebody from Delta County. That was over a year ago. We have lived with it now for a year. And we have seen the problems and we're trying to correct the problems, not make it more onerous. You may count 40 changes. That doesn't mean 40 changes that are worse, because I don't think they are. I think they're 40.
No, it was 50 pages of changes, and it wasn't just a.
And I don't think you can count pages. I don't think that makes the difference. If we give you 1 page or 50 pages, we want to make sure that you and your neighbor have the same right. That's what a land use code is. It's an equal treatment of everybody. And it isn't telling you that or the gentleman who said, I want to do what I want. You can do what you want. We're not telling you what you can't. There are different.
But you are telling us what you.
Excuse me. Yeah, so the people. Okay.
TK, can
Look,
I?
one more thing. It's very difficult.
We keep getting muted. Hello, can you guys hear?
Okay,
Oh, the host keeps muting me.
yes, we do. Because you're interrupting people.
Wait, you should let James just say one thing. He's really,
Is it one thing?
yes.
Okay, James, go ahead.
But I mean, it was 50 pages of updates and you guys were only asked to update the lot use lines. The problem we have is that this planning committee, because of the master code, you guys have created a bunch of work for yourselves. And I understand there's a reason for it and that we do need some codes. And that's why we spent 3 years working with you guys that I was a part of. I went to countless meetings fighting for what we got, the concessions we made in this first group of code. And so that's been in place for a year, and it wasn't even a full year before you guys started trying to completely overhaul this code. And I understand your reasoning, and I really appreciate you guys volunteering and coming to this out of your own, because you care. But I don't think you guys are hearing the community and what they said. This kind of action is viewed as a threat to us. And it literally is taking away our rights, and everything we're talking about here is hypothetical. It's not like a specific problem we were solving, which actually was the lot variance that you guys were asked to adjust. And come to find out there's 50 pages added with no highlights So we have to literally read through almost 200-page documents side by side to understand what's being proposed here. And it seems pretty nefarious from my point of view. So I really appreciate your time, but I don't think you're hearing what we're saying here. Like, what is going on here is not okay. And if you hear yourselves talk, you guys have made a lot of work for yourselves and more problems. And I quit my last job because of dealing with planning and zoning committees, doing wind and solar, trying to do something that I felt was helping the communities. I literally had to deal with 30 or 20 so boards in this exact situation where it depends on who the new guy is and how they interpret these rules, because they can be interpreted differently on whether or not you could put a solar panel on top of a church in Ames, Iowa. So we're not just fighting you guys. I really don't want you to think that we are like attacking you guys personally. And yeah, some people were calling names, but it wasn't directed at you. It was directed at the future you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Sorry. If you want to talk to the county commissioners, they meet once, twice a month.
February 7th,
Twice a month.
this February
Yeah,
7th.
I think there are meetings that happen regularly. We meet twice a month, and there were times when we didn't meet twice a month, but I really pushed to those, even when we don't have things on the agenda, because we do have public constituent time and we want input if there's a problem. Again, I don't think we're creating more problems for ourselves. We're not looking to create more work. I don't think what we're doing is making it more difficult for us. We don't want those problems any more than you do. But we live in the community. We're just like you, and we're just trying to mitigate what we see after a year's use that makes it, what I say, easier. But that could be debated for a long time. If you have a specific problem with something in the land use code that affects your land, where you want to do something that you think you can't do, you should sit down with planning and say, I want to do this, instead of just saying, the code says this, and I can't do it ever. And I don't know that our code says that. I think you've heard tonight. Go ahead, sir. I'd like to wrap this up because we do have to get to our land use agenda, which is not throwing out the land use code. I'm sorry, people are going to say that. That's not what our objective is tonight. And not throwing out the master plan. That isn't going to happen tonight. No one's going to make a motion to do that. We are going to review the land use code issues that Carl highlighted earlier, because we have been doing this for over a year. You came in here tonight, but we have been doing this twice a month for over a year. Man, one more time.
I just have a quick question about what has changed in the revision from having rights to permitting. What is the cost? I'm talking about, nobody's mentioned cost. What is the cost? Who sets it? What's the order of magnitude of the cost of these permits?
Yeah, well, so you can address costs if there are additional costs, but there's no cost to sit down with the planners. We encourage pre-application meetings so that you spend no money in order to understand what the costs will be, because there is the time and energy to do it. We have to sometimes engage other people to get answers for them. So we have tried to make this as user-friendly as possible. And when people come to the hearings or come to our meetings and say, hey, this didn't work, we look into it. What I've heard tonight from me, and one thing I think, like Kate has mentioned, we have a language and interpretation issue, and we're going to try to address that. We won't do it here tonight, one time.
So one thing I hear from different friends of mine is they're worried about some people live in RVs. And is there a way to deal with that? Because you said that there's a way to deal with all this, but that's one of the biggest things I hear. So I don't know how.
So RV use, I mean, if I turn it over to Carl, which I'll do, because you understand.
Just real quick too, or is there a way to went from 3 months to 12 months, but is there a way to grandfather just so that's a real
So the first question we would have is, do they have a permanent water source? So the answer is, if you want to just put an RV somewhere and start living in it, the answer is that's probably not fair to everybody else. You can't, the state says you gotta have a water source. Are you dumping your sewage on the ground? I know, so your friends, they need to answer some basic questions. They should come in and say, I want to put an RV here. And we'll just ask them some very simple questions. If they don't, there are state regulations that we follow. And we can't change those. You can lobby representatives lobby it all the way to state, we recommend it. But until they change it, we have to live with it.
So we just, these folks probably just want to do it in a way that's.
They just
works
need to
with
come in and
everybody,
ask.
Right?
Come in and ask.
What if there are multiple dwellings and they're sharing a bathhouse that has official plumbing and electric and? what
And
does
that's
that
a very
look like?
good specific question, right? So
Sounds like a campground.
it's hard to, yeah, so it could be classified a bunch of different ways. Is that a bathhouse on a septic system? Was that septic system engineered? Is it with that in the setbacks? Or is it going onto somebody else's property? That's why there's
If
a
it's
cursory review.
official septic,
Right.
Well, if you've
But
got a
there's
permit from the state for a certain amount, so the state issues a permit based on, what is it, bathrooms or user units, and the number of people, bedrooms, bathrooms, et cetera. And you're required to size your septic system for that. Now, if you add units and you do it, you've got an illegal system.
Or you gotta adjust the system.
Or-
Or you can add on
Or
to it.
extend it,
All
but
they're
that's
saying is if
outside
you
our
want
purview.
10, base it for 10. If you want 20, go back and get, you gotta adjust it.
And
We don't regulate that, but we can just, we have to tell you what the state says you can and
It
can't
comes
do.
down to a lot of different
And if
factors.
you're
So
putting
you know
RVs in
something-
there tying onto it, are you now become an RV park? In an RV park, you know, you have 20 RVs sitting there tying into one septic system. And now have you become a mobile home park, an RV park, and nobody knows around you? You may have changed the character of everything around you by what you're doing.
And
And
then
I
what
don't
you-
know that that's fair.
Then you have an Eckerd, they have the mobile home park, the septic system failed and the owner wouldn't do anything about it. And these people had no recourse except to maybe try to move their old mobile off of the, so that, those are the things we're trying to prevent. And
Say
those
the
are the-
septic system is rated for 6 people and there's a house on the land and then 2 out of 4 of the people live in an RV.
well, for
Is that-
campgrounds, there's its
Or
own
is- And they're
separate
using
permit.
the septic in the
The
bathroom.
answer is, I
in
would
the
say,
house.
bring that plan forward to the planning department and let them review it.
No,
I'm not
answer
gonna
the
give you an
questions.
answer tonight because I really don't know the circumstances, because it has to do with.
We're not
water.
engineers,
You know,
Yeah,
where
there's
they
water,
getting?
there's everything
Okay,
required.
so it sounds to me like it could happen, but I'm not gonna give you permission tonight. I think you just need to take what you wanna do, sit down with planning, and they'll tell you, yes, here's the way it can do, or no, the state will say, no, you can't do this. Is your septic system really big enough?
But do you guys
wanna-
understand how like the code that you guys put in there, like
Codes
leaves a lot
don't-
of people being very.
But the codes
free?
don't say no.
That's
The
a
code
state
just says, come in
code.
and talk to us.
It's a
The
state.
code doesn't
it's not
say
our
no.
Deal.
Okay.
So
They're
no
gonna figure out a
off-grid
plan and
dwellings
bring it to us.
That's,
moving forward.
no,
They want
that's
me
not
to be
necessarily
on
true at all.
How
There
do you deal
just
with
has
that?
to be reviewed. And I think honestly, we could go through hypotheticals all night long.
No.
They're a free resource. Not everybody does a free resource like this county does. This county, I've found, working in lots of other counties, I know a lot of these guys have, is a very friendly, easy county. They want to get to a yes. And there's a lot of counties out there that they start off with a no.
I agree with that, and that's what I want to speak to. Maybe this won't be popular with everybody here. We had to go to the state. We had to get a permit for our septic system. We had 2 houses we were building. We were allowed to build them. We had to say how many bathrooms and how many people. We had to make sure the septic wasn't gonna overflow onto our neighbor's land. That's what people have to do. That is a reasonable thing. But why do you guys have to get involved in that? The state. We had to.
We're not
So
involved.
can I answer that? Our goal has been to make sure that you know what you need to do, rather than writing a land use code that is incomplete, does not tell you all the regulations. Carl has done a very good job trying to incorporate all of the rules that you are required to follow in one document. And this is, a lot of those changes, the 50 different things that change from allowed use to permitted use, we went line by line and said, according to law, whether it's state law or Delta County law that already exists, technically, is this a permitted thing? Before it said allowed by right, to build a single family home, it said allowed by right. But there's this other law over here that says it's not actually allowed by right. You're still supposed to come into the department and get a review to say that you're all conforming. We've tried to incorporate that law into this code so that it's not confusing, so that you don't assume you can build a house by right. And then later have the code compliance officer called on you and then find out that what you're doing is not okay, or you didn't follow the process before, or delay your development project by 6 weeks because now you have to come and reapply. We've tried to consolidate all the rules into one place so that if you buy a property or want to do a development project, you can look to see what is required of you.
Are you removing the old language then too? So you're moving these things and shifting them?
So
in
we,
the code, or you're
we
removing
can't,
the old-
we can't remove a Delta County law. Our body can't do that.
Well, is that the intent though?
The
long term? I
intent
know you
is-
can't as planning.
The intent is for our regulations to match, so that there aren't confusions, so there aren't lawsuits in the future. When you read the land use code and said, I thought I could do this, and the Delta County lawyer says, well, no, you were supposed to follow this law.
But then you're in
So-
a redundancy on the books.
But it's not a redundancy. They're two different types of legal documents. There's two different types of documents that we're trying to not even consolidate, to match up,
Consolidating.
to make line up, so that we're not telling you you can do something that the law over here says you can't.
There's state law, state electrical and state plumbing
Sure,
and
supersedes
state
county.
septic.
Absolutely.
Other than that, we have no building permits.
And there's a perfect example.
You still have to do that.
The site development ordinance or resolution, I don't know what it was, came in 2011, came in. I never knew about it because I didn't look up ordinances. So I looked up code when I went to do a project. And so by incorporating the language in this code, now everybody knows that there are these things. And it's in one document, to Kate's point. It's not just an ordinance floating. I don't go looking up ordinances. That's not my bag,
Like when this thing's done into the searchable document, when it's finished.
We hope so. Yeah, I've been searching it. And one more, James, there is a summary of changes on the website right now. James McCann, I think his name was. It's not the red line was incredibly difficult to read through because it'd been redlined over a year, all the changes incorporated. But there's a summary of changes. Okay, Tennessee Cedar Edge redid their land use code. They didn't put out a summary of changes ever. You had to compare two documents. On the land use page right now, on the county website, there's a summary of changes, and it shows all the changes that have been made in a summary. It's pretty easy to get through. That it's not underhanded at all. It's out there in the public.
So let me, again, I'll go back to some language. By right, you saw that before. By right, people interpreted, I don't need to tell anybody what I'm doing. And essentially that's true, except when people put their buildings or they do certain things that are encroaching on their neighbors. So what we're saying is we're gonna review this language, is by right with review, just a review. It's not telling you can't do it. We just want to make sure that A, you've got a legal setback, B, you have the permits that you need from the state that we're required to do it. And then you can do it. We don't come in and say, oh, you got to change your zoning. By right is, it doesn't mean without review. Everything, including permitted. Permit is not a permit, like you go to some counties and some cities and get a building permit or a septic permit. You get a septic permit from the state. It is a review. It's a plan review.
There you go.
Say it again.
We used the wrong word.
The wrong word.
So, but let's be clear, there are permits that you do have to get. I mean, you don't want to miss.
Figured it out.
Well, yeah, the state permits you have to get for electrical and plumbing.
Don't tell me to. I mean, and I'm not trying to argue. I just want to be clear. You don't want to walk out of this room misleading people. And I actually think that
You failed to review,
Or like we don't have. Doing that 3 years later, right? If he's never there.
because right there, we are talking driveway permits, access and address permits.
That's always been there, though. You know that.
You're talking about driveways.
So the things you have to show.
No,
you have to
all
show
residential
access,
development was
access,
exempt,
which is the
right,
county
under
engineer.
specific development, all residential and all ag.
Anytime you want
And
to.
I think that's
start-
part of the culture
Nope.
shift that you're running into.
No, that's not true.
Absolutely.
No, you've always had to get an access permit in the 20 years I've been down there, you've always had to go, if it's a new construction, you have to go get an access and address permit. And Road and Bridge goes and they checks you flag it with a green flag. They say, yeah, so it's acceptable, or no, that curve's too close, it's danger zone, whatever. That's always been there. That's not new.
And the reason is if you sell
Absolutely.
next week and go somewhere else, we don't have problems and it's all in, well, what did he do? Why is he half on the neighbor? Why is his barn half on the line? All this stuff, so.
I mean, we've talked about this a few times, so let me just kind of say, and I was trying to steer away from having a thing like this. I mean, and I hate to say a little, I told you so, but I was trying to steer away from it.
So finish your say it, Eli.
Let me get there. You know, I think that people really came out of the master plan expecting this allowed by right, and it was really sold to them. It was, Elise Castleberry was here and it was a big part of her talking to people about their property rights and coming out of the master plan into the 2021 code saying, it's on the website saying, hey, the goal is to have all of these things allowed by right to enshrine property rights. And I don't actually think that most community members have an issue with the idea of, a septic or some kind of alternative, or putting your driveway someplace that's not on a blind corner, right? That's going to be real dangerous. So I think, those kind of basic things, I think most people actually don't have a problem with. I think that, and it's not the only issue. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other pages and other things to look at in this thing, but if we're talking about allowed by right, I think people want to have those property rights enshrined, but I don't actually think that putting your driveway someplace safe and some of these other things would be such a big issue for most people. And so I think if you leave it as allowed by right, we talked about this, that's actually how the 21 code is. It says allowed by right.
But what is
And-
not allowed now? What is not allowed?
Well, so there's a few things that aren't in residential, right, that got shifted, right? So we've got dog kennels, light industry without retail got shifted to permit. Community gathering spaces got shifted to permit,
So
right?
let's just take permit or permitted use. What are you saying? Because permits, we don't issue permits. We have reviews, Eli, and I
That's
think
what we're
you're
talking about. That's what we're here
you're
tonight to
misinforming everybody that it doesn't say permits, it says permitted.
Well, actually, in the definition on page 33, it says allowed and then permitted, and then it says requires a zoning permit and a development application, right? And there is some, it's not huge costs, but there are some costs to people to jump through those hoops.
Well, to your point about a kennel, right? Yeah, your neighbor might care that you're putting in 50 dogs, right? Or your whole neighbor, if you're in an R1 neighborhood, you have 1 acre lots, and all of a sudden you want to run a kennel with 35 dogs, you don't think that you should go to a review for that?
Well, let me say this real clearly. I think, and I've been talking to you guys about this a while to try to work some of these things out. I think the thing to look at is really what's the outcome goal? Because I think it's easy to get lost in writing code or borrowing some code from over here or something. If the outcome is noise, there's already something about noise in the code. So I don't know that you need the permit.
But that's not preventative, that's after effect. That's after.
I agree, but I think maybe read the crowd a little bit.
You personally have been very involved in everything we've done. You've come to numerous meetings and
That's
we
right.
have taken, as I remember, an entire night of our planning commission to address specifically your issues.
But hang on,
And not every-
I don't think you can just frame it that way. I
Well,
have people from
I'm
all over the
telling you what
community coming
happened.
and bringing me their issues.
I think I have that.
And I think a lot of people didn't know what was going on, and I can't walk down the street in Paonia or Hotchkiss without half a dozen
Okay,
people
but-
stopping me and say, hey, what's going on at the county? He says, I don't have time to try and catch up on all of this.
So.
And so I'm down here trying to
A lot of
help. I
times
mean,
you
I'm
made
not
a
trying to be
pres-
obstructionist to you guys. I've been trying to bring info from the community and say, hey, guys, let's work together.
But a lot of times you made presentations and not everybody agreed, so we didn't change it. You're still
That's
here
right.
asking about the same things that we have discussed. And as a group, we chose not to do. I'm gonna say.
But I think the rest, I
This
wasn't
group may
lying when I
agree
said
with
I
you.
was talking to the community and people were bringing me info. And I
Listen
wasn't
to
lying when
you.
I was saying, hey, guys, the
Listen
people
to
are real
what you
upset
said.
about
We
this.
had a
listened
whole
to-
meeting.
we listened.
Remember, we had a whole meeting for your, because you didn't
Well, it
get
wasn't-
it to us in a.
Other people-
Ahead of time, so we came back 2 weeks later, we postponed everything, and you were the topic of discussion. You should acknowledge that.
And here we are.
So there absolutely was a meeting that it was just me sitting there. And I want to thank the whole community that's been here tonight because it is a huge relief to not be the only one sitting at these meetings. I mean, really. And to have people talking to me all the time when I'm out in the community and then try to bring it all here and be the one person that's been a
I
big
think
burden
he's a
on our
worthy
shoulders.
citizen of your.
What community is this?
Uh,
You said it's a whole.
Sure,
community.
Paonia, Hotchkiss, Delta, Cedar Edge. I don't know everybody, but I know a lot. I grew up here. I knew a lot of
So
people.
do we, Eli. We know a lot of people too, though.
Well, but Hardy, you were the one that,
County out there,
Hardy, and I
you know.
really appreciate you in general, Hardy, but you were the one that said to me at the meeting,
I don't think
you
we're
must
going-
have,
hey,
you must have a lot more
Eli,
friends than I do.
Eli,
if
I
you're
think
talking.
we're done.
Yeah.
I
You
think
pointed
we're
out how
we're
you
not
just
going in the
lied about
direction.
the permits.
No, I think we've been here for. a
So all
long
I wanna
time,
say is
and
this.
we have heard from Eli,
I
and
think
I
it's a
think we're
little
done.
bit
We're
of-
gonna move on. Eli.
It's a little
I
bit
don't
of
think
read the
it's fair
room.
for you to dominate this conversation. I think if you have more specific things to do, bring it to the planning commission. We have listened. We will continue to listen. but we're not gonna sit here and argue
You pointed
your
out how you
specific
lied about the
issues.
permit.
Look,
Not a
It's
lot.
not a
It's
lie.
not
It's not a permit. What is the difference between what you said and what Eli said? What is the difference?
So here's part of the thing is,
Evelina,
Let's go forward.
I think what Eli's trying to say, that there's no resolution to our problems that we're bringing to you, and we're kind of asking you to step back and.
You
Well, so
want
the
us to
problem
do
with-
away with the land use code.
that's.
Yeah, well, that ain't gonna
That's
happen.
not-
but I think what you're hearing is people so mad and upset to that point. I think that's what you're.
It's in law now. The 21 is in law now. We're not gonna, that's not, what they even, our permit, it's not a realistic suggestion. Go to your county commissioners and make that suggestion. Right, you know what? The dump closed when I was hauling trash to the dump 10 years ago, and I called the county, Bruce Hovey answered, he called me back, and he said, I'll find out. You know, that's pretty good. If you're complaining about the dump closed, load of trash, you can call your county commissioner, that's pretty good outreach.
So I think in general, the community wants to have more input, and there hasn't been a lot of.
We meet twice a month. We meet twice a month.
I think that's sort of what prevents people from being able to do, they live their life there. That's what a lot of this shit is, making us feel afraid of. Maybe that's not your guys' intention. We're trying to clean it up. But this is what we see going on all over the world. The whole world is being gentrified right now, and it starts with these kind of land use codes, and that's why we're all afraid. Maybe you guys aren't trying to do this. We don't know that. But we are very terrified and scared right now that this community, this county, is going to turn into what Boulder is. And it's a fucking sprawl. It's fucking
Can I
disgusting.
address that issue? Because I think a lot of people have that concern. We all have that concern. And part of what the land use code does is protect from that happening. It protects from.
You're not ensuring, you're not
It
reassuring
protects-
us of that.
It
Right now,
protects
you're
people from
very
breaking
afraid.
up their land into tiny little ticky-tacky box developments unless it's reviewed by the neighbors. It protects agriculture from being destroyed. It says if you have development on your land, you need to protect the agricultural and open spaces, the wildlife resources. You have to pay for fire mitigation because we don't want a situation like Boulder County, like Weld
Boulder
County,
has
where
fire
the fires can
mitigation.
come through and no one's done anything about it. This code, you guys are kind of asking for two things. You're asking for this place never to change. And you're asking for you to be able to do whatever you want on your property. And those things can't coexist, because if you can do whatever you want on your property, your neighbor can do whatever they want on their property. And that includes putting up a giant solar farm. That includes putting up apartment buildings without review. That includes putting in chicken houses without review. So we are trying to find the middle ground between keeping this county safe from that kind of development that we have heard loud and clear that people don't want, and giving the ability to do what you want on your property, to build homes, to use whatever kind of building materials you want to use. You have
why
to
not
prove
be
that you
more
have
specific
water,
with
but
this
you can
code?
collect all the rainwater you want, and you can use that for your garden before you tap into any well. We're not requiring you to do anything on your land
We think the code
that
covers everything that it needs to cover. And if there's an issue that it doesn't cover, we need to sit down, you can sit down with the planning and say, hey, this doesn't cover it. And then we have to figure it out. I don't think it tells you that you can't do anything. Evelina, one more time, and then we'd like to send an email.
Yeah, are you still planning to present this to the commissioners on the 7th of February?
Well, we're gonna continue on with where we started this, which is to go through the last revisions we made. We've been doing this for a year. We made a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. They came back and said, we want you to review and revise some of these things. We've made that revision. That language is now here, and that's what we're gonna review tonight. We're not here to throw the land use code out. We're not here to throw the master plan out. We are gonna make a recommendation, which is all that we do. We don't, this is not the final say. We are a recommending body that goes to the Board of County Commissioners for them to decide whether we're gonna adopt it or not adopt it.
And that's the whole thing, right? The whole plan.
Yeah.
That's why we came. The whole public meeting wasn't on the agenda until everybody decided we wanted to have a public meeting, and we wanted to hear from you. I think you've heard respectfully from everybody here. We do appreciate all the input, and we want it. And we meet twice a month. This happens to be a big meeting. I'm sorry we didn't have enough chairs. I'm sorry it's not a big enough room. It's Delta County. But we're gonna meet again on the 25th. Is that right?
That's the next planning commission.
Planning commission meeting, yeah.
This feller wants to talk back here again.
I just wanted to say, I think one of the big confusions was the permit thing. Like I just said, permitted. I work in a lot of different counties. I just got done building on Log Hill. I've been in Uray County, Montrose County, Mesa County. I've been around. I know the permits, and we don't necessarily have permits here. I mean, we don't. I
We
mean,
don't have a building code.
exactly.
There's
We don't have a
nobody
building code.
enforcing
We put stuff together, we build. And the one I just got done on Log Hill, I was held up almost 3 months on permits for different, going through engineered drawings and step by step going through this. And I did read a lot of this land use code. And the thing with the permit, it took me a few takes to look at it and you think, oh yeah, permit. Permitted, I think, that's why I came out and said it, permitted. We're not asking for a permit to build it. It's permitted that you're able to do that. You're permitted for the use.
So we're gonna try to change that to possibly plan review.
Exactly, something along those lines, because
We hear that loud.
from my looking at it, I know what permits are. I mean, I deal with permits. And what the land use code is saying is you are permitted to use the land for that use, not that you're having to pay a permit and deal with a building inspector, or that there's somebody trying to follow you the whole way through it.
That's not what Eli just said. And it's very common in multiple codes. It's the permitted is a common word, and we debated what the right words were, and we're hearing the feedback. We're
permitted.
I came to
But
the.
it really
I
does
wanted
say,
to
it
see that.
really does require permits, guys. I mean, you walk out of here misleading people. It really does require permits.
What permit?
I have a farm, I want to build another barn and it's nowhere near a fence line or anything like that. Do I have to go and ask somebody permission to build that barn on my property? I've already got two.
As long as you, and it's not, no, 5.
How many acres are you on?
No plumbing.
4 acres.
4 acres. So.
And it's a
if I were-
pig barn, so it's not
If I were
like I
you,
need.
my advice would be go talk to the county and
It's
see what you need to look at, because are there easements, are there
Nope.
ditches,
I know,
irrigation
I
ditches?
know.
You
Right, but
sitting on top
sometimes
of a
you
main
don't
water
know
line
if there's
or
an
you
easement.
foot off the fence.
But it's a
all in
free
the back
question to
woods.
ask.
But how do we know that? Unless you
Because
show
it's
us.
on the, it's on the paperwork that we got with the county when we bought the property.
Sure.
does she have to
It's
get a
still
permit?
free, but you're
So
asking
do
us
I have
now.
to get a permit to
No.
build it?
No,
So
you don't need a permit to build a barn.
in some ways, it's an easy fix, because if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Like right now, we have all this allowed by right. And nobody's complaining that they still have to get a septic permit.
But that's a state, Eli, we don't.
That's not-
regulate
that's-
that.
So can I
So, but
address
there's
that,
not,
Eli?
but there's not an
What can
actual,
we do to change
to
that
look
right
at
now?
goal outcome.
We can't do anything about
There's
it.
no impetus to change it from allowed by rights to P
It's a
permit
state
What
if
permit are you
you're not putting on
specifically
more.
talking about? What permit?
Sure,
do
so let's
you
start
have?
with, residential, because I think that we can kind of separate out like high-end industrial, commercial for residential uses, right? So like residential stuff right now is, in the current code, is all A, allowed by right, right? And I'm trying to be real constructive here, really. And I think that it really scares people changing that to P permitted. And maybe it's not as much permits as you're talking, but there is some hoops to jump through. And I think there's this worry of future ratcheting.
And I
What
would
could
like to
happen down
clarify
the
on that too.
So-
I do agree with you on that. A little clarification on what hoops you have to jump through for people that aren't aware. But I think I was trying to clarify on the permitted versus permit.
But, and I'm not trying to argue with you, but if we just look at A allowed by right, as it is now for all residential stuff, whether it's a single family home, duplex, a triplex, if you want a duplex off your basement or something, like it's all allowed by right, right?
Well, if
you
I
wanna-
can clarify that, Eli, right in the land use code, and under the development application ordinance, it requires site plan review, which is exactly what it is now with the change to the permitted use, the way it's written.
Right, so I think
So
that
there really is not a change
So-
from what it is right now.
And that's
Okay,
the
so let me
problem that
res-
we are
let me
addressing,
respond to that.
Eli, is that people think it's allowed by right, and then they find out halfway into their development project that they were supposed to come in and get a site plan review.
Or an
Like
access
a
permit.
I spoke to someone who was upset about this. They were gonna start their project, they were ready to dig tomorrow, and they just found out that they're supposed to have a site plan review. And they're pissed that they have to wait 6 weeks potentially for that to come through,
So
even though
that-
I think they probably passed.
So as we know, this is like, it's
So
217
that's the
pages
problem
and it's
we're
really
addressing.
complicated. So I'm trying to break it down for people who haven't been following along for the year. Right, so there's a separate development application, ordinance, and it started apparently around 2011, 2012, and updated in 2016. The problem is, nobody knew about it. It wasn't
Right,
put
that's the
out there,
problem.
and for the most part, the county mostly ignored it. I mean, it was kind of not really enforced. I mean, we all kind of know it was sort of there, not really. And, you know, the thing is, and again, this is to kind of, we get to kind of like put this on somebody else, because there was someone else in Carl's seat making these sort of promises that when the 21 code came in, saying, hey, everything else is going to be repealed. What you see on the table here with this 21 code, it says allowed by right, and everything else is getting repealed. And so I think that that sets up the community, unfortunately, for saying, oh, well, that includes any of these kind of enforced maybe development stuff out there.
Right, but we don't have the choice whether we enforce the law.
Right, you can't,
And you ask, what problem are these edits solving? And this is the problem they're solving, is that there's a major confusion between the land use code as it stands and what the county law says. And the edits to P permitted, we have now all in agreement that that language is confusing, and we are going to work to change that language so it's more clear. But the problem that we're solving by changing all those things that were A's into P's is to eliminate that confusion, not cause more confusion. And it's totally understandable that in the process, especially with the confusion with the word permit, it's confusing now. But what we're solving in the future is people not starting development projects, assuming that they can do one thing and then finding out they can't.
Can I say something? I think that in a lot of ways is what you're trying to do is facilitate a builder, the landowners, their project. You're trying to facilitate it so that it goes smoothly. And with what you got set up is how you're seeing that it's gonna work out best for everybody. And it's just, you're kind of facilitating.
It's a huge HOA.
no, it's not. So what we don't want you to do is do something like go and put an access onto the county road and not have that done properly. So we've been talking about access permits. The county road is not somebody, is the county easement right away. You need to look at that as someone else's property. You just can't tap into it and go ahead and start using it. You need to tell them, I want an access. They have, and they can tell you, hey, it's too close to the curve. It's in a bog. We want you to move it here.
You're trying to set people up for success in a lot of ways.
Thank you.
You know, and
Does he work for you guys?
No, he doesn't.
But I have been a supervisor on big projects, and the worst thing in the world is throwing your subcontractors under the bus. And I think, I don't agree with everything that they are working on, but I can see kind of their vision that they're trying to make it their job easier. They're trying to make sure the county doesn't get sued. They're trying to make it so that it works. And, you know, I think that's all I have to say.
So is the Chinese Communist Party.
Yes.
Control. Yeah, I just want to say one thing here. We're told there's roughly 100 people here tonight. That means those 100 people represent 30-some people for every single person in the county. I mean, it was an open meeting, public meeting, and what showed up, it didn't look very good. The one problem we have is communication. You guys cannot get, you need to tell the people of the county what's going on somehow. I don't have a solution, but that's the biggest problem. 30-some people for everyone here in the room tonight, and I didn't hear any that were all for everything else.
We did hear a
Why
lot
would you
about
come
that.
if you were totally in support? Why would you sit through this? If you were just good with the way things were going.
So
The
stop.
fact
The notification-
is that people show up when they have something negative to say, and when they agree with what we're doing, they're not gonna come and sit through meetings.
We obviously need.
Okay, but the last year, people generally didn't know. I mean, you can't claim that there was like some silent majority that was.
No,
like,
but
"Hey,
it's
this is
also
going wrong."
unfair to say
We'll get
because
on
there
that
was only
Paonia
one
Facebook
person that
page and
agrees with what we're
don't know from
doing,
now on.
no one else does.
I'll do it myself.
We've done that.
Behind
There you go.
Eli, sir.
I just found out today that this was going on.
Okay, so what I heard tonight also, in addition to language, permitted, plan review, et cetera, which I think we're gonna work on.
Stay out of our lives.
Notifications, education.
Notification. And we're gonna try to find, maybe Facebook is what we have to do more. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. We meet and our agenda is public. No one's trying to hide everything. If you follow us, Eli follows us and knows exactly what's going on, because other people don't know. I don't think we can Leslie be responsible for what they don't know. We do publish it. We meet twice a month. And if you think it's impactful, like people did tonight, they show up. And we're happy for it.
Let me just say how you can all sign up for the notification right now, and it's been that way for quite some time. On the front page of deltacountyco.gov, you sign up for the e-notify. You go to that button, you simply click on that button. It gives you a laundry list of what you want to be notified for, everything from the Board of County Commissioner meetings, for the Planning Commission meetings, for the Board of Adjustment meetings, for all of that, for the bids. There is an entire laundry list. You type in your number, your cell phone number, or your email, it comes directly. It'll buzz at 6 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock in the morning. It'll buzz depending on which department is notifying you of that. You don't want to be signed up for the bids, don't click that mark. Just sign up for the Planning Commission, and it's been there for quite some time. Well, I encourage you now. I understand on the communication. I hear you. Clearly, I hear you. But sign up that way. It'll come on your email or it'll come on your cell phone. I expect to see that jump up in the morning for everybody that was still here tonight. And I appreciate that. But that's how you get notified directly to your cell phone, directly to your email. And I appreciate that.
So one thing, I'm gonna let you speak, and then Nicole has been online, and I think we have to recognize somebody on the, Nicole, can you unmute yourself? You have your hand
Hi,
up.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I just had one question. You said that you answered written inquiries when you received them, but I didn't get a reply. What is being solved by removing ag uses from the A5 category?
What ag uses are being removed, Nicole?
Well, when you look at the chart for allowed uses in the revised copy, it says that only residential uses are allowed on A5.
Actually, if you look at table 2B, the first line says agriculture, agribusiness, viticulture is all allowed use in every single zoning district.
There's a discrepancy.
So it's the definition that changed, just to try to help clarify, so we're all talking on the same page.
Okay, so
A5 definition changed.
Oh, okay.
are you saying it's implied?
I think it says
think
it in the
could have been a
code.
mistake, just so if I can clarify, there was a discussion of focusing on I5 and not having the R 2.5 and R1. And I think maybe it got removed in that discussion and forgot to get put back in. I just want to throw this out as solution oriented.
So again, good question. If there's something in the code that you think doesn't make sense, you should write Carl or the planning or come in and talk to him, and we'll look at the answer. I don't believe your assertion that ag's not allowed in the A5 is correct. And I think it can be pointed out really easily, and that may correct some of the problems. Anything else, Nicole?
That was it. It clearly says in the table that only residential use is allowed in A5. So if that's an error, that needs to be revised.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for letting everybody know exactly how to sign up. But I did want to point out that everybody in this room is probably good on finding their information on when the next step is. But you challenge us to make that number go up. But the reality is the communications lady, she needs to put out that message so that number goes up. Not
She's been
us in the
writing
room, we're not gonna do
significant
that. We're
notes
already
since you
here.
all came in, 2 weeks ago. So
Yeah. So
she's been on the job
I don't know
2
if you have a
months.
business card or if you want to post for everybody. She had business cards the last time we came up and she
She
said she's
didn't
open
leave
suggestions.
business cards here, but we will get that information to you.
Yeah, so
Her
if you have any
information is
suggestions
on the
on
website as well.
a news medium, then you would go to her. And then I have another question that's around safety. I don't know exactly, and you guys can inform me, but the part of the land use that says there's like immunity for enforcement officers, I kind of wanted to know about that. And the reason why I want to know about that is because the two people in this crowd mentioned on two different instances where an enforcer trespassed. And for me, that's very interesting.
I don't think we're gonna go into that tonight. It's very specific. You probably get your question answered with the county. I think we need to move forward, Tom, to go.
Oh, of course, it's inconvenient to answer trespassing.
Man, we're gonna answer a lot of questions. Yeah, it's not our purview.
That's one of the most volatile parts.
I'm trespassing on a property.
It's not our purview.
There's
And
nobody here that
we were
knows
not
anything.
involved, so there's no way that we can speak on that. It's against the rule. And if you feel like your rights have been violated, if you feel like you have been trespassed upon, if you feel like something has not happened, there is recourse.
Yeah, that's right, that's specifically the code, if you guys are voting and agreeing on a code whose language expresses immunity.
I don't
law
know.
enforcement,
That's
could
the
you
answer.
speak to that?
Nobody knows that. Make a complaint. Make a goddamn complaint.
Okay.
Can we not talk about those instances and just talk about the immunity clause? What does that mean and why is it?
Yeah, what is it?
Like clarification there.
Governmental immunity applies to elected and appointed officials.
I can't address it.
I think it might send the wrong message by having it
It
repeated.
may, but it may have come from the legal department.
You should be able to
It's not
sue
something we're
all
gonna
of you.
address.
Every one of you should be able to be sued.
Well, that's a little extreme, but
Go ahead.
I think it's along the lines of just having personal responsibility.
I'm a pretty big dog to bite, but.
And sending the right message.
Immunity from doing our job, not immunity from illegal activity. If that,
Well,
if there's
according to the
illegal
Colorado
activity.
State
public
Constitution, your
official
job
needs
is
to
illegal.
It doesn't
It
say that.
supersedes the people's
All
right. Yeah, throw the Constitution.
What laws,
Just throw
what
it.
laws would you go
Just
to?
throw the Constitution.
We're gonna close the public hearing. We're gonna close the public hearing. I think we look forward to seeing everybody again if they want. We'll figure out how to get more notices. We're gonna figure out on language. We're gonna discuss that. But we're gonna move into the section. You're more than welcome to stay. Conversation will be just amongst the planning commission and the staff from this point on. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for your time.
Patience.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your service.
And all of you guys, I know you're out here late. I want to say thanks.
One more thing.
We don't always agree, but I do appreciate you guys' time and effort.
I've always felt. Things for free.
Well, yeah, I actually got some. And I actually.
And you don't need like.
We make our nomination.
No, we have a lot of.
Just like this.
We have a lot of people that.
We don't know all of them.
Right. They don't know what's out there, what's in front of
And each one has their.
Right. There's some major issues.
That's all part of the site plan.
Water, make sure that there is no water supply, but water. So I can't tell you, you're not allowed to do it. So something goes through environmental health, so they have their septic regulations. And they
I got
No action. People are stuck in where they can't
That would be a question. I'm not trying to push that. That's where you have the board of health kind of separated from like. So that's where sometimes. Because I know Greg.
It did catch me on
No, we allow composting, we allow composting plants, again, it's until it touches an area. We're sorry, you have a specific question. There's no. I wasn't to stay, but I was. I don't like it. You gotta get so let them know if you stay. We were referring to right now. And I'm so tired of being disrespected to this child. I do a good job. Okay. So, thank you. Patience and perseverance and input, and I really do appreciate everybody's input. Can you guys take that outside? We're gonna move in. Thank you very much. So I'm gonna ask Carl to go back over and review the language that we are here to do about the land use code, just to give you a little refresher, so that if we have questions. And if we need to change our seating because you don't think we're all looking at the wall, I can do that. But
Joanne. I think Joanne knows she was the face of this meeting the whole time.
Joanne, are you still on the line?
Yeah, yes, I am. Yes, I am. What can I help you with?
Joanne, I'm just gonna stop and I meant to say this. You stood up against a lot of vitriol on the, on, I don't know what it was, the Pioneer Message Board, the Facebook. And I really wanted to do it in public. And I meant to say thank you. You and Bob both questioned a lot of vitriol that was, to me, over the line. We were talked about pitchforks, we were talking about tar and feather. And it took a lot of guts and it took a lot of risk to do what you did. I don't want you to know that it went unnoticed. I think Bob Jackson did the same thing. He pushed back on people that were just giving this information and not willing to participate. So personally, you and I, we don't always agree on everything. And in this case, I really appreciate you and Bob both stepping up. It's a service to the community, and thank you.
Thanks for saying that. I can say my heart was pounding 100 miles a minute. I was angry and it needed to be said. Carl, I appreciate you. Please don't move.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Okay, Carl, we're gonna hit it on the screen.
Okay, so you want to bring up the whole one. Yeah, the second one, that one. Yeah, and then scroll down to the highlight.
TK just went out. Oh, yeah. It's breakfast.
Start on page 26.
I think you would.
I'm gonna flip off.
Okay, so one of the things is the P permitted use. There's a number of places in the code. If we want to change that, I don't think it would take a lot of change. I haven't proposed any language at this point. But if that's something you'd like to want to do, maybe tonight isn't the night to do it, but that could be part of your report to the Board of County Commissioners, is that we go back and make a change, whether it be, site plan review, whatever it might be.
I think we should just, that's the whole problem. Do site plan review, call PR, plan review, or I thought those suggestions were good. Anyone else?
Something's gotta happen there.
I think we should just make a motion to make that change.
Yeah, I move to change all P and permitted use with a zoning permit to PR, meaning plan review. The language stands following site plan review through development application. PR uses require.
We'll get rid of the zoning.
Yeah,
permit.
require, or,
We're allowed with review.
yeah,
They like allowed. You just gotta
true.
be allowed.
Or like just a site plan review is required prior to establishment of the use?
Say, yeah, okay, so something like following site plan review through development application. Plan review, site plan shall be issued by the directors, cut off everything in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay. All right.
A second motion.
Yeah, thank you. Keep it straight here.
I seconded. Do we need a motion on every change?
I think it would, I mean, at least from a consensus perspective, I would.
Just, we don't want to be accused of conspiracy and, you know.
Full transparency.
Yeah, full transparency, we're following the rules.
Yeah, we might not need a motion on every change, but she just motioned that, I seconded it, so we can keep it.
Go ahead. Okay, so, go to page 39, actually.
So we need to vote on the motion officially, since it was motion and seconded. What's it? Can we have to vote on it?
Just say without objection.
If we're making motions, we have a
Is there
motion
any
second,
objection?
and then we're gonna go on the record that way.
Yeah.
So,
we do.
if we have a motion and a second, do we have anybody objecting?
Take it easy.
No, we move forward.
Okay.
It's unanimous, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I didn't ask for it. I'm just telling everybody it's unanimous.
So this is relative to the use of an RV as a dwelling unit temporarily during construction. The way it's worded, shall be allowed for up to 12 months during construction with an active plumbing and or electrical permit as applicable. Do we need to make any changes there? Is that clear enough?
I think that's fine. I think the confusion came from people not reading that there's these other uses of our RVs that are allowed, like for. car
You can
work
use it
or
as a
not.
permanent structure
Yeah.
if you want.
How can we make it like more known that you can use it as a permanent structure with the leach field and water? I mean.
I mean, that's the
That's
third
what most of
point
them-
says
well,
that.
So if you have a plumbing and electrical, those are state. Maybe we need
It
to
even
put
says
in,
permitted individual
need-
sewage disposal system.
Yeah.
It
but
doesn't
maybe
even
we
say
need to put in
septic.
that it's state plumbing and state electric.
There you go.
But,
There you
but we haven't suggested it's a permanent structure here. It's
No.
not allowed as a
No.
permanent structure, according to 3.
Right, this is really just from a temporary perspective. So then when you move down to item 3, the principal use, which could include a mobile home, a RV, a
go.
fifth
I
wheel,
would
a
like to get
yurt,
rid of that, but
whatever.
I get shot time I got to my truck, so.
Get rid of what? That one.
Using RVs as permanent.
Use an
permanent.
RV as a permanent structure, as a permanent house, I mean.
Yeah.
But you can, if you have permits, if you have electrical and plumbing.
I know, but I'm saying I would like to go against that. I think it's for the better good of, I think,
Oh, you don't think people should be allowed to live in RVs?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
I
Well,
really
that's
don't.
what
I
our
think it's-
discussion's always been. That we.
I think we're moving towards trash and we're trying to.
I totally agree.
Someone comes in here and builds a nice big old house and then they come in and set an RV up beside it. I mean, we're not protecting their rights. I just don't like it, but I don't know if that's gonna be taken well, but.
No, I think that's for future people.
I mean, as a principal residence,
So I go across some old Tate over here and put up my RV right in his front yard. He won't bitch about it, none Tate.
Well,
Or he could build a really
how many
ugly
kids-
modern
if you have
home that's
10 or 12
like,
kids
My
living
kids
there.
throw
5,000
rocks
square
and all
feet.
kinds of shit.
so again, you're getting into Delta County.
I know.
And they don't want, I mean, people want to live in RVs. We have to figure out a way that allows them to do that.
But people are relying on, they want me to tell them my opinion, and that's my opinion. I bet you, if we got a real consensus of 32,000 people in this county, we'd get better numbers than what we got here out of 100. So,
Okay, so this clause has to deal with someone who's building a home.
I hear you. I like this.
But this is only up to 12 months. So there was some question about if the construction goes beyond the 12 months and I still have the active permit, can I continue to do
How
it?
you gonna
This
control
work,
that?
this language isn't real
You can
clear.
put an
to that.
extension on a
I think
state
it's
permit, one after
confusing.
another, after another, after another, and after for 10 years, like nothing. It costs you like $12. So I mean, it's $12 to put another year on, $12 to put another year on, and they're gonna abuse this. I agree on the 12 months or whatever, and maybe even extend it to a certain building period. I'm against people living in RVs, period. I know I'm not gonna get the vote on that, but
I would suggest that once the certificate of occupancy is issued for the house, the RV's got to go.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, we don't have a certificate of occupancy because we don't have a building permit.
You gotta, well, your electric and plumbing does that. Your electric permit is a final and your plumbing permit's a
Should we
final.
let
and
the
your
record
septic's
show
a
that
final.
Wayne supports building permits?
You got all three of those to be final.
Well, let me just, so you're building a house and you're living in your RV and you move into your house.
Yep.
Your RV, if it's hooked to this, one is, I don't think it'd be permitted by the state to stay on the same septic and water system. That would be.
Well, actually, so say you have a septic system and it's sized enough for 3 units. You could have a stick-built house, you could have a mobile home, you could have an RV. Those are your 3 units attached to that septic. And which is based on the number of bedrooms. So that's one of the things, a dwelling unit could be an RV, tiny home. They're both on wheels, they're both mobile homes, manufactured homes, modular homes, yurts.
Right now,
cabins.
so my question was, if you build a home and you have an RV and makes, let's say you got permitted for multiple units, is the RV now an ADU?
Would have to be.
Well, if it's in the category 3, right, if it's
yeah.
principal residence, if it's not construction, it's not farm worker, then is there another category under 3 there? You just scroll. Then it's the principal residence, it's allowed, right? It's just straight up allowed, it says, as long as it's hooked up. And Hardy suggests the time frame on that allowance. But right now.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I don't know that we're gonna regulate RVs out of Delta County.
We'd have to take a bigger consensus.
I don't think we're
I
gonna
agree, I agree with Hardy,
There was
that it's
enough
not
people-
for permanent use.
Well, you're a home builder. I mean, of course you're gonna do
But I'm a conflict of
that.
interest.
Why the hell would you want an RV? I can go get what you do for me down the road.
But I'm not gonna die on the hill.
Well, I mean, we heard enough tonight that, I mean, you eliminate RVs and it feels a little more like Boulder. And I'm not going there.
Good.
I hear what you're saying.
We heard
Yeah,
100
no
people.
one's
we
making a
only had
motion.
32.
So we're okay with just leave it as is unless the board wants to do something else. with it.
Unless we want another, it doesn't sound, no one's making a motion.
So consensus, leave it like it is. If you don't want, you can say no. No,
I would say, change it.
change it. So that's a no to this.
But change it from the permanent residence, not the temporary use during construction.
No, the temporary use during construction is fine. And even if
I
they
just
need
wanna
an
clarify.
extension.
So that's what this is. That's what this language is, just
Well, but
temporary.
what Hardy's talking about is a number 3.
Number 3,
Right.
yeah. So let's just deal with what's in yellow for now.
So that's fine.
So what's, if Hardy says it's fine, does everybody agree with that?
Yeah, or if it takes longer, you could bump it to 24 months or 18 months or whatever. But
But what it's saying, as long as they have an active permanent.
We're leaving ourselves open there though, because the permit can be extended like really.
True, right,
for up
yeah.
to 28
Yeah.
years. And they'll be like, well, I still got this permit for $12 a year. We'll extend this bad boy and it'll be manipulated all the way to the kill.
Well,
I do think the language is a little confused, like, construction projects do get delayed, like, there are some houses that take longer than 12 months to build. This doesn't really clearly say that you can get an extension. So I don't know, do we need to add, like,
Do you want more of a discretionary extension, not to give myself
Yeah.
more power, because that seems to be an issue, but.
Or-
Discretionary would be good.
Well, should we be saying, so shall be allowed for up to 12 months unless extended permits are granted, or state electrical permits and plumbing. So you want to include that extension in here as part of language, Kate?
yeah, but there's no actual extension. for
there's
electrical
no
permit.
extension mentioned here. We're just saying you can be there for 12 months if you have active plumbing and electrical. But there's, what we've discussed is that, well, if someone comes in and says like, hey, my project got delayed, you'll grant that, but that's not explicit in the code. So,
You could say that they could apply for an
yeah,
extension.
and like, yes,
Yeah, like apply
maybe
for an extension,
you
just
may
don't say
apply for
permit.
an extension if construction exceeds 12 months.
I don't know if apply is the right word.
Or
Well, let's just go to the other.
maybe granted.
You can seek a permit from us since we don't issue.
Just bump it, why don't we just bump it to 24 months? Most construction projects
I
should be
think
done in
that's-
24 months.
Yeah, I mean,
Nobody wants to live in an RV as long as they're building their house. They're gonna wanna move in their house.
24
So-
months is extremely.
Right.
That's lenient.
Okay,
Yeah,
so change 12 to 24.
That's
Yeah,
what I
12
would
to
suggest.
24, because that at least cuts the end of it, so we don't play the, I'm extending everything for 38 years.
Yeah.
And,
Let's do that.
Yeah, I don't think you want to have one, category one, turn into category three.
And that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Scroll up to one. Cause that lets you get away with one without even having three. Like three has restrictions. You have to have a septic, you have to have plumbing, you have to have electrical. One, you don't have to have that stuff. You just gotta have a permit and you're going to town. See, if it's permitted, it's not done. You don't have septic, you don't even have electrical, and you don't even have plumbing. As long as you have a permit, you're just bootlegging it forever.
Is everybody comfortable with the 20, change that to 24 months?
Yes.
Seems fine.
No objection?
Okay.
Did you want a motion? I can do the motion second, the whole thing.
If you ask no objection.
I don't see any
without
objections.
objection, I don't see a point in having.
You've got that, take that forward.
Yep.
Next.
Okay.
So let's address Hardy. I mean, Hardy wants to eliminate, I mean, we should be asking you. like,
Number
how does
three.
it- What? Number 3, should we be eliminating RVs?
I sure want to, I'd vote on it right now.
I don't think the county is there. We're not there yet in this county for.
And I want to hear from
We
everybody.
also have an affordable housing.
Yeah.
Actually, we sort of adopted a policy about that ourselves, and I still think that's an issue that has to be taken into consideration. And
You check the price of an RV lately? That's not affordable.
1978.
No, I guess it's.
So-
We're not gonna tackle some of the problems by building temporary structures all over the county.
No.
By building permanent structures that are permitted, we are gonna start to tackle that housing crisis. And we're never gonna get it, as long as anybody can pull in here until they wanna head to the next county and go again.
Please don't
I
say
am sympathetic to
permitted
you.
structures.
What is a permitted individual sewage disposal system?
Septic.
From the state.
They have septic and that.
Either
Either
sewer.
No, it's
or-
either sewer.
Either sewer.
So that's like
Yeah.
municipal sewer.
Sewer or septic, it says.
So individual sewage
Presenting would be
disposal
if the
system,
county had
IS,
a municipal sewer.
ISDS is kind of the old term, and now it's called on-site wastewater
Mm.
treatment system, OWTS.
Which I think that everything else in here says OWTS.
We should probably
Yeah, probably change
clean that
that.
one. That's not real substantive. That's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, OWTS comes from the health department, right?
Correct,
Right.
yes.
Well, we should adopt their language.
Right.
So like back in the old days, they lived in their wagon while they were building their cabin. They didn't, and then they got rid of the wagon. They didn't
Actually,
live
they
in the
lived
wagon.
in their wagon while they built their barn, and then they lived in the barn while
Barn,
they
and
built
then
their
the-
house.
But they didn't just say, screw the wagon, screw the cabin, we're just gonna live in the wagon forever. You know, it's been going on forever.
Yeah, but
We just
the
got-
wagon just becomes an ADU, right? That's why you're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The wagon.
let me just say, Steve
Airbnb,
Shea,
actually.
did you have any thoughts on the RVs being banned? You're still at the planning commission table, so. Steve Shea,
Pardon?
did you have any thoughts on banning RVs from the,
Steve, go out and bang it up.
you're still here,
I
so.
got tape.
I know you announced your retirement, but you're still here now, so.
Tell me you're gonna get rid of these RVs with permanent use.
Lobbying.
It's all on you.
Artie's lobbying very hard.
Where have you been the last year?
I think they're gonna get to be more important all the time.
Number 3.
Okay, so I don't hear consensus to remove RVs, I'm sorry. Thank you, Artie.
All right, that's all right.
Okay.
All right, move to page 41. So this is where can we take off the side there? Get a larger screen. So the accessory business use of the home. So what it says right now in the land use code, there was a gentleman that spoke to it as far as, being allowed by right,
I
but
think I can make it.
the way this code works, there's a lot in the definitions that actually adds to the regulatory requirement. So accessory business use of the home means use of a residence, including the land associated with the residence, and including a residence associated with an agricultural use for a commercial operation where the commercial operation is subordinate to the residential use. The character of the residential use is not materially altered, and the commercial operation is conducted by the owner or occupant of the residential use. Accessory use means the use of that land that A, is clearly subordinate in area, extent, and purpose to the principal use. B, contributes to the comfort, convenience, or necessity of the principal use, is operated by the owner of the principal use, and D, is located on the same parcel, lot, or parcel as the principal use. That's what I have to work with as far as being a home business accessory to the residential use.
That's the current language.
That's the current language of the 2021 land use plan,
Man, that's confusing.
or land use code. So if you, can you try to get that all on one page, Kim? Or at least just go down to the criteria. Maybe make it a little smaller so it fits. We can still, hopefully we can still read it. Let's scroll down. Yeah, now scroll down a little bit.
No smaller, please.
Yeah. There. So those are the 6 criteria. These 6 criteria came out of what was in the specific development prior to the land use code.
Some lawyer had to write that. Got paid by the hour.
But it's been around for how many years? It was part of our specific development. So this is not something new.
I mean, no, that said, if we want to adjust it, here's kind of the opportunity to make some adjustments to it.
What are we trying to say here with
Now,
a home business? What's the problem we're trying to address?
what is a home business before it becomes a commercial use? So we have the accessory business use of the home. The way this was designed is this is actually using the house, using a room in the house. Cottage industry, which had been taken out in the 2021 land use code, put back in. Can you scroll down, Kim? Similarly, these were what was exempt from a specific development. So in the specific development regulations, this was a threshold before it required a specific development permit, became a commercial use. So that's why I went there. Again, we can redefine that line, but that was the purpose, is when does it stop becoming a commercial use, a residential use, and becomes a commercial
I
use?
don't
It
think-
changes that.
I don't think we need to delineate between cottage industry and a home business, because it's can be the same thing.
It could be, we could delete home business and cottage industry and roll it all.
But there's a difference in size. I
Well,
mean,
between 1 and 5 employees,
so cottage industry, isn't that defined by the state?
but that's,
Isn't
yeah,
there a
that's
cottage
what I'm saying,
industry
you
law?
can get rid of the home business and just go with cottage industry.
Right, if you fit the cottage industry
Yeah.
rules, you fit
Fit
home, like it's just kind of
It's redundant,
redundant.
so you could
Yeah.
get
So
rid
that,
of the home
that 6
business,
feet in height, what does that even mean? Like,
and this could be revised,
Right.
yeah.
some guy parks a semi truck.
If based on what you've heard, you want to change this, 2,000 square foot of storage.
6 feet in height, like someone parks their semi out there and it's
Yeah, I think
over
the
6 feet
6
tall.
feet,
for
you
sure.
can't even walk in a 6-foot shed, it's too small, right? And-
Yeah, but like when
Oh.
some overroad trucker
it's out-
comes
that's
home,
not
he should go
inside.
park his truck in his
That's
yard
outside.
or his
That's
property and then
That's
go
not-
in.
That's not storage for your home business.
But that's,
That's your.
well, I guess that is outside.
Why is there any restrictions on it anyway? I mean, what difference does it make what you're storing your merchandise in?
I don't think there does need to be many restrictions on.
What comes down to me is employees. When we get past a certain amount of employees, we start talking ADA compliant, we start talking commercial stuff, we start talking that's where it rolls over, so. I think it's
So
employees.
can we go, because Jacob expressed a concern of retaining cottage industry in the land use code. He said it was eliminated, and I don't think I even realized that he brought it up. And there was an expression of interest in returning it. So maybe we do follow this. And, you know, maybe we look at some of these restrictions and change them. Where is that cutoff point for a number of employees?
I don't know, I'm thinking like, I heard 5, I mean, that's a
what's-
hell of an
that's what's-
operation.
That's what's in here. And that seems fair.
I mean, that's generous. I mean, most realtors, most home businesses, they're not gonna have more than 5 employees.
But we're not saying you can't have more. It just changes the
Right.
nature of what you're doing.
I think
And
that's
people
right.
need to know
Well, it
that,
should,
but
it
yeah.
should though, because when you have more than 5 people showing up at your house, it's impacting the roads. My
Right,
man's
that's,
right
you
here.
guys are saying the
Yeah,
same
you
thing.
guys are saying the same thing.
Yeah, and that's where I think, you know, we got pushback from from some of the Board of County Commissioners on some of the regulations here, like, why are you trying to overregulate this? I'm like, well, Well, because there's a point where they're not just a cottage industry.
Here's the kicker too. It shouldn't be any like consumers coming to your house ever. Like it should not, because that gets into a whole different realm. Like there should be an ADA bathroom inspected, all this stuff. There shouldn't be consumers.
So if you're an accountant,
They shouldn't have consumers coming to their house.
Yeah, I don't
Your
know,
point
cause
comes
like
to me
there's
too.
that place on Highway 65 called Rebecca's or something, and she had a little clothing store going in there. Right, she probably had consumers and it's right on the highway.
That's like getting into commercial stuff. Like there's impact on it.
Right.
It's like you have one customer, or you have 950,000.
Well, it depends on how many customers, maybe not, maybe it depends on traffic.
but you're
not
not saying
customers.
she shouldn't be allowed to do that, are you?
I am. I'm thinking home businesses should be like people that are working from their business, or woodworkers, or putting out a product to go out in the world, and or anything like that. I don't think they should be running
But
a
I
business.
think, I think if there's like people coming in and out all day, if it's a retail store,
yeah.
that's something that is material changing the characteristic of the residential use in the neighborhood. And I think that could be argued, like, that's not allowed, but it's kind of situational. Are you an accountant whose clients come every year with their shoebox full of receipts? That should probably be allowed.
Oh, maybe,
Yeah,
but
or if
if
you-
I'm handicapped and I come in there with a wheelchair to your establishment and you're not set up so then I can sue you. I mean, that's
But
what commercial. use
that's
is.
other regulation that we don't.
Like Montrose County, I have a little outfit, we get very little, if we had to do the handicap parking spots, ADA bathrooms. That is something that is done, and it's flat out enforced to the teal.
Because they have building codes.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah, and I think that's pushing it a little too far. I think there could be a retail exchange. It's more dependent on how much traffic is affecting the site, right? If it's a
You don't
bunch of
think-
employees or a bunch of retail, that's different
You
than
don't
one
think that
employee and
retail-
3 appointments.
What's a
day.
bunch of retail?
I mean, why would we
How
fix
much
the
is a
sidewalks
bunch?
then? You're missing a big point on the ADA
I
portion of this.
hear you.
Right now, they're fixing every
Those are-
sidewalk in this whole damn town because ADA compliance, and we're trying to
But
pass
we're
something that
not
doesn't.
in
need-
charge of
I don't
enforcing
think-
ADA compliance.
And I don't think we should be pushing.
Well, we don't have a building
ADA
code,
compliance
so there's nobody
people.
else to imply it.
You know, that's a big push.
There's nobody else. I'm just saying they shouldn't be running retail.
But I would say, and I could be wrong, I would say 90%, if not more, of every business in Delta County started from home. And they stay at home. The question is when they morph into something more than just a home business, they're, like they're saying, bringing in retailers. And I use this example all the time. Somebody has an orchard. And they, the next thing you know, they're gonna say, hey, we're gonna invite some people to do some U-pick, you pick the orchard and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, they got a lot of people in the orchards get picked, like, wow, we have a lot of people in here. Let's do a little farm stand in the hot place. So we do a little farm stand in place. People come to the farm stand like, wow, I could do a restaurant here.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna do a restaurant.
But where are you drawing that line?
Well, that is
that's not
exactly
yet.
the
It's
issue
not done
here.
yet. Yeah.
So you do the restaurant, now instead, you got one access point and you had, the U-pick, you had, 40 people come in. The farm stand, you had 400 people in. The restaurant, you got 40,000 people come in. Now I'm gonna maybe I'll do some entertainment on Friday nights. Now that same entrance, and now I'm gonna do bigger concerts. Now I got 100,000 people coming in annually through that one entrance. What are you selling? If I go to sell that business, if I go to sell that property, I'm no longer a residence.
That's a residential access.
But the point is, the point of that business has changed from a residence with a business to a business with a residence. And I think that's what we look at. If your business has gotten to the point where you're big, that you're not selling a residence anymore. So let's say the guy we got permission, he put a car place, he put auto repair on the corner of 92 and 3100, right? I mean, but I would guess if he dies and moves out, he's just selling a residence with a
That's how
shop.
every one of them gets started, and then it morphs into.
Yeah, but once you escalate, then you have to,
It just changes the definition,
Yeah.
and there are more regulations.
But how are
within
you
the
gonna get
definition.
him, how are you
How
gonna
are
get
you
spot
gonna
on
get
a
him
motive?
to come back?
And when you
in?
started out
And
just
what
one
does it
car
change from a
garage,
lot
now
of
he's
these
got,
communities on that
he's on
program?
Indian Camp, got 400 cars running in there, it's a house. How are you gonna go to that guy and be like, all right, bud, you're too successful, American dream, get your ass out of here and go change all your stuff, you're not gonna.
Nobody's saying, nobody's saying, all this is, well, not this section, but the other section says, is it's just reclassified to a commercial use instead of a home business use. Because it is commercial, right? It's not automotive,
But
it's
what,
commercial.
so basically our land use map is wherever the hell they live right now, it might be a commercial use.
We talk about
If
spot
it's
zoning, but
grandfathered in.
we think there are more commercial businesses out there being run as commercial instead of residences, that they probably need to be rezoned.
What?
And when it comes, and when it comes back.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, for sure. But
Look, think about Spot Automotive.
Right. We're
If
saying
you,
the
if
same
right
thing.
now Spot Automotive come in here, would you let him put that there?
I really think you guys are all saying the same thing. And the question is, what's the threshold and what do we write in this code? to
How are we defining it
write
in
that?
here?
Yes.
Correct. And we're kind of taking cottage industry, are we eliminating home business? Because home business is sort
I don't wanna
of,
do that.
cottage business, cottage industry, I thought was $5,000 gross sales a year. Isn't that what it was?
Yeah, that's
Are
a
you
good
talking
way to
about,
do
I
it.
mean, there's
Put it on the
cottage
dollar amount.
food industry that puts those sort of regulations on top in terms of like how much you can produce and who you can sell
I
it
thought
to.
all cottage industries had a restrict,
Isn't no state definition or whatever.
That's a good point, though. You can
For-
restrict
for
it by the
food,
dollar
yes,
amount.
but you're thinking state
food.
I don't know, I
Yeah.
didn't determine.
I have an issue with the storage exceeding 6 feet. I think there's a lot of sheds that are within reasonable size on the house, or you already have a shed or garage. And it's above 6 feet,
Sure.
you know, I think maybe
Well,
can't exceed the height of the primary home or,
that was good. I
you
agree
know,
100%.
you don't want like a big silo going up,
Yeah,
but.
well, are you, now, we're talking about inside versus outside, if it's outside, the intent, I think, is a 6 foot. The way I interpret that is 6 foot is for outside storage, if you're
Okay.
inside a building,
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
But
I get
you were
it.
saying, I mean, if you have a
Right.
shed and it's a 18-foot shed, why can't you have storage outside that's 18 foot tall?
I'm just saying that the way I would interpret that would be the 6 foot is
Sure.
for outside storage, not inside.
Yeah, I'm trying to like think about an
It's the
example.
visibility.
Yeah,
think-
sure.
Big business does big money. I think TK hit the nail on the head. We restrict it by the money. Because that's the only way you can do it. It's not a small business if it's doing $900,000 a year.
I mean, what if you run a successful real estate business though? You're making $2 million a year because
Well, I
you're selling
guess,
these fancy
But nobody's
houses.
worried about a realtor in their house.
I know, but that's
I'm
the
worried
problem,
about,
if you
uh,
put $2 million
mechanic shop.
cap, then you're limiting
true.
people's
Yeah, I don't-
ability
I don't-
I
to.
think it's about the fact of the surround, it's,
Yeah.
the revenue doesn't affect the neighborhood, the traffic.
How are you gonna affect it then? It's the traffic.
The traffic, right? That's
So
the,
like
the real
residence
effect.
is 10 cars a day, residence is 10 cars a day.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what the
Commercial?
threshold should be, but I don't think it's necessarily, I mean,
So
employees, I think are
say if a
better.
residence is 10 cars a day.
Retail's better and traffic better. All that's better in revenue.
It's,
True.
hard you point out, it's really hard.
I know,
I mean, it's
I
hard to
like it,
use,
but then she
if
brought
we
up the
use,
realtor
if we
stuff.
use dollars, how do we find out about it? That means they gotta report it, nobody wants to do that. If we use cars, somebody's gotta count them, nobody wants to do that. You know, right now it says employees, I'm not real happy with what reads like a lot of regulation, you know, we got 2,000 square feet, 6 feet in height. You know, that sort of seems onerous, but this is for cottage industry. Not for everybody's home business. This is for just the cottage industry.
Well, what does that mean to you when you say it's not?
Well,
just
like
for home
2,000
business?
square feet.
So a real
of
estate office
storage.
wouldn't be a cottage industry.
But in this code, if we
Sure, it could be.
remove
One of the things
home
you said was
business,
condensing
yeah,
it so
it would
that
be.
cottage industry is a home business, whether it be in the house or outside the
There's no
house.
distinction, because right now there's not, I mean.
Rather
there's
than having
some
the two tiers,
rules.
just
A
having one.
real estate
Yeah.
business with one employee is a cottage industry. That's the difference. Home business is no employees.
Yeah, no, I think if you go to the state, the
Not in
definition.
that definition.
Not in the
But
definition.
I like where it's going with Kate about combining the two and just having.
Mom and dad, 2 kids and 1
Right,
employee.
I think you eliminate the other one, you just stick with cottage industry, because it doesn't matter if you don't have any employees or not, until you get to 5. Then after 5 is something different, and the storage should stay in some facet, because otherwise you could just put in a big old, you know, if it didn't have 2,000 square feet, you could have junk cars all over the place and call it a picking yard, and then it's a cottage industry, right? It's more than 2,000 square feet.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's just, it's a hard one. I don't know how to get
Are
around.
5 employees permanent or temporary?
Dude, you can
Like,
do a lot of money
like
with 5
full-time
employees.
or part-time, like,
That'd be 5, it'd be right, 5, 2,000
5.
hour, you know.
or the
yearly
equivalent of
employee.
5
Full-time
full-time?
Full-time equivalent, yeah.
We could have,
What if they live in your house and they're your kids? They don't drive in and out.
Then they live the house, they're not employees. Paying the kids to go.
They're dependents.
Yeah, the kids don't get paid that
That's
good.
12,000.
They work it out.
what if it's limited in a maximum of 5 employees who are not residents of, non-resident
Sure.
employees?
I don't know, man, I'm still struggling with like someone coming out and starting a mechanic shop in their backyard and turning into a full-fledged deal with 5 employees. You can do $5 million a year with 5.
But that's essentially changes
that
the
happens.
character.
That happens here all the
And then they're
time.
gonna come change the zoning, and then we got essentially no zoning.
But a mechanic shop, well, if a mechanic shop is residential, so see, Spot Automotive is not subordinate to residential use, number 3 there, right? That's the main use of that property now.
But it was a residential.
It started as a
It was just a
residential, yeah.
residence that turned dwarfed into
But it's
a
changed.
building. Nobody knows that
Exactly.
house. He lives there, but
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I
so
know,
if the
I
guy,
agree with
if the
you.
guy, if the guy dies tomorrow, who runs that? What gets sold?
he'll sell the whole thing.
No, what gets sold?
It's not a house, it's a business. He's
A
selling a
business.
business.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. You've changed commercial, it is a commercial use.
Right.
My bitch with all of this is
In a
we
residential spot.
we don't force the commercial zone where we need to.
That's
And
why we
but
don't
that's
have
something
them,
we-
because people can do it anywhere.
Well,
Nobody's
it
gonna
should
go
be anywhere.
find a commercial zone where you
That's how
can do it
you,
anywhere you want.
that's how you figure where your county's commercial pieces are by starting to zone
Yeah, but
change.
isn't Spot inside the city limits?
No, it's in
No,
the
it's a
county.
county, and, we don't wanna put it, if he started as a two bay shop and he did good, and he was successful, we shouldn't be penalizing them
No,
by,
no.
so we wanna stay away from that, and I know you're not suggesting that.
I know, I want him to grow and I want it to go, but how are you ever gonna say, hey, guys, let's start putting this commercial shit in the commercial spot?
Right.
If they can do it
It's a
wherever
hard
we want.
question to answer, yeah.
I mean, nobody's gonna do it because commercial ground in Montrose County is costs 5 times as much money because they restrict how you're getting to the roads heavily. They restrict all that stuff. Delta County doesn't. They'll put a concrete plant out in the dingleweeds.
So let's just take your automotive thing. If he comes in and said, hey, I want to put on another building, it goes to review, and somebody says, we really need to rezone that. The rezone becomes a public hearing, all right?
Yes.
And then it's notifying the entire neighborhood, but by the way, we're gonna change this to commercial. And then I think you'll get more input, like people object, like, I don't want this commercial. next to-"
Everyone's gonna object, and then what happens?
Will they? Will they, or are they already accepting it because it's been there?
No, they're gonna object.
I don't know that that's true.
I don't know.
I'm not sure that's right. And I think, let's assume they don't object and that, okay, that piece gets changed to commercial use. Well, then the guy across the street says, wow, I got a piece of property that's worth more. My problem is he's probably still in an A35 paying
Well,
taxes like an
No,
ag
the
person.
exact same thing happened, half mile down the road, someone built an even bigger shop. Right, and it's a huge
Yeah,
shop,
it's a huge
ready
shop.
for business, and you got 2 pretty big businesses.
And they're
in a
not
Yeah,
residential.
and then you got a subdivision getting ready to go on across the street, and you got a mechanic shop, and it's grandfathered in, so we can't do nothing about it.
Right.
So where do we ever stop this? It's basically like, do whatever you want, start small, work it up. Nobody's gonna jerk the rug out from underneath you.
But they're still in an agricultural zone, not in a
No,
commercial
but you don't
zone.
want to set them up for failure, though. That's what we're doing.
Why are they setting up for failure?
Because they think it's okay, and then they get too big, and now they gotta move or do something. They can't do that.
But it's clearly written in the code, if they're looking at, I want to start a business and I hope one day to have 5 bays and 10 employees. This property isn't where
Yeah, but I
I'm
don't
gonna
think,
do it,
like in this specific, he started 2 bays.
yeah.
And it
Yeah,
went
never
well, and he's
never
like,
saw
yeah, I'll add
somebody-
some more bays and
Sure.
mix more, so I don't think that was the initial intent,
Nobody wants to just stay where they're at. They want-
Right,
It's a
but
hard-
why wouldn't, in this case, then if you would have to apply for
Who's gonna tell them to do
more
that?
development,
He's
more
already-
bays,
He's already doing, he's just gonna, we don't have
and,
no building codes, we'll just put another bay on and we're done. And then put
and this body, the public can come in and say like, no, this isn't the place. If you want to have a 5-bay garage, you need to find another piece of
They're
property.
not gonna ask.
You're limited.
Well,
They
they
probably
might not
won't.
ask, and they didn't used to have to ask, and now
Yeah.
they're supposed to come in for review,
Yeah.
not ask, but get a review.
Right.
And the review would say, well, this is going commercial. But that, you're right, that might not all, we can't write every rule, that's all, everybody's always going to abide by.
So we gotta figure out how we're gonna draw the line somehow between big business and small business. I don't know. how to
The
do that.
specific
Let's
development
figure it out
regs
tonight.
said if they expanded their operation by a certain percentage of square feet,
And then a permit required.
that would trigger, but that would trigger the specific development
Yeah, trigger review
review.
and public hearing.
Like the auto repair that
And-
we had
just after I got here, it was still under the old regulations.
So the delineation between a small business, large business, could be on square foot. Of course, square footage of use.
And it depends, I mean, I don't know, but are we gonna answer this question tonight?
I personally like the idea, I'm afraid of what the public will perceive with the getting rid of the home business
I don't wanna
thing,
get
because
rid
I
of it.
think they are perceiving that we are limiting their rights to home business. I'm afraid of taking that section out, but in reality, they're kind of just combined, like, there's nothing that,
We could just rename cottage industry. to
kind of,
home-
you
home
could rename
business.
it home business.
That makes more sense anyway.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
eliminates confusion.
Yeah.
It gives more rights to the people who are afraid that they don't have enough rights in their home business.
Yeah.
And don't think they're a cottage industry.
So are we legally, because again, I want to express somebody's opinion about keeping the language of cottage industry in our code, so people know they can start small. So are we just saying home business, including cottage industry?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
The
I don't-
title is home business and the thing says home businesses, including cottage industry.
Yeah, right now it says cottage industry is a home business. We could say a home business includes cottage industries.
Okay, that's fine. So get past that, which I feel we did. Are we, what about these restrictions? Do we want to talk about actual square footage and 6 feet in height?
Or just delete number one.
You want to just
Well,
delete
yeah,
it?
but if you do, then you could have, you have picking yards all over the place, because it's a home business and you got 40 acres in junk RVs out there. I don't think you can eliminate the square footage, because then it goes commercial. The 6 feet in height should go taller. to-
Well, the kicker is
what if the
home
2000
business, it should be ran out of the home.
What if
not
the
ran out of
2,000 square
40
feet
acres.
is only for the outside storage and whatever inside storage, there's no limit?
Can you write it off on your
Say
taxes,
again?
write off how many square foot in your
So
house, not.
limit the outside storage to 2,000 square feet, but there's no limit to the inside storage.
Yeah, because I think it's hard to say, like, if you've
Yeah.
got a larger home and you have your office upstairs and you pack your UPS orders in your living room and.
I don't care what.
I don't know.
Well, you could have a 2,000 square foot home, which is not big, in a basement.
Yeah.
And that would be a 2,000 square feet.
Right.
And we're gonna say, you can do whatever you want inside. That's
Yeah,
what.
that's right. Yeah, who the heck
What do we
cares?
care?
Yeah.
Do what you want inside. You want to fill it full of rub rats or
Yeah.
whatever you want to do. But I think we do want to try to restrict the outside use.
Yeah.
To
And I
limit
don't-
it.
and 2,000 goes pretty quick. I could see it being more like,
Let's start
quarter
there.
acre.
Yeah, but let's start there and see what happens. Sure. I mean, we're trying to create something, and in a year from now, we find that we ran against, everybody said that's a problem.
Yeah, they can ask for variance too.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing
So
stops
that's a
us.
standard that could be very.
And when we get these variances, that's sort of what prompts us to review our land use code. So this whole evening
2,000
tonight,
outdoor
you guys
space.
should expect the same thing about a year from
Just
now.
change the title and wait for the blowback on.
All right, what about the height? What about the 6 feet in height? Why are we trying to regulate the height?
That doesn't make sense to me.
Visual.
Outside
I think it
storage.
needs to be
Just no higher than the
screened
surrounding
from
buildings.
public roads.
That shouldn't matter at all.
Doesn't matter how big it is, if it's screened, if nobody
Right.
sees it, it's a
Yeah,
problem.
I think you could eliminate
Yeah, I
height.
think that's
Yeah.
what, keep this the same. This is just screened.
I say we
Okay,
just,
eliminate the
It's
height.
10 feet, you have a 10-foot screen.
Right.
Sure.
screen from what though? What do we even talking
Public
So
view,
outdoor
public road, like if you
I would say from a
do
public road,
public
clear, versus a private property next door.
So we're gonna just say outside storage shall be screened from public view, okay? From public road. We're eliminating the 6 feet height. Go ahead. 5 employees, I think.
Everett, we're making you some work, but here in 5 minutes.
I think the 5 employee thing is a fair metric still, because it does tell you that you're changing your use from something that's almost home business cottage to something beyond. I don't know what we're gonna do when it goes beyond, but does 5 employees sound fair?
Sounds reasonable.
That's
Seems
plenty
like
for
we haven't
small
had any
business.
specific feedback from
Not yet. No,
these
it's
people
fine.
saying like, but I have 7 employees.
And we
you
didn't
know.
find a better way of.
You're not working from
describing
home.
it.
Yeah.
The
right?
neighbors, those are the.
You're not working
police.
from home.
They'll take care of it.
Am I working from home?
No, your employees aren't from a home-based business.
No.
Okay, you just said I have 7 employees.
No, I'm just saying, we didn't hear any specific feedback saying like, I don't like this rule because I have 7 employees and I should be.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I said, you, I thought I heard, I have 7
No, we very
employees.
much have.
And once you get
Not.
that many employees, you're gonna wanna move it out of your house anyway, because you don't want 5 creeps. going around.
Well, but that's my point. I think a lot of businesses, like your car businesses, start out with maybe more less than 5, and then they grow on site. If I've got enough acreage and I want to be able to build my That's one of the issues, but I think we have to be able to say to these people, you're changing the character of your property. And the only way we can do this is ask them to come in for a plan review. It doesn't mean you can't do it, but it may go to a public hearing, may go to a board of adjustments, it may do all those things. And if they all get approved, then the nature of the character of that neighborhood may change.
Right.
If you're on a major road, if you're on 65, you're on 92, you know.
So like 3, I think that's a good definition, because that really, you know, when it becomes such a big business that it's the main use of the property, then it really is for, you know, heading towards commercial. And this is outside of ag.
Yeah, change, so people can objection and change the character of the residential, because that's so amorphous, but the answer is, I think we have to leave it, because we're sort of making a judgment. Everybody thinks that this code, and we heard it tonight, be specific, and the answer is the code can't be specific. It can give you generalities and give you guidelines, but we really don't want to say you can and can't do this. We want to see how it can be done and fit it in. That's my opinion.
So the triggers in this definition now of what would constitute a larger business needing a new zoning classification or something like that would be
mostly tied to employees.
2,000 square feet, 5 employees.
More than 2,000.
2,000 is outside storage.
Outside.
And
5 employees.
And the residential subordinate to residential use kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think you can get rid of number 4, maybe.
And how would we measure that?
Subjectively.
When a neighbor complains that there's too much traffic.
How would Road and Bridge look at
Or
an access
noise, or,
permit
you know, because that we kind of.
prior to doing this?
If it's
we're
not
gonna
on here,
assume this
you
is
just
gonna
scroll down.
happen now?
Yeah, I think that Hardy brings up a good point, right? Road and Bridge is more concerned about traffic flow. And that would be some sort of line that maybe they have
Talk about impact all
maybe
the
they have
time.
a
There's some
metric
impact
that
for
they
you.
use. Maybe, but you know, that they have some sort of metric they use, Road and Bridge, I don't know.
They only get stuff if they're a participating agency and it's coming to us and we share the application with them.
Yeah, but when they go down, they don't have an access or they don't have an address and they say, I want an address and I want an access. They say, what are you doing here? I'm gonna build one house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Okay, here you go. Then 3 weeks later, we got 5 employees, several acres of crap. We're hitting on all cylinders. If we get big, let's let it rip, see if they come and do anything about it.
So I think you have to understand, almost all of the code is complaint driven. I mean, we can't police not every line in the code. The neighbors can police it, like, hey, I live in a residential, this guy's got people coming in at 8 o'clock at night till late. The only way we really know about it and ever can do a test is people complain. And then like,
That's
okay,
another thing, is there a time on home business? Is that like 6 a.m., 6 a.m. or is it, can we run this like a whorehouse, like you said? Or what are you doing?
I got chewed up for that. I was just trying, it could be a nighttime business.
Don't say that in front of Eli.
Could be a nighttime-
Stop calling out residents and being disrespectful. I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, I was
So
shocked
if
on
it's
that one too, to be
complaint
honest. I was like,
driven,
damn, that's a
so
lot.
I'm still going to then measure things like vehicles a day. Are you gonna put traffic counters out? You're gonna have somebody,
Well, no,
your
I think
code
we're-
enforcement guy
If
do
you're
that?
complaint driven and let's say, oh, they've gotten 10 employees and you see like, hey, I'm gonna stop and Everett stops in there going, hey, what are you doing today? You guys, oh, we got 10 mechanics here. You can count it.
Mechanic shop, they have 9,000 cars come there. Do we can we restrict like the few
And if
that are
they're
crazy, like a mechanic shop that has 400 cars a day?
part-time employees,
Yeah, so
he's got
there's-
20 part-time, or
The-
10
the-
part-time employees.
I
You gotta
think-
figure that out. I mean, where I'm going here is that all this gets
I'm
real.
just saying about 95% of things.
I can give you guys a real life example right now that I'm dealing with.
Get
Hardy,
rid of this.
Hardy, let's listen to Everett.
If you'd like to, this is something I'm dealing with right now. Have a home residence, does specialized work for specific vehicles. He has probably 18 different parts vehicles outside with car parts in a residential area. His yard is screened. He has no employees. Complaint driven, neighbor calls saying this is a residential area. Yeah, he screened it, but he's got all these cars and he's running this business. That's the spot that's coming to us that we're gonna have to figure out.
Since you already have problems with what we're talking about right now.
Right now, I have a current case that I have to find a solution.
But we're saying he can have 5 employees and do that 5 times what you're doing right now, that you're trying to.
Yeah, because he doesn't even have employees.
I
It's a
just think-
home-based business. He goes all over the country and picks up parts, hauls them in. It's just him. He has a big shop. He has a couple
How many
containers.
acres he sit on?
He's sitting on a residential lot of, I think, like 2 acres. But he's screened in everything where the vehicles are and his shop's in the middle.
There's a glass company that lives next to me and we're commercial, industrial. This glass company is residential and he wears that road out 4 times what we do. Cars in and out, him up, down, and it's him and one guy.
Well, and then at some point though, it changes use, and this is kind of what we're talking about. When does it change? So, you know, because we also have automobile fueling and service station, which really is like auto repair also. So, and at that point, when you look at table 2B, which didn't change, it's not allowed except in the commercial zone. I mean, it's the line across, not allowed.
So we might have something already that's in place.
Yeah, it's a real tough question to answer.
I think we have that throughout Delta County. We've got somebody, like Eric said, who's doing some, specialty work. He's by himself. If the guy died and they had to sell the property, there's no business to sell there. He was the business. Maybe they got to get rid of the cars or wherever he's storing, but essentially you're back to owning a residence. Whereas the guys who have the glass company, maybe have a shop that's turned into glass, they may have changed their business, their character there, that it's no longer just a house with a glass company. He's selling the glass company, and by the way, it's at a residence. So it really has changed commercial. But the issue is, how do you enforce it? How do we change it?
In this case of Everett's, wouldn't there maybe be a non-conforming prior use related to this property?
Well, would it be started tomorrow?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a real example.
It's been ongoing for approximately 2.5, 3 years.
Then what's the difference between whether he's doing it for money or
That's one of
whether
the
he's
things we have to
doing
look
it
at when they-
for
when they
hobby?
start, and what were the rules?
Well, yeah, I don't think we can put him out of business because he's just a private individual doing something on his own land.
So predating the code, we go to specific development. These are the standards in the specific development. If it doesn't meet this, then it would have required a specific development permit. Didn't have that, it's not a lawful use if it had required it.
I don't know.
It's a legally but how do we?
Well, there's
classify legally
legal, there's legal non-conforming, meaning it was legal, then the regulations change and the new regulations made it non-conforming, which can continue. But then there's unlawful, meaning it wasn't allowed at the time you put it in. Or it needed a permit and you didn't get the right permit at the time that it went in.
But they can still do it until it changes.
Unlawful?
Unlawful, non-conforming.
Unlawful, if we find out about it, it's as if it didn't exist.
You can go in and change it right away.
That's good. We're not gonna we aren't obviously actively going out and looking for those things, but those things
I think it's a slippery slope to be telling people.
I hate to pull the rug out from under these people like that, though.
I don't think we can.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it has to be before the land use code. I think it can start tomorrow. If I want to do what this guy's doing on my 2 acres, I'm gonna do it.
So Everett, in that case, does it major impact on the neighborhood?
So honestly, I don't think that there's a huge traffic impact, but there is some, because the neighbors complain about the trucks all out front when he's unloading. He's got a forklift in the yard.
That's a business.
The issue there is, again, because I remember I heard hobby down at the other end. He said, well, it's just my hobby. I go, do you sell all these parts later on? Yeah. Well, that's retail. It falls close to salvage yard, because originally it was a junk and rubbish complaint. Because he had 18 inoperable vehicles parked in the yard, plus all the parts. But he's got it screened. And since we did junk rubbish ordinance saying screening is an effective mitigation for junk and rubbish, it's no longer junk and rubbish. Now it's about, he's doing a business out of his home in a residential area. And my advice to him was to come in, and they're gonna come into the planning department and say, hey, I need to apply for something, how do we make this work? It's coming. So the question is how do we, because again, the problem is the neighbor has really nice house, all this landscaping, and you can look right over the fence and it's a salvage yard.
So the screening isn't really tall enough, is that?
Well, 6 foot, it's all that's required. But the issue is, you still have the in and out where he's pulling vehicles out. It's still running a business. But the thing of it is, again, that's why we have this hard area where I told him, I said, honestly, just come in, let's try to sort this out. Let's find out what you need to do to see what we can do. Because
The
that's the only answer I
2,000
can give.
square foot, like how much square footage do you think he's taken up? Like, would that be a limiting factor with,
I asked him if he could contain all of his business inside the shop, and he's not.
Mhm.
I mean,
And
I think we should look at what other nearby counties are defining all this as too, because they might have some
They might.
guidance that can help us decide.
Can we even
what
like
do.
make home business kind of like more within, in the home or right around the home?
Well, that's
not
how they
down
originally,
way down yard?
that's how home business, as it currently stands, it's like within the home and not outside of the home, but then there's this cottage industry that can be outside of the home as well. But other than,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
like not a lot
we
of.
run up against what people's hobbies are. Some of them are indoors and some of them are sort of outdoors, like a guy doing cars. I don't think we can regulate it. I know the neighbors don't like it, but he doesn't really have employees. He's, he's running a business, but like I say, I think 80–90% of all the everything in Delta County start from homes anyway. And I don't know that we should be in the business of telling people they can't start a business from home.
And it is his livelihood. They're both retired.
What zone is
I'm
it?
not
Is it
saying
in
shut
It's
R?
up by Tesman, it's straight up, it's a subdivision.
So it's a residential zone.
So there's no HOA there that he has to operate under?
Well, I don't advise anyone on any HOAs. I don't even touch that.
No, but we should know if there's an HOA. We don't have to enforce it. I'm only asking, is there an HOA? Because that's where the neighbors should enforce it, and it has nothing to do with us. The
Yeah.
HOA may be telling him, you
They
can't,
probably don't. A
You
lot of
can't-
them don't.
I would say they don't, but that's the only other way they can be regulated is HOAs.
But his main impact is outside the house. That's maybe a big difference there, right? His main impact is outside the house, storage. He wouldn't have that many cars if there wasn't all that storage.
Yeah, and that's the thing is
But you're probably wondering where I am.
yeah, there's some of it is just neighbors don't know. His yard obviously isn't landscaped and nice like everyone else.
Sorry I really gotta get going. How much more, or do we need to table this for future?
Can we table this?
I think this one needs to be tabled. The main thing you need to get back to the board on is the variance to lot size. We can report to them that more work needs to be done in this area.
Well, we have another meeting before.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Can we not accomplish this at the next meeting?
On the 25th?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Was there anything that came out of this discussion tonight that we want to think about?
This feller has something
Language.
he wants to talk about maybe another time.
Language about permitted, I mean, Carl and I had the conversation of changing it to plan review.
Which was their consensus to do that.
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
tonight.
Okay.
So we talked.
Yeah, we made a
something.
motion.
Maybe not.
The only thing we really didn't get through was this home business cottage industry and the variance to lot size language.
We have a gentleman over here, or a couple of them may have some things they want to talk about.
Of course, because it's specifically sent to me on the lot size variance, and that's what has come tonight, waiting for 3.5 hours, whatever it is. It's kind of, it's been 5 hours, so.
What's your take?
So, and I guess I don't really know the whole thing on that, but, of course, I talked to Mr. Husso a little bit ago, but I think there's, on some of the things, I think Delta County may be in violation of Colorado State statute on the 35-acre parcel. There is no other county adjacent to Delta County that takes the same stand, because when you come in a 35-acre parcel, all other counties will take their hands completely off of it. They will not touch it, because it's been to court several times, and the counties have lost. And so I'm surprised that Delta County is willing to put regulations on a 35-acre parcel.
When you say regulations, if RA 35, I don't think there's anything in all of it, it's all permitted.
But in the subdivision, so we're going through a subdivision process, Carlos.
Conversation already. It's like what the roads. Like,
Give an
yeah.
example.
Yep, so we've got a particular one that's going on right now, that's going through the county. Basically, we had 80-acre parcel, split 7 acres off of it. And we was told that we had to make the remainder part a lot. We was told that we had to buy water taps, we had to do all these different things. That's where I believe it's against state statute. Because we cannot, so now they've told us, no, we don't have to buy the tap, but we still have to put a plat note on it. I don't think there should be any regulations, period.
So I'm sorry, we're gonna get, but if you're breaking off 7 acres, that doesn't apply to the 835. If you
But
got,
it's remaining, they've told me that we have to do.
if you got 35 acres, that you're breaking off a 35 acre from an 80, we don't get involved.
Correct, but we're.
Except for access.
Correct, but we're splitting 7 off of the 80, and we're still being told with the remaining part that's over 35 acres that we have to buy water tap and that we have to put a plat note.
Is there a residence on the remaining land?
You know, put that again.
It's agriculture.
So who's telling you you have to have a permit?
Planning department.
We're telling me he has to have a water.
Well, first of all, it's not an exempt plat because all the parcels have to be 35 acres in order to be exempt.
But that's not the way that the counties look at it, and it's been taken to court.
That's exactly what the statute says.
But that is not the way any other county is looking at it. I think Delta County has took a different stand than any county will, because all other counties say, we're not gonna be involved with it because they're afraid of litigation, because it's already went to court before.
So you're saying the other counties, you can go, you got an 80-acre parcel, 80 acres, and you can go break off a bunch of 5-acre parcels as long as one is left at 35 or higher and no one asks anything about it?
The remaining part that's over 35, they don't say nothing about.
But they don't say.
But the pieces that are under 35, yes.
Okay.
But the ones that over 35, they do not.
And what are we saying that's otherwise then? We're requiring that new piece has a water tap?
Yes, or that it's not a buildable lot, which is the plat note saying that it's for agricultural use, it's not a buildable lot.
Can't they have a well?
Until they provide water for that.
Can't they have a well for over 35?
Sure.
They can drip, they can.
Apply to drill for one.
But do they have to apply it during the subdivision process?
No, the well is tied to the state. If they got 35 acres, they can get a well permit.
Right, do they?
You can apply for a well a lot less than 35 acres now. You can apply for a well for 8 acres.
Well,
My neighbor just did it.
yeah, but isn't that what's it called, a monitoring well?
I don't know.
I would think, Carl,
Let's change.
that just as a suggestion, that you might ask the county attorney.
We did. Already had that conversation.
It seems like not a
And
planning commission
Did he
issue.
talk, excuse me, did he talk to these other county attorneys, why they don't do it that way?
I don't know.
Or I guess my question for you is there language in the code that you feel like needs to change? Specific language that is allowing staff to make their determination that you think should be taken out of the code?
I'd have to look at the plat or at the language, but yeah, because when we first submitted, we submitted just like we do in any other county that says this is a 7-acre parcel to be divided from, and we did not call it a lot. It was retained acreage or remaining acreage.
And so it's a separate lot.
But no, it's not in other counties. So it's not in a separate lot.
What is
It's
it?
now, it's not something that the county has any review at all, because all they look at is anything that's under 35 acres. They don't look at that other piece is just remaining acreage. It's done.
I'm confused. If you're subdividing 7 acres off of whatever the remainder is, you've subdivided your property. You've got 2 lots.
But that not according to other counties. It is not.
What do you mean?
Because the other piece is a separate parcel. It becomes a separate parcel, but it is not a lot.
Well, okay, yeah, but it's
So we
separate
can
parcel.
split again.
Could you
see,
sell
that's
the
the-
other,
that-
could you
that's a
sell
separate-
either one separately?
Yes, you can. Yeah.
You're gonna have legal, so there's two different lots.
But it's not considered a lot because it's over 35 acres.
So you're talking about the definition between a parcel and a lot, and there is an
Correct.
actual definition.
There is a difference, but see, Delta County calls it a lot, and then they put stipulations on it where other counties will not put any stipulations on it.
And the stipulations that you see that are on it are that.
Well, the biggest thing was, and we resolved it, I'm not at this point, but I think that Delta County setting himself up for a lawsuit in the future.
But the stipulations were water, was that the only stipulation?
With the water tap was the big thing that.
What about access?
So access, we already had access to it, so it's not.
They have an ag access.
Use the same access for both lots?
Nope.
So you had to get a new access?
No, well, it already had
For the 7
existing agricultural access. This is just ag.
It already had 2 access points.
I mean, honestly, if there's chunking off just a piece of farm ground anyway, that there is irrigated, right? We've gone through this before in the past, where it's just irrigated. We haven't required a water tap in a subdivision process when it was more than 35 acres of farm ground.
Well, if they're not applying to build a residence, why do they need a tap for water? I mean, the only, the need reason.
Well, but in the past, when that was the case, there was a plat note put on it, and then it was on as a bulk.
Can I ask that we either
And that's what
talk
we did in
about
this case,
actual
sure.
language, change the land use code as it relates to this, or table this for when there's actual language to talk about? Cause
Yeah, so-
I feel like this is now a review of a project that we don't know enough about.
Right,
Sure,
so
I agree.
bring the language to the next meeting and let's call it that.
Okay.
But
We'll look at
I
it.
hear what you're
I
saying.
do know
Yeah.
what you're saying.
I feel like I can't talk about it without looking at language that is determining it, and it's past 10:30.
Has one attorney ever been wrong? Another attorney been right?
Never. Just asking.
Okay. We're adjourned, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Finish it on the 23rd.